Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not.
People up the back now. Everybody's looking at you. People up the front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now. Everybody's looking at you. Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're stealing the view. I think I know what they're thinking, trading their dreams for someone like you. I don't know why they never know.
this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めよう 然な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight. moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? That never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? That never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down?
for my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold.
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズども
playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh
my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change over your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no.
never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no.
Welcome one and all to the LPL. Once again, we're here in week number 9, day 2. Can't believe we're already here. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by
Crazy.
Nymera, and it's time for a little bit of adventure time, I would say, as we have 2 best of 3s ahead of us.
It's a battle we go into this day of the LPL. Time really flies, and we're kind of getting to that point now where it's beyond kind of that crest, that cliff edge of heading in towards playoffs. We're starting to get our first couple of teams eliminated. A lot of our teams starting to lock as well. The order of them completely up in the air. So we've got a lot of drama in the last few weeks to come through, but it's all up in the air still.
It is indeed. Now we got to take a look at what happened yesterday as we go every day of the week here. We did have our awards to give out, but we also had some 2-0s to give out. OMG fall 2-0 to Weibo Gaming and 2-0 for BLG over TT.
And just when I'm sat here thinking, oh, these 2 teams, Woba, BLG, I put my trust in them before. They're teams which I think have really good potential. Then they kind of started, having some really awkward series. Both of them 2-0'd on that day. These teams, particularly, the 2 teams that won there are ones which I cannot believe they give me so many heart attacks so many times.
I'm just so proud to see OMG still fighting in that top echelon, even falling 2-0 to Weibo. They're still in 6th place now, but we got to look at our standings as we are getting to the thick of things here, getting some eliminations, as you said. AL officially eliminated from the playoffs. I'll be looking at next split for the future of that squad, but it is the rest of the bracket and that big old clump at 8 wins that I'm looking at.
Absolutely, because for a while we thought we were pretty set on our top 2-3 teams, very early split. We saw some teams really rise to the top and not be able to kind of keep that pressure forwards into the rest of the split, kind of keeping up pace with the rest of the pack. We're not even quite sure yet really who is our top team right now, though.
EDG looking pretty
all of
good.
These,
so.
EDG are looking great. They seem to be like head and shoulders, just that little bit ahead. But it's not like it is kind of cut and dry, especially when we get towards the best of 5s. It's going to become a bit of rock, paper, scissors to see which of these top teams can get the leg up in terms of the actual matchup team versus team.
The question is, do they get the expanded rule set of rock, paper, scissors? We got rockets, things like that, lightning. We'll see how we do when we get to playoffs. But I do want to bring us to today's games, as we have a few fun ones in our tow at least. RA trying to eliminate Ultra Prime with a 2-0 victory. Ultra Prime will have to see the light of day in summer, while NIP trying to take down IG one step closer to those playoffs for Invictus Gaming.
And this first matchup in particular, it feels a little too late for these teams, even if they were to kind of like blow this out of the water. When you sat at 4 wins, 8 losses, 3 wins, 9 losses, this is beyond the last chance saloon, really.
Yeah.
Despite not mathematically
Last chance saloon was last stop.
Playoffs. Yeah, like running to catch up with a bus at this point.
It is interesting to focus in on as well, because we are going to be getting to our first series here, RA versus Ultra Prime, and we had already said 2-0 loss to Ultra Prime. They're out of playoffs, but RA, they're on a 6-series loss streak. The last 3 of those have been 2-0s. And that is not the way you want to finish a season, especially when you don't have a necessarily easy schedule coming ahead, but with some fun stuff, I guess, in tow with the way they approach competitions. I need to see that kind of rise to occasion, I guess, for Rare Atom.
Yeah, and it kind of breaks my heart a little bit. As my first split of the LPL myself, I was looking for a team to support, and I thought in the early couple of weeks, Rare Atom, they were there for me. They were this fun team that could kind of stall out this early game, come around into mid-game team fights when you had Luyan particularly being the big initiator and Cube being very strong in the 1v1. But I like to prepare a Rare Atom fact for each of the casts that I have of them.
All the science
but I can't find many, much like the element francium, which only about 1 gram of it exists on the Earth's crust at any time. And much like this identity, which we saw from Rare Atom in the earlier weeks, we can't find it anymore. We don't know where it's gone. It's decayed. It's radioactively kind of burst into other elements, and it's I can't find it anymore, Mazel.
You can't find it. It's got you need some special equipment to be able to find that, but we don't have that equipment right now, and maybe a little bit of spark somewhere gives us light to that. But on the other side for Ultra Prime, this was a roster at the beginning of the split that a lot of people had eyes on because you're bringing back 2 literal world champions on the roster, and it never came to fruition. You brought Doggo over from BLG, a little bit of a non-success story there on the other side, and it just hasn't come together the way you kind of envision it. And we do have changes for both rosters coming into tonight, which may throw a bit of a wrench into the works, where Southwind will be getting the start over BKR on RA. Forge is coming in here now for Ultra Prime over Ching.
Yeah, so quickly stopping off on that support change for Rare Atom. Obviously, Southwind played the majority of Spring Split. This is not a unknown quantity, nor do I think this is anything but really a distraction from the real issues of the team. Maybe there are some shot calling issues around that support role, which has led to this. It's kind of hard to kind of infer what they're seeing from BKR over Southwind, but really it is about their initiation. Huge amounts of overdrives plaguing this team, walking out onto stage. On the other side, though, of course, Forge coming in. I remember watching his kind of debut back on, I believe it was IG, when he was kind of stepping in for Rookie in 2019, 2020, sometime around that era. Slipped my mind briefly, but that mid laner does have... Well, you know what? Considering that we've had some of our less kind of flashy
We had
intros
a
recently,
match
I'm
of
glad
the
we had
week that
something.
nobody did anything. Like, come on.
Well,
at
they
least we
did,
get
okay,
the thumbs down.
they didn't in terms of the intros. They did on the riffs. Once
They
we gifted
did.
them.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I like the thumbs down though. In real
Have you
life
had a favorite
emote
intro?
from this tribe.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be from the beginning of the split with YSKM. They kind of point to his back right there, that big shot that we got right at the beginning, like the first couple weeks. So that was absolutely one of them. But also,
I love
Karsa's.
the 369 dice.
Yeah, that was really good. I think those have been a lot of my favorite. But now we got to look at the other side, Ultra Prime. We were kind of talking about them before, bringing a roster together that looks so good on paper. And while we have seen some of those positives, it has not nearly been enough. They find themselves on the brink of getting eliminated from the spring playoff.
Yeah, even if they pick up a single game in the series, they're technically still on the line. They'd have to win every single game beyond that point. But, you know, there's a will, there's a way, so they say, despite
There's
difficulties.
Forge.
There he is. I'm seeing him play a little while, as we said.
Coming over from AL.
Yeah. And Forge is a player, like I said, kind of it's a name which sparks some of those neurons. It's like, I remember this guy from all those years ago. Been around for a little while. It's not like he's a new startup, and maybe that's what they're looking for. Maybe they're looking for someone who's just a little bit more tenured than the likes of Ching, who wasn't the most connected with the rest of his team. There were a couple of times where he was playing something like the Rise, which is a very team-based pick, and despite having a pentakill in this split, that was one bright spark amongst some very patchy moments for the entirety of the team. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Host always coming up with good intros. I like this. Don't know what the reference is.
I don't know what that is, but that's great. That's
No.
great.
But if you're going to do that, full commit. Come on, at least full
Absolutely,
commit. I
commit to the
appreciate
bit.
that.
You have to. You have to. It's always the moniker here. But I want to focus
Would you
back
have a
in.
special intro?
I would,
No,
absolutely.
not for a second. What would your
I
intro
wanted to
be?
focus back in on the intros. No, I don't know what my intro would be. Maybe like the power slide. I think I would try to do that. Probably rip up my
Man,
my knees.
you know what'd be
but I
really
think
cool?
power
You know
slide
there
would
are
be
like those. You know there are those kind of slidey things where you can kind of put like those knee pads on.
Yeah,
Where you can kind of then like get the
you get one of those, you
you can get like the
slide all
spark
the way
slides.
across.
Or you can get like the spark slides.
Oh my
But that's only
God,
meant to be on
yes.
gravel, so you need to like get them to put gravel on
I
stage
would bring
first,
out like
and then you would do it.
sparklers too. You'd have like the quad sparks. Man, if you could
I would
just go all
become
out,
a
come on.
walking fire risk.
Yeah, it literally just turns into the WWE intro. I mean, that's what we're eventually evolving
Hey,
into.
I mean, they do the grandiose stuff really well. I can appreciate
They really
that.
do. They really do. Speaking of a little bit grandiose, though, maybe needing some grandiose performances out of Lien
Very
and
true.
Ning here, where they are really trying to facilitate their team. I think we've seen both squads opt into aggressive jungles, and we've seen it also not work out for them. And I much prefer seeing a lot of facilitation coming out of the jungle for both these two teams.
Well, Ning has been one of the primary Sejuani players in the LPL. LPL loves Sejuani, of course, it's not absolutely limited to them, but he's been using the Sejuani very early levels of the game to get involved, head in for level 2, level 3 Arctic assaults onto various lanes, trying to force flashes, trying to force kills. Like we know, Ning has done in the past. He's definitely done some of that very aggressive pathing to the very highest level in League of Legends. And of course, he is matched up once again with the man on your screen, Balad. That is the IG return. I haven't seen that one in a couple of years. This has not been the most happy of reunions, and over on the other side, not the happiest of splits for Rare Atom as well, but the happier moments for them have largely come through champions the likes of Vi, Bolien.
Yeah.
However, last time they played, we were casting that as well.
We
Didn't
were a
really
couple,
matter
just literally
what-
2 days ago.
yeah, just 2 days ago, and that mere 48 hours ago, or so. Didn't really matter what champion you put Leon on.
It
was going 2 screens away, being flashed away from, clicking Viol on someone, and they're just going to like fly over a wall, and then it'd be way out of position, way into the enemy backline.
Yeah.
And with no follow-up involved with that, it did feel like, despite the start of the split, Rare Atom doing very well around their initiation and being very coordinated around that, that hasn't been seen recently.
Now, I will just say, I always bring this back to the table when you talk about Ultra Prime. They are 1-8 on blue side. Luckily, they don't have to worry about that here in week number 9, as right now they'll be on red side for game number 1. So, whew, dodged the bullet right there. RA over on blue side this time around, though. Sejuani and Lee Sin banned away, so some focus towards Ning. And that Renekton and Jace, some flexibility, but also solo lane focus for Ultra Prime.
Well, funny you mentioned the side choice as well, because Rare Atom are actually much more successful blue side as well. So both these teams, if this does go to 3 games, we might see 3 games of the same side select, which we don't see quite as commonly in the LPL. But yes, that's Sejuani being taken away from Ning, obviously very important. Noted that one as one of the most important champions for Ning. That is a first pick Viego for
Wow.
the end. I mean, has some early kill potential in a lot of lanes. We used to see the Viego Lee Sin matchup an awful lot, but the Lee Sin is banned currently. That was taken away as well. So maybe this is just Rare Atom and Lian just saying, okay, Ning needs one of these 2 early aggressive junglers in the Sejuani and the Lee Sin to contend with something like Lian's Viego. What else have you got in pocket? That is a very bold first pick jungle.
Bold first pick, but not so bold. Maybe a little bit mild, at least for Ultra Prime, when they lock in the Aphelios, a tried and true pick for Doggo, something he made his name on when he got to sub in for PSG Talent at Worlds back in history, but something that he needs to find a lot of carry potential on. It is the Annie, though, with some flexibility for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, it is Doggo's most played champion, 42nd game at Aphelios now, with that one locked in. The Annie is a flex pick between mid lane and support. You have given Tube his Jax, though. I cannot tell you how many times Jax has been banned away from Rare Atom. I think it's been banned away from them 83% of their games. And in the LPL, you play so many games, that is the grand majority of them.
But
in fact,
that's the answer.
I would almost say that every game that Jax wasn't banned, it was either played against them or for Keep Yourself. On the other side, though, this is very important. This is something that I was talking about a little bit in regards to Ale on the side of EDG. One of the reasons that EDG looks so good right now is that they have a top laner that can look at your enemy top laners' blind picks and really start to punish them. Jax is a pick which felt a little bit uncounterable for a lot of spring in the LPL. Globally, not always the case. I think in the LPL, we have a lot of very proficient Jax players, and the meta in this region also supports the champion being very strong, particularly with the amount of melee picks we see locked in. As you can see from Rare Atom, they've picked in 3 melee picks already. Jax loves those kind of compositions, and if you answer fire with that, it tends to go very well. This is why this adaptation is very important. Harry picking up that cannon allows you to have a lane counter and also allows you to punish some of that diving threat of the Viego and the Jax. That slicing Maelstrom on top of just sitting in your stopwatch can really stop a lot of what Rare Atom have on the table, at least from those 2 picks. The Gragas, a little bit more fortunate if that was locked in.
Yeah, and I think that does provide them a lot of that spacing in team fights as well, but we see full bottom lane focus from both sides here in the second phase. Ultra Prime ban away assumes Lucian and that Draven, and we also see the Lulu and the Renata banned away by RA. 2 of the final picks are going to be here for both sides. We have the counter pick available for Ultra Prime. This Jarvan has been something that Ultra Prime have gone to, but it's the Wukong instead, second most played for Ning.
And that is still gives you a bit of that early dueling potential. Viego, Wukong both have ways to outplay each other if they were to meet up in 2v2s or 1v1s across the map. Speaking of those 2v2s and 1v1s, this Annie could be in a 2v2 either in bot lane with the Aphelios, one of the better lane pairings with that champion. The Molten Shield gives the Aphelios the speed up and the extra ability to just kind of brawl it out with the extra shield on top of it. But also, you can go into the mid lane as well. If this is going to be Zyra Khan, I wonder if you just shove that into the mid lane, but then the problem is with that, because Rare Atom have already banned away 2 supports in the second round, they're basically saying, okay, if we just lock in a super strong laning bot lane, which the Annie can't really deal with. What do you have left in your champion pool in support lane to support an Aphelios, which is already a bit of a niche AD carry in terms of the
I wouldn't mind
supports
the
he wants to go
Thresh
with.
here.
Thresh, maybe? Thresh or Nautilus are probably, they're a little okay.
Okay,
But still,
we'll get the Nautilus.
but the Nautilus is going to go in, but I'm just going to say that's another melee champion into the Viego and the Jax. And the thing about something like the Nautilus is that if you die when there's a Viego on the table, Viego is a champion that loves to take your basic abilities, not your ultimates like a Sylas, right? You kind of think of it as kind of the opposite side of the Sylas. Nautilus's base abilities are very, very good, and Nautilus is really easy to kill if you start falling behind. So despite the cannon being good into the top side of the map, if Baolan has a bit of an awkward game, that Nautilus reset could be very important to Rare Atom.
It absolutely could. And I think we have a very stalwart comp from Ultra Prime here, at least when you're looking at engages and setup around team fights, especially the Kennen coming from the top side. But definitely looking at early game for Lien. The Viegos I know and love need to get gold early, need to find a little bit of priority from their lanes to utilize. And I think that's the biggest question right now is what do Lien and Ning look like in the first game of this series?
You're going to have to remind me of this because we've seen a lot of different Viego builds over the years. I seem to remember there being a kind of amateur NA player that would play Prowler's Claw Viego and just one-shot people with like Prowler's Claw Essence Reaver. You're going to have to remind me because I feel like you know about this more than me.
I feel like I do, but I'm blanking right now. I don't want to just go ahead and say a name thinking I'm completely right when I'm not. But I do want to see
I
if
just
we get
completely
some of
threw
those
you under the
changes.
bus. You know, I like
Absolutely,
to give you
absolutely.
pop
But-
quiz, just spot test on the spot. I mean, we're not going to see that kind of build today. It's just like
We're
a funny
not,
memory
we're
of that.
not,
We're not.
luckily,
There
we're-
is the chance we see the Kraken Slayer. We've been seeing some of that pop up across the world and of course in the LPL as well. The region on your screen, of course. You are trying to survive through that cannon burst, though. Can be a little bit important to go towards something with a bit more HP. Something like a Divine Sunder, of course, has been the go-to item for this champion for a very long time. And we're back
I got a
onto it.
very important thing to look at here as we hear the Gyos
Right.
going in. Does Southwind have the IG skin? And is he just mental gaming right now? We'll find out very quickly, I'm sure. I actually didn't check it. We had that loaded and everything. Hopefully we'll get it.
That's a great point. You know, I just had completely blanked on that. That would be
Okay, I was
next
like,
level
I was
BM.
like, yeah. It's cool. Come on,
Check out
come on. I
Southwind.
know we don't have control where the observers want to go, but we'll get the addition
Look,
eventually.
we will see it at some point. You know, just gotta have a little patience there, friend. We are going to see that Southwind dropped a ward in this top lane brush. We can see it there, Harry walking up. We see this an awful lot from supports and junglers when you have a ranged versus a melee matchup. The melee side of the matchup would typically have one person walk up there, drop a ward down into that brush. So something like the cannon, or I guess we saw a Quinn this split as well. There are a couple of ranged top laners which can really pull
I
early.
didn't take it.
Okay, all right.
Sad.
Sad times, but hey, maybe Southwind can make up for it in his play. But still, that ward with top lane brush can help the Jax out in the matchup fairly large amounts early.
Yeah, I mean, at least Assume and him are on the same kind of version of skins, though. That duo power, Southwood coming in, that might be the different thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying, I've got a couple of friends who really like to play the Zero account together, and you can tell whether they're having a good day or a bad day or not, whether they pick the same kind of skins. You can tell a lot about the mentality of the duo. It's like, hey, don't talk to me, support, picks a different skin. Walks
And
off on that
then you
one,
can
so-
tell their moods by the skin they choose, right? You get like a
Absolutely
dark
you
skin
can.
for Rakan, he's
Absolutely you can.
angry. little
I
things
really like
that.
playing the Elderwood Zaya. I play a lot of Zaya. I really like the Elderwood
Okay.
skin, but particularly like the dark chroma of it. It kind of reminds me of it's kind of like the closest thing you get to Coven for Zaya right now, and I'm a big fan of that skin line.
Yeah, Coven's skin is pretty sick.
Going
We
back
do
up to
see
this mid lane,
kind of
though.
upside top, though.
Yeah, we are seeing pretty high kill pressure mid jungle from both of these teams. Leon, very important for him that he has the kind of this setup of the mid laner from the Gragas as well. Gragas is a champion that can kind of deal with the Annie in the 2v2. You don't necessarily threaten all the time, of course, when you have the cast, because Annie doesn't exactly have mobility and her basic abilities. You can kind of force her back, force out the flash, and then you can kind of stop, hunting people around into something like the alley-oop, into the, kind of knock them back into the stuns of the Viego. However, on the other side, if you don't finish off a kill early, if Wukong gets into the play, very high damage coming in from the mid-jungle 2v2 of Ultra Prime as well. So I'm glad that you immediately went towards that jungle matchup. Does seem to be that is going to be sticking point here for both these drafts.
Yeah, at least. And again, I still really want to see Lien be very proactive. Q, That's a little bit of extra damage maybe you didn't want to take, as Ning wants to punish a little bit of that mistake, I guess, from Cube.
Sees him in river. You okay there, friend? It is okay. Cool. Just leave strike out. That's what he was doing. So he's using his HP as a resource, trying to push in that wave. Mixture is crashing because Lian was on that top side of the map as well to take that scuttle. Maybe under a little bit of threat, but Ning not able to punish, despite him having a pretty good track record of, despite not being able to necessarily have the team fight impact. We might want to see from some of our junglers. He's had the early impact, at least, down low.
Yeah, I've loved this a lot, though, already. Seeing some movement from Balan, hooking up with his world champion teammate, at least. But it is this Nautilus that we need to see getting out on the roam, right? Doggo should be just fine down there, and you need to see some of that responsiveness come out from Ultra Prime, while Lian was actually hovering over bot side. And Ning will complete this back eventually.
He will. Not before spotting out Lian on Krugs on that bot side of the map. We are
He's headed
seeing
right
the
back to
double
the spot
longsword.
side.
Yeah, he is, because he's got his Gromp up and available. It's the one camp left for him. And actually, at this point, interested to see what happens to the wave state of that bot lane, because there's a chance that you can kind of look to flash beyond the wave with that Nautilus. Very easy setup, of course. Not like you've got something like Desire Ultimate just yet to disengage that play. However, when you have mid lane priority down, and it's going to push into your turret, it makes it much harder to make plays on these side lanes, particularly when someone like that Gragas can shove and roam fairly early, despite not having his ultimate. I really want to chance strive getting to a play first.
Yeah. I'm really kind of trying to keep an eye on the priority in lanes as well, because if Lian can get an early dragon, that helps RA, at least in the stacking department. He will not be spotted out on this roam down towards bottom side. Maybe looking for a gank. Doggo steps up, and that's a flash already burned.
Oh, that's a long range choke.
So Balan did not want that dredge line, and that's a flash right out. Inferno able to put back a little bit of damage into RA.
It's a quick throwback to saying, this Nautilus picked in. Wow, it's good for the laning phase, but what happens when you start to put that Viego into the equation? This is a little bit of a snapshot of what we might see later in the game if Balan isn't on point with his engages. That's a hook you didn't really want to land. If that goes badly the next time, maybe you're giving a reset over to Lian, who, this Viego has plenty of options now to play on the spot side without those flashes missing.
Yeah, that's the biggest conversation now. Does he just kind of try to revisit this after a top to bot side clear with Strive moving out as well? Some definite vision game played around this river on the bottom side. But, capitalization will need to be there from RA, and you'll love to see that early movement. Both supports now, though, Balan and Southwind on the roam.
80 carries resetting means that the support's no longer on babysitting GT. The 2v2 for the next minute.
They're free!
Get a night off.
What do they do with the night off?
It's date
go
night.
say hi to their friends.
Yeah, they're going on date night. The mid lane is where they're choose to start their festivities. However,
That's like
Southwind has been
a
spotted.
3-person date versus a 2-person date.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit strange. Not really sure. Getting a bit sitcom-like.
I'm glad I got a broke
Maybe it's
you
like, I can't, you know those kind of like those sitcoms where like someone's like double booked a date and then they have to like go into the
show up to the
bathroom.
restaurant, like,
They go, they say,
oh,
just gotta go to the toilet, and then they go run over to another table and say, I don't know.
Yes, that's where you try and stagger the times, 2 restaurants next door to each other. But
Yeah.
right now, RA are at a particular restaurant, and it's a bit of a fiery one. As Infernal Dragon #1 should go down unless Ning wants to try to contest it. Here comes Ultra Prime. Ning's in the pit. He does not get the dragon. He's a little bit low now as well. And here comes the Heartbreaker. Ning getting so low, but Lian can't do it. The chakrams are starting to shack up for Doggo. And here you go. First blood for Ultra Prime. He goes down immediately after to assume. And Balan has overextended himself, believing in what Doggo was putting out. But it's 2 quick kills given back to RA.
Could have been so much worse for Ultra Prime. Thought that the first reset was going to come through, but couldn't quite finish off the kill. Onto Ning as he ran away from the play from Ultra Prime. Rare Atom, pick up the dragon, pick up 2 kills. That's gold onto the Zaya. That's gold also in forms of assists onto that Viego as well, which we said would be a real threat for Rare Atom as things go on. But immediately...
I just feel like they didn't need to fight this.
No, they absolutely did. Balan just hooked to the wall, and I understand that Nautilus, when you get a hook to a wall, it does reduce that cooldown. Big breaking point for this, of course, is that Ning doesn't end up dying. You get that reset, particularly at this point in the game, getting another set of basic abilities to stack through, and with the recent buffs to Viego's ultimate as well, having a lot of base damage increased in terms of the execute damage. very, very important to make sure that Viego doesn't start resetting.
That is the key factor that Ultra Prime want to try to stick away from. Now having kills on Strive and Assume, and then a little bit more gold in the lane. We'll see if that actually does end out in anything. The biggest factor now, though, is looking at the next steps for Lien. We have a Rift Herald on the board, and it's actually Ning who's already starting it up.
Neither of your lanes are there, buddy. Might just be looking for an isolated 1v1, but Forge and Harry would have their options to go towards the Herald a little earlier. Strive does have ultimate. He did want to make a pick-off play for after this Herald. But at least Ultra Prime get to trade back in some of those objectives. Go back to a replay. What happened here? We're looking at picture-in-picture. Oh, that's why Jax isn't in lane. That's why. I was just wondering if we just gotta go to reset timing. Oh, a little bit more than that. That's why Jax doesn't have ultimate as well. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Luckily, cooldown's gonna be coming up soon. Oh, Doggo's in trouble under, but that's the Graviton Moonlight Vigil. There's the Feather Storm to make sure Assume gets the kill. And RA with a dive in a 2v2.
Oh, Doggo, his most played champion, bailed them out of that last fight for what he could. Can't save himself under that turret. Didn't have the cleanse.
Too.
He had flash, but I mean, Southland hit that level 6. If you don't have that cleanse, you can't flash away well in the duration of that CC. Not sure what exactly happened after the point. I assume it was just a very heavy CC chain, but Doggo not able to.
You would assume that, huh?
Swipe that one.
Assume.
Yeah, I know. You know, I made this. Look, okay, we have to keep each other on the same page here because we did this for. It's week
We
9
did it
now.
all.
The
It's all the time.
We've done this.
That's the thing when you make us cast R8s with 2 days, like within 3 days, you know this
Wow,
happens, okay?
we're really going through the material here. Okay, look, if we're getting to this point, you know what, this is going to be a complete heel turn. As we have Aphelios, I'm going to let you into a little secret. The way that I remember what different Aphelios ultimates do is that I give them funny little names. The Graviton ult, I call the Moonlight Vigil there the Moonlight Varus, because it's basically the same thing. The other one he's got right there is the Mega Infernum Bomb, which is one of my favorites. I'm accepting. This is great. I'll tell you exactly what it does. I'm accepting applications for the Crescendo ult, the Chakrams, because the closest thing I could get to is like Ranger's A-Focus, like the Ash Q, but it just doesn't sound good enough. So if anyone has any like advances on that, at me, let me know, because I need
about
to
stacking chakrams, because you get 4 for every person.
Okay,
you
but
hit.
I'm trying to relate it to like another champion in the league, just because it's funny. And you know, it tickles my brain a little bit in a good way, I hope.
Ning, you have no vision here, and Ning trying to get out that cask. It's not enough. The Heartbreaker comes through. He actually gets away. Here comes the engage, though, from Southwind, trying to get Balan now. He is level 6, but Forge can't put in the damage. The exhaust comes through, and RA get another kill. There's a reset, and the soul of Balan is now Luyen.
Oh, man, that one is a bit of a heartbreaker for Ultra Prime. Definitely was for Luyen, of course, his ultimate threatening the resets across that. The only reason, again, that doesn't go even worse is because Ning just about gets out again on a sliver of HP. Ultra Prime are really playing with fire by not being able to play around something like this cannon pushing in the lane, something like this Annie when they managed to get moments of priority as well. Rare Atom, it's felt like they've had the pick of all the plays they wanted to do because Ultra Prime, they haven't really managed to play around their pushing lane. At least they're going to have the Herald dropped in this top side. It's a moment of brightness for them.
It is the CS lead and all the eggs in the hairy basket in this top side of the map for Ultra Prime. Hopefully getting some more of these plates over, and Kennen becoming a factor for Ultra Prime will be on the table. Hopefully.
Maybe. You also did mention the fact that you can big team fighting play, and we know that this... Oh,
They're going for another tower here. Just a little bit of extra damage from the turrets, as that should just be a second dragon going over to RA.
So, not to revisit the last topic, but you'll realize that Doggo has himself down in Severum. He passed that ultimate. My name for that one. I relate that one to Vladimir. That's the emo plague.
Oh my god.
Which is that's a particular favorite of mine. But they're not going to commit towards this bot side of the map. Dragon goes down before they're in position to do so. Rare Atom managing to control some of that bot lane, bot side vision. And the fact that Assume and Southland can go for these aggressive trades under tower really kind of puts Ultra Prime in a difficult position. Earlier in the game, we're seeing Nautilus roaming about. Trying to do that now. The last time, of course, he went into the bot lane jungle, died for it. We talked about how Nautilus... Yeah, it's not really what you want, particularly with the Nautilus as well, being a champion which can give a very valuable reset over to Viego. When you fall behind, bad news for Ultra Prime. So we'll keep an eye on that. Despite the cannon being ahead, Nautilus is behind. That is
Yeah.
pretty worrying for Ultra Prime and team fights.
So if we're gonna continue talking about the Aphelios guns, maybe not the ultis, well, we'll see if Cube actually tries to get a full gank up on Forge. Which gun would you want to have as like a replica in real life?
Oh, that's a good question. I think Calibrum looks really slick because I was a massive fan of the Halo series, and actually a lot of the way the curves of that run reminds me a little bit of the old Energy Sword, which I was a big fan of.
Okay.
Step and Razor, that was one of the old achievements for that weapon. I enjoyed that. But Weapon of the Faithful is not here for the top side of the map. Harry has flash, has ult. What can we do
He
here?
has Slicing Maelstrom. He could pop it on the tower here. He does get the stuns down, and Harry with the flash. They're just trying to commit here. And nice tank up the tower from RA will get them yet another kill.
Welcome to the circus. Speciality in juggling this time for Reraton. They get themselves that tower aggro juggle pretty down on lock. Ning is going to get here unseen.
I don't think there's a
Actually
way for
get
him to get the
anything
angle.
from this.
Oh, greedy back.
He's found him.
Greedy back.
How close is this going to be?
There it is, and Cube getting the counter-strike, but can't hit it, and Ning cleans one up. That should be the second kill for Ultra Prime.
Yeah. Ning is not a fan of cubism, prefers other art forms, and takes him down. And this Jax, despite getting that one kill, despite getting a little bit of gold on that top side, is not the same kind of power that we expect from Cube's Jax. Does get that kill, but Harry has been dealing really well with him in the individual lane.
Yeah.
That kind of lead makes it very hard to dive this cannon. It gets close. It gets really close. Harry, great flash to make sure he doesn't take all of the damage, but...
Strive missed like everything. I feel so bad.
I was so focused on what the cannon was doing. I was like,
I know.
Strive
It's
and then
the
I just...
Beyblade.
It's like, you know how you can kind of subconsciously protect your own mind? I feel like I was doing that with that. I'm trying to protect this Herald though as Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I don't know if they can
They
do
have
that.
an engage option. Forge, stacking up that passive, making him get a big tibbers. That's what you're looking
You got
for.
a shot from
Doggo, long-range
Calibrum
weapons
combo
as well.
here. There's the engage from Southwind. Quickness on a Doggo. He uses his cleanse, but Forge is almost down. Cube has found Ning on the other side, though, and it's Baolan that falls first again. Assume finds one. Here comes Doggo, though, and he's got those chakram stacked, but Assume takes him down. A triple kill for RA's ADC, and it's just the chase down that's all left. An ace for Rare Atom.
And out of nowhere, Rare Atom explode the map. They explode around that Herald. And despite the objective not being taken, they will very much take the kills which go with it. Don't even know who to highlight that. Assume getting the feather callback, huge counterplay onto Doggo. It felt like that Aphelios was going to take over, but as you were saying, so many other important moments in this. You can see that the first kill onto Baolan, very important that Nautilus being so far behind makes him such a target. And then Cube cleaning up on the back end as well. Despite kind of struggling in the 1v1 lane, Cube's Jax was just kind of calling it out as to not really having the most value so far. Had a great time in this fight. That callback. Huge damage onto Doggo to stop him running away with the fight.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from RA, especially the cap position. I like the aggression that Ultra Prime witnessed a little bit of, especially Doggo getting that flash over the wall, but in the end, it is really just a great play from RA to collapse and Southwind pulling the trigger. And that was some of that conversation we were talking about coming in, was what does Southwind bring to the table here? We've had changes from both sides, and that engage, some of that shot calling maybe coming to light now.
Yeah, particularly with their last few series, looking like their engage as being a real point of pain for Reraton. That's a good sign for them. Strive heading towards this top side. Leon's up there too. He's just completed his Sunder. Got a Rod of Ages there for the Gragas as well. However, Strive and Leon preferring to go towards this Herald instead. Of course, that wasn't killed in the actual fight. Reraton, with that one fight, have positioning on that side of the map to take that one down. Does mean that they're not going to be in position to potentially fight for a Dragon, which is spawning in 10 seconds. South, they're not going to get hooked in. Minion instead, that's going to do that. Might be up for round 2. Quick succession. This time around the Man Dragon.
Rift Herald is there for Loyen. He will immediately just pop in mid lane with 4 bodies here as well. You got the side lane push from Cube. He does have TP unleashed. Can join the fight, but Dragon started up for Ultra Prime. This would be their first Dragon, but Cube's got a heck of a flank once he clears this control ward.
So it's
Gotta watch Harry.
very much in favor of Ultra Prime. Forge
Watch
doesn't have flash
Harry.
this time. Here's
There you
Southwind.
go, engage though. Harry's finding the backline right now. You gotta watch out in the Dragon Pit though. Doggo's trying to get the Inferno damage down. He does do it. Ultra Prime is trying to pick him apart. Assume gets the Feather recall, but it's not enough. Now the Feather Storm was a bit late. It's a bit of a wombo combo now from RA as they take down one by one Ultra Prime again. Cube and Stride, the the solo lane carries for Rare Atom.
Oh, Rare Atom team fighting, how we've missed you. Managed to get themselves another 5 kill team fight. This time it's the 3 of their own falling down. And even though it's going to be Leanne falling the first in this time, get the they don't need the smite to secure this objective. Of course, there's no on the other side after this point. Southwind zeroes out the AD carry. Very, very close to killing Doggo right at the start of this fight. They've been a very different
But then
turn of events.
it's stuck in the pit. Cube
Yeah.
is just like, bring it. You're in a cage match with me.
Yeah, and that was what
Harry.
that was the big sense of what we got from the last fight, right? Where it felt like there are multiple points of pressure from Rare Atom in these team fights now, which are getting very difficult for Ultra Prime to deal with. Because if you're actually killing Lian, okay, very important, taking away those resets, we talked about how important that is. But if you are killing him, do you still have the cooldowns to deal with Cube, to deal with Assume? And in that fight, you had enough to deal with 2 of them, but not the 3rd. And now suddenly that 3rd has a hull breaker. Now Kennen can't deal with that Jackson to side lane. You have 3 dragons stacked up for Rare Atom, which means that on the next dragon, that would be Mountain Salt points. I think this hull breaker is actually very intelligent from Cube, because that means is that even if you were to give up a load of dragons after this point, you can play through a side lane win condition, which you didn't previously have. And you have a lot of margin error to play with because of your objective control earlier in the game.
Yeah, and for me as well, Harry just has to be able to sync up in time with RA, right? The flank was definitely spotted out by that control ward, but it was not able to get into the pit, not able to get into the big team fight. That was a big detriment for Ultra Prime. That Maelstrom needs to be there if they're going to have a chance in these team fights, and RA doing a really good job of spotting that out and making sure that won't be the case.
Yeah, they actually had very good vision control, did Ultra Prime in that last dragon fight, but it wasn't quite enough to capitalize on, as you're saying, in regards to that Kennen being the difference maker. It's not even going to be the easiest game for Harry to have like the game-ending team fights as well, because you have to go through a Xayah ultimate, you have to go through the Gragas cask as well. Lots of ways to make your engage less impactful. But even with that, really need to see what you can do with that. Doggo denying local gold on the inter. So that means it's going to be a little bit of a
It's a little thing.
fly in the ointment. It's the little things, you know. It's like, oh, you know, you got me something nice. Oh, you denied my inner turret. I mean, that's not really like a nice little.
It's the same thing. Same one-to-one correlation.
It's like, yeah, you really don't want to. If you really want to give me a present, just deny me local gold. I love that for myself.
I don't like that for myself, so please don't do that if you're thinking about giving me a gift.
Yeah.
I don't want that. But RA looking to give a gift to Ultra Prime in their own jungle, because they really don't have anything to go for right now. They're just looking for picks, and they might have found one on a Forge. The newest addition to Ultra Prime will not be punished under his tower.
Will not, but Flash away from Forge, very important. That Flash will not be up for the next dragon fight, won't be up for a big Baron fight. But if they fight now, will it matter?
Assume is here though, Assume is stacking up some feathers. The Blade Call is there. Harry can't get the Maelstrom in now. He gets exhausted, and here comes the Feather Call, and here comes the flank from Cube! There's nothing left on the Rift for Ultra Prime in Game 1. They've lost consecutive fights 3 times in a row, and that's Baron for RA.
Perfect timing as well. Shades of their former form. You do have the Infernal Ultra from
Doggo!
Doggo!
Oh, so close.
I saw the Gale push forward, saw the flash, and I was like, that's a lot of members stacked up. That Infernum could have AoE'd over.
Yeah.
They will calm down once more. So wondering what would happen with that
Assume
one.
started to
This is
stack up
exactly
these
what they're
feathers though.
Yeah, and it's also just what we were just saying about the Kennen having a bit of a difficult time trying to get good team fights. They're just doing big exhaust.
Man.
And Assume,
3-man roots, and then Q just comes in with the hammer.
Yeah, that
Or the
was
staff.
absolutely disgusting. And now he's got himself 3 items, so it's going to have even more damage behind it the next time you try out that kind of play. And to add insult to injury, we got just a minute until the Dragon, which potentially ends the game for Ultra Prime, up on the table against them. Be Mountain Salt. You're already struggling enough to get the killer blows from Cannon. Extra shield on top of that definitely does not make things easier, especially when you've got the likes of Bloodthirster and on Xayah. Each point of that shield will be that harder to take away because of the extra resist from the 2 Mountain Dragons on top of that. So, very few options left available for Ultra Prime now. They've tried their hand at their team fighting no Flash on Annie.
A little bit aggressive from Strive. Southwood's kind of trying to come save the day. They still have Baron for another minute and 40 seconds. They're pushing mid the lane now with Cube. And a tier 2 tower falls for Ultra Prime in bot side. Maybe even an inhib tower now.
Is stacking up against the walls of their base. How much can they
Holy cow,
realistically
that
do,
is a
though?
95% KP for Southland. My goodness. Holy cow. What a difference I feel like RA looked like. I mean, we literally just saw them 2 days ago, and honestly, night and day in terms of that decision making, and definitely in a point of power makes that easier.
Ooh, Leon caught out. Doesn't end up falling in that one, though. But Rare Adam, actually, throwback to the start of the split. Throwback to this fight. We'll talk about that one later.
They're trying to get the Infernum damage down now. Red-white for Doggo. They do have the nice double knockoff from the Cyclone. They can't get the damage from Doggo into the fight, though. There's the Slicing Maelstrom, and Lien is down, but the primary targets aren't. Baolan has fallen, and now so too will Harry. And more kills going to RA. They don't need Lien to finish this game.
No, they don't. First game of the split for Rare Adam was a Viega game for Lien, and they went killless. Now, it's been a long journey for them across spring, but coming into this first game against Ultra Prime, managed to get themselves another Viega game, another fight to end the Nexus.
Trying to hit that cast, can't do it, but it still means that Forge bites the dust. And the Baron buff will be falling off in about 20 seconds, so RA gives the thumbs up and head out of Ultra Prime's base.
Yeah, the threat of Doggo on the Nexus, just enough to save those Nexus turrets, but Rare Adam, again.
Bash eyes for Stripe.
I love that, I love that. Get those stacks, baby. Buy the book. Definitely not a Medra salesman myself. I definitely don't like that item.
Definitely not, definitely not. Why
Definitely
would
not my
that
favorite
ever
item. I think we'll go. Wait, is this legit? He's alone here.
Oh,
He's
but
2
he
levels
is
up with him.
8-2 and 11. So, you know, that makes a little bit of a difference. Harry
What
doesn't
are
have
you
Slicing
doing?
Maelstrom. Assume it's just trying to have a little bit of fun with it, apparently, but it is not going to work out
What
for
are
him.
you doing?
It's a big shutdown to Harry. Maybe just want to give some gold over? I don't
Well,
even
I mean,
know, but
the
already
hilarious-
get this dragon.
The hilarious thing is that it gives them Mountain Soul.
It does. It's the
Do
trade
not
that's
try
worth
this at
it.
home, folks.
Oh,
Do not
no.
try this at home. These are trained professionals performing these stunts.
I don't know if you should give that guy onto these stunts now. Our Ultra Prime trying to pull their own stunts. Did you got a TP from Cube? He just finished Wits In, and that means Forge is running away.
Kind of has to at this point, despite the huge
They have to
off the
defend their
table.
base. Like, they have double super minions coming in now
And
with 2
arguably
waves
they
stacked
lose
on
the
bottom side.
4v5. They arguably lose the
Oh!
5v4 to Mountain Soul.
They're going
He's got
in.
Mountain Soul.
They're trying to catch out Cube, but they don't get any damage onto him. And now he's going into the backline. Harry's already gone. And there's the flashes coming out from Ultra Prime. Baolan will go down to a second kill for Lien. And on to the Nexus. RA goes in our first game of the day.
The Hull Breaker, Counter-Strike, Ultimate Mountain Soul. It was way too much defensive ability for Cube. For Ultra Prime to cut through. Now onto the Nexus Towers.
On to the Nexus they go. A little bit of a spark to light up that Branson you were talking about, but it might not be enough to finish it here. They've overextended under the Nexus Towers. They've given Doggo 2 more kills.
Yeah, so about all that whole victory lap thing, I was like, wow, so much defensive ability. Not enough to save them from Doggo, I suppose. Not even at that 3-item mark yet. And Rare Adam, it felt like they'd done all the hard work. Just needed to kind of just dot the I's, cross the T's.
It's
That
when
is
you're
a
really
bit of an open
tired at the
slipper.
end of a marathon, when you just like are stumbling the last like 30 feet, you're just like falling all over yourself, like, oh, I'm gonna make it. It's gonna happen.
You
We
do
just have
actually,
to
in
get
fact, have to cross the line.
you do have to
and
run
finish
through the tape.
No, not again.
They will
He's-
even cut it for you if you need to.
I assume it's very intent to start playing the solo Q80 carry, which is I actually don't need a team anymore. I've hit my items. Come at me. But last time we did that, of course, I ended up dying.
I mean, he's trying to fight a
unceremoniously
Wukong
up at that top
and a
side of the map.
Kevin, like,
Yeah.
maybe he was hoping for Doggo. He's just pulling the cards. He's like, I'll get one of the 5 people I need.
Bring me my next opponent. Play the pick card. No Twisted Fate involved in that one. Now he is comboed up with his jungle and support around here. He's currently a 5v3 in this mid lane, but with the amount of shielding which Rare Adam have, it is very difficult for Ultra Prime to cut through these members, especially cut through the primary targets, trying to get on top of Desire, who has the ultimate. Of course, doesn't have the cleanse right now, but I think at this point, even with those abilities, those summoners missing, it's just not easy enough, man. Ultra Prime. Ah, it's all on Harry. It's all on Harry and Doggo.
This is
Big
red-white
team fighting
coming up
players.
for Doggo.
Yeah,
he's
he's
going
just
to be
run
out
out
of
of
the
these
white very
sentinel turrets.
soon.
just run out of those chakrams. The Sentinel turrets would have been very important to kind of fight back on. Has that Infernum, cannot get in place though. Rara holding
Cass
down,
got
like,
it too. There's the engage signaled by RA. It's a front to back with the Moonlight Vigil from Doggo doing a decent amount, but Cube has found that entrance to the side. And there's that late slicing Maelstrom. I feel like we've gotten every team fight from Harry, and it does not matter yet again. RA clean house, and game number 1 will be a stop from Rare Atom.
rarely seen form from Rare Atom in the last few series for them, but revisiting some of their shades of former glory. Gonna take this first game
Lean
in
back,
what feels like
Southwind.
good to have him back on the roster for Rare Atom, especially with a game like that from at Rakan. Some bright signs for Rare Atom. Shame we couldn't see that in the series beforehand, but they'll take it today. They're not, of course, eliminated from that playoffs yet. It would be one heck of an uphill battle, one heck of an unlikely scenario for them. But hey, starts with games like this.
Yep, and really, really impressive stuff from RA. That bounce back we really needed to see from them because, again, they are on a 6-series loss streak. 3 of those, the last ones being 2 O's. This is a step in the right direction to finish it off. While they aren't eliminated, they definitely need to try to win out of the rest of their series. And this was a big bar to pass here. And knocking out Ultra Prime, if they do go 2-0 here, will be a nice little boon for them. But it really was just about the way they played the map, and especially the way bot lane went, and the focus from Lien on this Viego.
Especially with the way bot lane went against Doggo's Aphelios as well. It has, however, felt like whether it's the Aphelios or the Draven or a number of these other kind of, I suppose, signature picks for Doggo, he's not really been put into a position where he can safely team fight from even, team fight from ahead even at these points, because the rest of the map has struggled to either support bot lane in the early phases of the game because they've ended up getting dove, they've ended up getting awkward fights. Of course, in this case, in this scenario, kind of was them putting themselves behind, going for an awkward hook, having to have both of their flashes blown.
Harry not finding a single like big impactful slicing Maelstrom in a beginning of a fight, like that. God, that just, it's like nails on a chalkboard.
A little bit, but of course, when you have so many threats in these team fights from Rare Atom, they don't necessarily feel the need to clump. They don't feel the need to clump and to get through and exhaust, and the big Zyra ultimates as well, which are kind of going all the way down like the team fight. It's not like you've got people flanking you to kind of escape those feathers as well. Got very, very difficult, and multiple bright moments from Ultra Prime once again fizzle out.
Yep, and I think some adaptation to draft gonna be needed. Maybe not let Cube have the Jax. I don't know. Maybe that's the Jax just always looks so good in the LPL, and we saw
you get
so many
one of
big
them in the best
there.
of 3. Let's maybe
you
not
literally
try that
get
again.
one, and if even right, it's usually banned away. But it is definitely something that Ultra Prime will want to look into. But especially for me, it is putting a spotlight on the fact that Southwind on this roster provided a much needed forward point for engage, and it just seemed like everything was clicking when they were together around those objectives. And again, huge kill participation for him. We'll see what it gets to, but he was everywhere, it felt like.
And what that meant is just gave so much space to players like Asin to play out these team fights in a way that Doggo just didn't have on the other side. It felt like he had to do all of his own stunts. Despite being
Not
very proficient at that champion, not recommended. We have stuntmen for a reason.
97% KP for Southwind. My goodness.
That is ridiculous. Absolutely
That's
ridiculous.
actually insane. The first game he comes in back after that early split sub out for BKR. That's huge.
Yeah, and
it gets Balan, the Rakan of old.
Very true. Balan, of course, one of the more notable Nautilus players of all time as well, and also one of the most notable Rakan players too. So kind of coming back into this roster, again, kind of took a short break to allow BKR some experience on that stage as well. Was enough this time to see Rare Atom through to a victory. Can they continue it in the series though? We'll have to see after the break.
We will. We're going to take a short little break, and we'll be right back.
Let's try. Mako's going to space it out. He's burned double summons in the process. No Baron steal. They go for the all-in. Shaku gets him over the wall. Leads by himself but flashes back over. Needs his team. Somebody help the AD carry. He failed the flash. Like, where is my team? Team! Kazante is doing his thing as Arla gets flipped around as well. Jinjiao the next target, but Arla can't do too much. Xiao Shu with the solo carry, man.
they're paying
He's
attention.
spotted out. Again, they go for the all-in. The Vault Breaker seeks to assist. The shove doesn't work out. We get Leaf jumping into the front line yet again. His Carson's ulti doesn't do too much. Now jumping a Light. Arla needs to just take him down, and he does so. Light was given no help, no escape as the Shy jumps in.
Leave.
Wavo are all over the place. Leave is taking him out onto Xiao, who 1 versus 3 tippers out. But I got cleansed, baby. Goodbye, Chris. It was only a flash in the pan, as Leaf doesn't need no support to take them all down.
Keep an eye on Kanavi, keep an eye on Tarzan. They need to get into Dragon Pit. Tarzan already gets that Sonic Wave in. JDG positioning. Nice! Stuns from Scouts! He goes golden with that Frozen Tomb. Now they're right back into the engage. Knight is scouting around everywhere here, but the team fight front to back is reestablished by LNG. You got TP coming down. This is a little bit of trouble for Yagao, who's just going to get stunned up so heavily. And now he's just gone again. He just got back. Oh, but they get him. Oh, Ming gets caught out in the end way with a big crescent guard, though. You got to shut down over there. But now Ben. Oh, my God. Just like that.
They're calling the bluff. They're saying, you're not doing it. We know you're not doing it. So they're covering the mid lane and saying, look, we got the 1 minion and we're going to get something off of this. So the 1 minion that could, Ming misses his hook. The Shy gets engaged upon and the Shy is dead. Keeper's verdict does separate this, but now it's turned into a little bit of a pinch. Double kill coming in for Gala as he dances around this fight. Look at him just putting in the damage. Gala gets another kill. Quadra kill for Gala. And you know what he wants. You know what he needs. He's going to push forward and look for the Sanjay kill.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show.
Welcome back to the LPL here in beautiful Shanghai as we are in week number 9, day 2, and our second game of our first series of the day between RA and Ultra Prime. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nightmara, and what a game it was from RA, who look revitalized with Southwind rejoining the roster and now coming in here on the Rakan with that 97% KP, making Assume look real good enough to earn that MVP.
Do I sense a hint of bitterness there for our player of the game?
I don't know,
Because
man. He's looking real good, but Assume was pretty damn good. Those blade callers were so effective.
Absolutely insane. Every time those feather pullbacks came in, there were huge roots, massive amounts of damage, and ending the game at 11, 3, and 13. Despite the fact that he went walkabout into the enemy jungle alone several times in that game, that tells you a lot about how much work this Xayah was doing. Particularly this fight here was almost game-changing. You see that Doggo stacking up chakrams, getting to the point where actually he's doing incredible amounts of DPS, flashing in for kills, and then this happens. That is 90% of the health bar gone in a split second. Assume holding on to his threat from those feathers.
This
to that
one
point,
as well.
Absolutely critical. And then this one as well, really. I mean, the highlight reel does do Assume a lot of justice. This is what really determines.
God, man. Like, that is just insane. This was a play where
It's like-
RA were getting actually found out, right? It was Ultra Prime trying to get a catch out on the top side, but unable to do it. Then you just have consecutive fights where aces come through, and then this is what is wrought. Another close fight, but in the end, it really wasn't.
It was like a million health bars cried out suddenly and was suddenly silenced. Those feathers were absolutely insane. Of course, the reason you can do that is because there are so many threats on the board, particularly with the likes of Cube's Jax, which was down in laning phase but found value in the team fights. And of course, the Lien threatening the resets. You had, of course, the Rakan doing a lot of work as well, as you're saying. With so many things to keep track of, you can't cleanly shut down that Xayah. And if you can't cleanly cut down that Xayah, you lose fights like that.
Now for Ultra Prime, it's a bounce back. It's a do or die moment. I know the margins are slim even with a win here to make it to playoffs, but to get eliminated here, it's going to be a feel bad moment. If they lose 2-0 to RA, they will be officially out of the spring playoffs. We'll see Ultra Prime on this blue side. I know I memed about it earlier. They were literally 1-8 in 9 weeks on the blue side. We'll see if maybe they could have a change of fortune here with Forge in the mid lane, as they will take down the Renekton and the Jax. So definite focuses towards Cube, while Sejuani and Lee Sin the ban table again for RA.
I wonder if Ultra Prime were a bit spooked by the jungle bans on red side and having to deal with double ban into first pick jungle. I wonder if that's what spooked them. But as you were saying, blue side has not been optimal for Ultra Prime. In fact, you could call it sub-Optimus Prime. Just that one. But what are you going to do? What are we going to do about this jungle pool being removed? Yes, you're removing some of Cube's best 1v1 champions. Strive also not going to get a handle on that Yone. But on the whole, Ian has had a couple more champions to his bow right now, or at least they haven't been removed just yet. The Jace first pick, Flex pick, sure, and now you've got some of those top lane matchups as well removed, which can give Jace a bit of a hard time if you wanted to flex it up there. We assume that it's mid most of the time. Important flex pick, but again, you're not solving this jungle issue just yet.
You aren't, and the Gragas is actually really nice here as a flex in its own right, but also just as a response here. And want to see what Ari go with? It's the Viego yet again, so Lien feeling himself on that pick. The Maokai as a response for Ning.
Now, I seem to remember that Ultra Prime banned away that Maokai on their side the very last time they played. That Maokai is a better looking than most, and what you're doing now, we see this a lot actually. Maokai Jace is a very popular combo because what it does is it keeps your arm's length and it disengages for the Jace. Jace gets to play at range. You're now playing Jace into double melee on that Gragas and the Viego, which means that you have a bit more ability to kind of use your range advantage. And the Aphelios does the same thing, so we get to revisit some of those fun ability names. The last one, by the way, was Ace in the Calirum for that last ult. I didn't say that last game. It's one of my favorite ults as well. But you've got double
you just steal that
range.
from Caitlyn.
We like to be original here. But hey, that Maokai going to do a lot of work. I think you can start indexing into a bit more disengage as well yourself. And he conspicuously on the table maybe can be put in towards that bot side for Baolan if he should so wish. On the other side though, Assume after that incredible game one, going to pick up that Xayah again, not going to be queued up with the Lovers duo. Rakan's taken away.
Similar bans from RA in the second phase here, that Lulu and the Renata. We'll see what Ultra Prime want to go ahead and focus here. It is the Gwen, so trying to even up maybe a top lane matchup again. Well, and RA having 5th pick here, need to find a bit of a counter, maybe looking into what they're going to have into this bot lane support matchup, but the Cassante locked in for Q.
I wonder now if you can go Scion here. Maybe you just slam that Jason to mid lane, go towards the Scion on top, just kind of play outscale Extante Cube, also very strong 1v1 top laner, but I think at that point you can play around Maokai with the Scion. Maokai's not great as a soul tank is what I'm thinking there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do kind of end up
Forge
getting to
is
the point where you're
also...
just kind of...
Forge is a proficient Jace player, so I think it is absolutely viable, right? Oh, we do see the lock-in.
It's going to be that no. So, yeah, that Jace going towards the mid
There
lane.
we go.
And we are going to get a Phelios Thresh. So, with a shorter range composition from Rare Atom.
There we go! Let's go,
Hook
man!
versus Hook. Hook City and bot side. Thresh versus Blitzcrank. This matchup has flip-flopped in terms of who is prioritized year after year. Typically, the way that you evaluate this matchup is if both champions stand still and press Hook at each other, because Thresh CCs himself when he's pressing Q, Blitzcrank does it for a short amount of time. Who wins? I think at this kind of moment, when you have a reset comp for that Viego, one hook can lead into reset, can lead into an infinite amount of CC. I am favoring the Blitzcrank side of that when it comes to group fights. The question is, how much can Baolan do for his team with his Lantern? That can be very important, making sure that his carries can stay alive a little bit longer against the shorter range burst composition coming out on the other side.
That's what I wanted to see from game 1. I was interested at the Nautilus, but now you have a little bit more safety and a little bit more viability with this Thresh Aphelios lane. But it is a question of what happens when Southwind comes knocking with those big old metal hands on the Blitzcrank, and how Lien gets this team off the table or even gets himself off the ground running.
Cube as well, revisiting the Cassante. Should be a little bit easier in lane versus the Gnar. Kennen actually countered the Jax pretty hard in the 1v1, as we were seeing, but even with that, Harry could not lock Cube out of those team fights, and in this game, there's only one Lantern, and if that's used on something like trying to get away from Feathers, or from that Gragas, or disengaging a little bit more from that Viego, maybe Cube can show up again. Different champion. Of course, that Jax game was no poor performance in its own right, especially when you hit those team fights.
Indeed it was. We're hitting the Rift for the second time again. Ultra Prime backs against the wall. Elimination from spring playoffs on the line here. As we let the Gyos ring, it is still about similar style composition, but looking for picks for RA. Well, on the other side for Ultra Prime, I feel looking at the strength of this cohesion here, and Harry having a big influence on the Gnar instead of the Kennen.
And I'm sorry to say, Mazel, the game's already over. Strive got a mana flow ban stacked for free.
Yeah,
how'd you come back from that,
say,
honestly?
man.
I'm sure many other people have queued up in their own flex queues and to shot calling level 1. Hey, I've got to get first strike, got to get spell thieves procs, got to get mana flow ban. So important to track in these ones. Actually, non-trivial. If you actually manage to poke off a mana flow band or two before minions even spawn, you walk into lane, having regen your mana back, and you get to your mana flow band stack like maximum a lot earlier, which is when you actually start getting the actual mana regen as opposed to just kind of upping your maximum mana, which
interesting.
Weird joke, actually something to track in some games like this.
Little things. That's the theme. That's the theme. We do get bottom side star for both jugglers here, though. Little fact, obviously, Southwind has played the Blitzcrank competitively before. He's played it 3 times, and he has a 0% win rate on it. So maybe looking for his first win here on the Blitzcrank and competitive at least. And they're going for a level 2 gank here for Lien.
They wanted out Tribush, but they surely should start back up ready. Are they going to have to flash hook? What's happening
the rocket grab should be available here, and they're going to be whittled into the bush. Here you go, level 1 for Baolan. That is a flash and a play. Pulled out by Ultra Prime. Doggo getting a decent amount of pushback now into Lien, who take a heavy trade and have a lot rougher of a time to get back in his jungle. But he is
but you don't have the flash shot Baolan now, and you don't have the heal. So Southwind also, of course, kind of basically just kind of lining up the shot and saying, okay, cool. Freebie, it's onto a stun. So Rare Atom don't get the best case scenario. That could have, as much as we joked about things earlier ending the game, that could have been a game-determining play immediately. Now it's going to be Ning's chance to visit this bot side and maybe give a little bit more safety to Ultra Prime, but already giving push control, giving wave push control over to that Zyra on the Blitzcrank, meaning that Felix doesn't have access to the minions. He's a champion which really wants to be hitting minions, particularly when he has Severum, because he gets so much life still very early into the game. That's a big advantage already artificially built up.
Oh, Ning has
Raratin,
found that
but he's just come back.
full-on wraparound, and now flashes are going to have to be burned by RA here. They're trying to get a little bit of this feather recall action. Flash from Asum, and Asum is going to get first blood here, and he does. He'll be immediately traded over to Doggo, but that's the kind of aggression from Asum that we love.
Starting as he means to go on, had that excellent game 1 performance on the Zyra, largely due to those feather callbacks. Doggo's going to back with a kill of his own, though. It's not the first blood, and would love to be able to stay around to sort
There's
out
a big
his
difference in lane right now, though, Nightmare. Like, the Cole completed for Doggo, but it is that pickaxe for Asum.
That is actually really big to know. Very, very worthwhile bringing that one up. And the fact that Zyra gets to get that kill when the wave is also pushing back towards them, I think that's actually going to slow push back towards them. There's going to be more farm coming up after this point. Yeah, this is really awkward moment. You don't have the flash from Balan to follow up very easily at this point. You can't flash in for a play. You can't flash in for a big kind of CC combo. Sim sees the angle, gets the double damage down. Big numbers pop up on your screen. And despite Doggo getting that kill, extra gold from that first blood, wave kind of crashing in towards them as well, so they get to pick up an extra bit of the wave coming back after that point. Raritan very happy with how the bot lane play goes.
Very, very happy, and it's kind of interesting to see. I mean, everybody pretty much grabbing biscuits for RA, trying to make sure they can sustain in lane, keep a little bit of presence there as well, except for obviously Lian. Yeah. We get the Hex Flash play and the rocket grab on a Doggo. He has to flash, and that is punishment as the play comes through to stop out the aggression from RA. Look who's coming. Lian right around the corner for some alcove gameplay.
This is all because Lian pays one trip, level 2, very early into the game to set this lane behind.
Look at
this. Wants to be playing on the wave, playing aggressively, but they can't do that. They're forced off the turret. The name of the game is just make Doggo useless.
So far, so good for RA in terms of the movement for the team. Now, Ning has found a response on bottom side. We'll be able to spot out that roam from Strive. So let's see the TP used from Strive get back in the lane. Ning over here to dissuade that aggression that RA has put point and present in bot.
I love that from Strive, by the way. I'm just cutting off very briefly because that was his first back of the game. So he's just done this entire initial laning phase, goes down bot side just to see if there's anything to happen. He still has his first teleport of the game, gets to recall, gets his first buy-in, and gets to go back into lane as well. He's not got level 6 just yet.
He's first here to the fight to another rocket grab, and this time there's nothing for Baolan to get out. He doesn't have the dark passage himself, and that is first kill, at least of the fight, and now a dragon going over to RA.
I think Southwind is got a point to prove. Didn't get that player of the game in the first game. Was subbed out, of course, for the last 2 series before this one. Comes back with his with a 98% kill participation in the first game. Huge performance in this second one as well, very early on in the Blitzcrank, which many people see as a risky pick, many people see it as an ego pick, but into the Aphelios Thresh, as the last pick support, it would have been so easy.
Like, they literally have no tools left. You punish them 3 times in a row, and it comes back and forth, and you're like, okay, thank you.
You know the you know that SpongeBob meme is like, wait, do you want to see me hook that Thresh? Do you want to see me do it again? And then Balan is sat here, and he finally has his flashback. So, but at this point, because you're so far behind in lane, you're going to start falling behind in big damage from your AD carry and the big follow-up. You're falling behind in just the amount of safety you're going to have. That flash, that's probably not going to last the next few minutes.
You see Ning now just trying to band-aid this bottom lane a little bit with maybe a capitalization on aggression of RA. Southwind will be able to spot this one out, maybe getting baited by taking this ward, but here comes Strive to stop anything that could be happening.
This would be a 3v4, but I think we're at they see Forge walking down on that ward, so they're sat here. They know the wave's coming towards them. There is no obligation for them to walk up unless they're walking in to draw in a play if they so wished. So see Southwind, he missed like 1 or 2 minions. Absolutely fine at this point. Now they get to hit it again. They see Forge back in mid lane. They see Forge back in mid lane, and you're right in saying, you know, they're still up in CS. They're going to be even more so. Way more minions for them to kill in those waves right now. And Ultra Prime, it is not looking great for them. We already talked about the worries about, oh, they've not really done that well on the old blue side before. On that red side, falling prey to a very valuable last pick red 5 support. We're out of making the most out of their side choice and draft in this early game.
And definitely not getting that kind of stability in the bot side that you maybe need against this matchup. But Doggo still be a threat on his Aphelios. See if that does come to fruition for Ultra Prime. And it really is now next up about this Rift Herald fight that RA is using priority in mid lane.
It's about as stable as a homeless horse.
I've never heard that before. What is a like? Why?
Well,
how does a horse in homeless?
Because horses stay in stables, so it's unstable.
But that's a home.
It's homeless. Yes, but if it's a homeless horse, then it doesn't have a stable. It's unstable.
Well, then that's just not taking care of your animals correctly.
Very true. Well, maybe it's a wild horse.
All right, all right. A stallion, a homeless horse. All right, all right.
Yeah.
You bring animals to me, Nightmare. You gotta have some background. You gotta have some
I'm not
backup.
gonna
All
lie.
right, come on.
You know, I did grow up pretty rurally. I grew up in the fields of England. Seen a horse or two in my time. But, yeah,
Oh
not
wow.
really.
Oh man, I didn't know I was with some man seen a horse. Oh my god. I should have dressed better. I'm sorry.
Dress the occasion. Dress for the job you want to have. Maybe next time I should dress it. I don't know where I'd go with that actually. I was trying to think.
Have you ever done any farm work? You ever done, from
no,
the fields
not
of
really.
England?
No. No, I did some like hiking around that because particularly in the British school system, there is a couple of like things you can do to kind of get kind of like a certification to say I'm not gonna get myself very hurt by walking into the wilds. Might get yourself hurt walking into the top side.
If
though,
I
because
die to
drivers-
a random animal, it's not your fault.
I mean, luckily in the UK, aren't too many wild animals that can really hurt you. Very much head top lane with something like a wild Gnar.
That's a big wild animal. The kitties and the giant Gnar, that's a lot. And
Yeah, they don't
Q
really
falls
warn you
prey to
about.
it.
They don't really warn you about like the wild man with a hammer. That one is slightly more concerning. As Forge gets himself onto the board, we haven't really talked much about Forge actually. Coming in, watching who had mixed performances in this split before. Fairly quiet game 1 on the Annie. Had some moments where he was looking okay in the team fights, but we really didn't have much to call home about on the mid laner coming in. And in the second game, Jace has been one of the LPL's real priority picks. They absolutely love playing that for a lot of our top mid laners. We've seen it more recently being exposed a little bit by players. Southwind's going to get hooked.
Oh, they actually do get a nice hook here, and Southwind does actually get a nice splash out. He doesn't even die, man. Oh my goodness. And here comes Lien, has the Rift Herald in tow as well.
I mean, he blows the flash, but when you don't have a heal on your AD carry, you just kind of assume that those plays get killed. Valor not dropping the Ignite there.
Is this just time? I mean, they do a little bit more damage. This is just first tower.
Yeah, well, they don't have any way to stop Assume from walking up and killing the last of this turret. If it was already bad enough, you are now, you've got 30 CS left on your Cole for Doggo, so you're not going to have that done for the next, 2-3 minutes. It's going to be a little while before that one comes up. So Assume gets the back with those tower gold, with plate gold, with also the early gold from those kills as well. This Xayah, for the next few minutes, before that call pops in, is going to be even further ahead than they already are.
My goodness. And second Dragon also for RA, so the early stacking going their way. And right now it just has been that full core press from RA as a whole. And I want to, while we have an opportunity, go back to that conversation you were having about Forge.
Yeah,
because
very important.
Forge has bounced around a decent amount, right? He was an original IG Young prospect back in the day. I guess not back in the day, 2019, but especially to see kind of that bounce around and starting the year off at least in anyone's legend, but coming in here to try to provide some reinforcements for Ultra Prime. When we were talking about last chance saloon here in this series.
What?
That's a lot of gold. That's yep.
That's no bird. That's a
do you
battle
see?
station.
I know it means nothing, but Baolan at the very bottom versus Assume at the very top is almost like double the goal at this point. And obviously that's going to be the case usually with this sport, but I just think it's interesting as Assume is set up right now with only 1 kill, but it's all that plate money and the first tower going through. See, Monkey actually coming through. Nice triple play, but Baolan's already gone. Now you get the reset from Lin. Can he get it? He actually doesn't. And 2 kills fall quickly for Ultra Prime. Forge trying to capitalize on Assume. He does have that Blade Collar out. He's trying to get some damage, but now he's in trouble himself. The Gravitum connects, Moonlight Vigil on top of it, but it's not enough. Strive will be here to defend the turret.
Oh, Strive going to be able to clear this way. I wonder if he can cast someone back. I was actually wondering if he could have got Forge in there after clearing that wave, but oversteps from Rare Atom and Balan. Just as we were slandering the good name of this support, with all the gold which he was missing out on, finds a really important pick. Hook champion versus hook champion, of course. Whoever lands that skill shot first, often at the advantage. Balan choosing that time to say, okay, I will once again dive for the team. This time we'll actually achieve something for it, though. 0-3,
Ooh.
but very importantly so, does manage to stop those resets coming in from Leon just after.
So we actually do have the back into the AP Maokai build. I like it. I know we saw a little bit of a trend away from it once Maokai, the kind of things came through here, but I love that he's going for that one.
So we have seen some full tank Maokai where we've seen a bit of Sunfire first, we've seen, Radiant Virtue or whatever, we've seen a couple of different options. We are seeing a bit more of a hybrid of kind of Demonic Embrace into tank after that point. This is basically what we're just saying. Hook lands, manage to stop that reset, very importantly so. You get those resets through the extra healing, extra damage, of course. Very, very important from the Viego, who has gone for the Kraken Slayer, if we're going to talk about these builds as well. So
hooray!
Potentially there's hybrid build coming out of Ning, just because the Demonic Embrace, very good single item. You don't really need to go towards full AP after that point. It can be good enough on its own to give you enough rush value. On the other side though, Kraken Slayer, lots of individual DPS, so if Leon ever gets to kind of free hit someone like that, okay, those HP bars are not going to last very long in Southwind. He has Fog of War to play with now. Be aware.
Be a little bit scared. Those big red gloves will scoop you up. As we did get Gale Forces completed for both Assume and Doggo there. We're getting a potential vision game around this next Rift Herald, and could be RA looking to further cement their objective lead here. As Strive is actually coming down. A hook goes through onto Southwind. You need to regroup for Ultra Prime.
Cube is going to come into the play as well at this point. Balan's going again.
Nice double play. Balan is finding a lot of good engages, but now Assume picks him up easy. As Cube able to defend a little bit. Southwind getting a heal there now, and a knockback onto Harry. He has Maganar, but he can't get a big one. Now he gets Southwind in the end, but he falls afterwards. The beast has been slain, and Assume is just picking up all the gold. As he does go topside, it's the rest of his team that cleans up Ultra Prime in the mid lane. Red, white, can you fight, Doggo? He gets one, but the all-out from Cube seals the deal.
Rare Atom have been very proficient in this series at finding split plays in the fight. Despite the hook and the flare and everything landing from Baolan towards the bot side of that fight, threatening Assume, threatening Southwind. The top side of it, Leon and Cube managed to stop Forge from getting any value from this Jace at the start of it, and that's already a reset for Leon to enter the fight with. Ultra Prime, it feels like they've lost track of what's happening on both sides of the fight. So as we go back into this replay, watch what happens towards this side of it, because Strive, yeah, uses the ult very early on to Forge, then Forge completely miscommunicates with the rest of his team. Maybe he just thinks he's going to zone out Strive and Leanne, gives his life for very, very little, and on the bottom half of this fight, Southwind is the one taking the damage. You're not taking damage off the table from Cube or from Assume, so despite kill coming into Southwind at the very end of that fight, it is a consolation prize at best.
Yeah, and I hate to point it out, but there's just a lot of dysfunction you can see in the team fights right now for Ultra Prime, right? We've seen multiple times now Balan getting actually pretty good engages, but there's not really a follow-up, or if it's a follow-up, it's forced.
Oh, I wonder which other team we've said that about before. Is it a certain atom of the rare variety? Could be any team, honestly.
Yeah, could be any team, could be any team. But it is needing some of that kind of tightening up from Ultra Prime. While we do see a third dragon going to RA, it is Ultra Prime that get the Rift Herald, so they have something to say, but another outer tower does go down for RA.
Yeah, turret's kind of annoying as well, because when you're playing as Fog of War, with a Blitzcrank in it, very, very dangerous. Mid lane outer turret is one of the most important things in the game to give yourself vision on your side of the map. If you have mid lane outer turret, it's just so much easier to walk into your own jungle and secure vision. It's going to be much harder to do that from this point. So, quick other note as well. Of course, this is the Chemtech Rift. Viego and of course, the Cassante, some of the very best Chemtech Soul users in the game, despite outside of what Tryndamere and I suppose Alawi, kind of like these In cards as well, because, you know, he just dies and uses his passive really well. But with these champions, particularly with Viego, wanting to get the resets, having huge damage at that point, and Sante artificially bringing himself below half HP when he presses ults, very important to see Ultra Prime not just give this one over for free, thinking that the Chemtech Soul is kind of a bit of a freebie. 3 Dragons very early on from Rare Atom again, putting that neutral objective pressure on top of Ultra Prime. It's the sword of Damocles, as I like to call it, which is kind of the mythical story of the king sat on his throne with a sword hanging above his thread, his head by a thread. Will fall down at any moment. Hopefully not on Forge just now for him, but Ultra Prime not in a good position is what that boils down to.
Yeah, definitely not. And I think RA in a good position. Now, Cube is going to be the focus, the ire of Ultra Prime, at least on the bottom side. But don't think they could really do anything here. There's the Rift Herald going to be popped. So Harry actually given some gold here with this Rift Herald going through to try and get some bounty gold and catch Ultra Prime up just a tad.
Just a little bit. Of course, Harry had a good individual laning phase in game 1 and in this early game as well in game 2. Harry's actually been doing pretty well. Multiple Herald Tower push hit. You're getting objective bounties from this, which means that you are pushing up. Rare had a little bit of a slip up on their lane assignment, not calling anyone back to that play, giving up, feels like an unnecessary inner turret on that second charge.
Yeah, they were up like 5,000 gold, now whittled down to 3, which is still definitely something good to have on the map for yourself. But Ultra Prime finding a little bit of an in. And you'd love to see it. But something I do want to highlight for RA in a bit of a rocky late game push for them. We were talking about a 6-series loss streak at least in a row for them. But they came into the season building around this top trio, right? Strive, Lien, and Cube, all holdovers from last year, trying to change things up in the bottom lane, bringing a Zoom over from LGD, who has been an extreme bright point for them. And now having Southwind come back into the roster, like, we're seeing some of that shot calling really mend a lot of the wounds that it feels like we've been dealt for him emotionally from RA. And now we'll see if they can mend some more wounds with Forge's blood. They don't fight it.
Is that how you mend wounds with other people? That seems a little bit occult to me.
I mean, if you're really talking, like, if you really want to get it, yes. Then when people lose blood, you do give them blood. So, like, you know.
That's true. And also, like, you got the whole, like, platelet thing, which is how you kind of, like, plot up. Yeah. I know.
If you want to get
medical
to the nitty-gritty.
Yeah. It's like, wow, Mizel, I brought you animals. You brought me blood.
It's a little bit different.
We are so on topic today. We only talk about League of Legends. The only thing which interests us. Absolutely not having low attention span. Low time left on this Baron though. That's been taken down very, very quickly.
Ultra Prime trying to make a play. Doggo has red-white. Baron down here, very low. Ning's not going to be able to get into the pit just yet, but here comes the engagement for Baolan. Moonlight Vigil under multiple members here as well. Ning on the side, corralling them in, and Ultra Prime get a team fight that helps them as the red-white definitely came out huge, and Doggo picks up a double.
Picks up 2, but Rare Atom still walk away with 2 outside of that. I kind of feel like Southwell kind of killed himself by hooking Doggo. He could have walked away and flashed over the wall rather than bringing the low-range DPS threat into your face.
With red-white.
with all of the chakrams spinning up. The lowest range but highest DPS combo from Doggo. Absolutely works out a treat for him. So what this does mean is that with so many people dead, Ultra Prime do actually manage to get themselves a couple of turrets down as well. So a couple of slip-ups in a row, Rare Atom, I think maybe more than they had to after this point.
Really big hook.
We talked about biology. We can talk about geography a little bit too, because that Maokai on blue side allows you to pin people into Baron Pit really, really easily. And that was one of the big factors of that fight. Southwind, as we said, had a hold that whirling dervish of Doggo into him with the Severin Crescendo. Strife isn't going to get caught by that hook. We are coming into this Dragon. Soul, of course, up on the table, spawning right now, would be very important for Rare Atom. A lot of their champions use it well.
That's the biggest thing. We have to go right back to another fight. This is Soul for RA. Not saying you absolutely need to fight. Doggo will be off of his Severum. Here comes RA around the side. Southwind looking for a hook. Baolan missing his. That's in it going wide. You got Chakram stacking up for Doggo. There goes a hook. No! And Baolan is gone. Cass comes out to separate. Doggo stacking up still. The Dragon goes over to Ultra Prime. Look how many Chakrams are hitting. But the Calibrum goes wide. Ultra Prime stopped the stacking of Dragons from RA, and they get a little bit back.
And they only lose the 1 kill for it. That was also, I believe, another objective bounty they're still on. It's actually hard to remember. This is 22 minutes into the game. This is not a late game scenario yet. It's not like Plate said, you can eat it. It's not like a Plate said, of course. But it's not like the objectives have fallen off just yet. You can see those yellow rings on the objectives still. Ultra Prime still have them. They should, by all means, be much further behind Rare Atom than they currently are. But
they've got
a couple
3 of
slip-ups
them back to back. Like, they still have them up.
Well, they had the bot lane outer turret, they had the mid lane, the bot lane outer and inner turret, they had the top lane turret, they had the dragon as well. That's even 4, thinking about it. It's the double power push in that bot side. So, Rare Atom, sleeping a little bit, giving a lot of gold over where it realistically shouldn't have been. Doggo now at 2 items, heading towards those 3rd. Zeal, very effective component on itself. It is stands above a lot of standalone components by itself, so despite falling behind, assume in the very early game, more than ready to fight at this point. So Rare Atom, they're going to have to find themselves a 2nd gear at this point, or they stall out.
The thing is, all it takes
That's actually
is
the
one...
opposite of how stalling works. You go to a lower gear to not stall. That's okay, we're moving past that.
We're going to go past it, yep. And all you need is a strong hand from Southwind. If he catches one big pick onto Doggo, there's no cleanse, there's no getting out except for a dark passage, hopefully, and maybe a flash. But it is about those crucial setups for both Balan and Southwind.
The place that I used to live used to have like 7 really big hills on it. You could smell the clutch from absolutely miles away. Everyone's stalling out on that. Absolutely crazy. Rare Atom starting to get some of that again, that acrid smell of someone not quite not quite getting the right clutch on point. Of course, it doesn't even apply if you drive automatic cars, but hey. Manual cars. We're just built different.
Get in the real world. Now it is that 3rd item completed for Assume. A bit different than Doggo, not getting to that 3rd item just yet. But we don't have anything really to fight for right now on the map. We just have maybe a little bit of side lane catching for RA. But if Ultra Prime continue the way they're going, I actually really like their team fight.
Me too, actually. I think that Maokai has shown a lot of value for Ning, despite it not being one of his most valued picks, you have to say, compared to something like the Sejuani or the Wukong. He's preferred a little more aggression as opposed to the reactive play of the Maokai. Not much to play for except for side lane kills. Harry, at 2 items though, not the easiest person to take down. Ultra Prime reminder, if they lose this game, they are out of playoffs.
Harry's over the wall. He knew they were there. Meganar isn't coming out just yet. Reset comes through for Lien. Now you've got those refreshed abilities, and Lien's going forward. Dark Passage there to get Ning out of dodge. But it's RA that strikes.
And again, if they were to lose this series 2-0, if they lose this game, they would be out of playoffs. They can say goodbye to spring 2023 playoffs at that point. And that play, Harry, who's had a fairly solid series overall, makes a bit of a blunder around the red button.
Can't do it. Nice grab it for Southwind, and Ning is already gone off the map. You got no minions here to push under tower though, but RA just continuously finding these picks with this Blitzcrank.
Southwind gets subbed out for 2 series, comes back with an absolute vengeance, the Rakan and then the Blitzcrank. Don't be fooled by the KDA. Yeah, he's had a couple of pickoffs against his name as well, but right from the start of the game has been defining how this game would go out. And sadly, once again, you look at Doggo on the other side of the rift, 4-1-4 on his ever-present, ever-famous,
it's just not enough.
Aphelios. It's just not enough. You know,
heartbreaking.
this is what, his 43rd game now on the Aphelios, 2nd game in this series. We know exactly what he can do on this pick, but it has felt like this season above so many others, it has been Doggo against the world. There's no Atlas, sadly, can't hold up that one for free.
And I could get on a soapbox all day. Doggo was one of my favorite players coming into the LPL. Obviously, when we saw him pop off for that PSG Talon sub, but he brings emotion to the table, right? He brings that want to be better, and you hear him in interviews and stuff. That heart is there, and that is something I hold on to so heavily. And to see back-to-back years that Doggo has not been able to rise above the occasion and rise above on his team, BLG first, now Ultra Prime, it is heartbreaking. And while Lien has the heartbreaker on the other side, maybe he'll be able to put that last knife in the heart that is Doggo here for this season.
Not in position this time to use the blue side Maokai advantage around that Baron pit, pin them into it. Lisa, the last Baron. Ultra Prime could take away 2-3 kills. Keep getting caught.
Oh, they got the flank from Strive. Oh no, he's gonna go straight in. He has the cast, but it's Balan that gets plopped out first. Now the resets are there. Big engage for Strive again. Doggo, he can't get the damage down. All out comes in. And is this it? The full ace just comes through. Nobody falls for RA. And the Heartbreak Knife has been shoved deep into Ultra Prime.
Rare Atom were the ones primed and ready for that fight, ready for this series, it feels like. On the other side, we talked about Ultra Prime, talked about Doggo, and how much of a heartbreaker it has been for them in spring 2023. Rare Atom came in, especially after the first couple of weeks, expecting a little more from this team. Their mid-split and late split haven't really matched the expectations they set themselves from very early on, but in this series, managing to find a little bit of what made us so confident about them earlier on, so they should be on track for that 2-0.
They're pushing in the last inhibs here. This will be Ultra Prime bowing out of spring if they lose here. Maybe one last ditch effort, one last big fight on the table for them, and maybe want to capitalize here on the back end of it. Just trying to get something back. He's just going forward for it. He's got the Nature's Grasp on the 3 members, but grab in, and now again he's gone.
Cube.
And the rest of RA, the atoms are tightly bound and smashing into Ultra Prime. There ain't no Hadron Collider here. It's just RA taking down Ultra Prime with a 2-0 sweep, and that is Ultra Prime eliminated from the spring season of LPL, and RA looked damn good with Southwind at the helm.
Doggo the last to fall. It's the first to stand up to the plate for this team. Really felt like Doggo could have once again had an inroad, had a way to success, but once again, sadly, once again, it was not to be. This AD carry that we have come to expect so much from, not be seeing them in the playoffs of spring 2023 in the LPL. Rare Atom walk away, some extra wind in their sails, maybe some south wind.
Hey, it's definitely blowing from the south, but it is just a holistic effort from RA to stop that huge slide. I don't even know if it's a slide. It's just a fall. 6 series in a row, 3 of them being 2-0s, and to bounce back like this against Ultra Prime, looking so good with a lot of that control and decisiveness coming to a T. That's the RA that we kind of saw at the beginning of the split, and now we're seeing them again to try to finish off strong.
I think in this series as well, compared to previous series where they found success, they had actually much stronger early game plans. Earlier in the split, felt like we're just gonna chuck a Zoom on, Varus. He'll just sit pretty. We'll wait until Cube gets a 1v1 advantage, and we'll just wait and scale into mid game. We'll just find our objectives and our engages around then. This game, particularly with that second game, that level 2 gank and towards bot lane, that felt like it was a lot more concerted effort in the early game, which is not something we've seen as often from this roster.
Yeah, it's definitely not. And I think this Southwind re-edition is an absolutely huge one. I do want to go back a little bit to Ultra Prime. I know we were talking very dishearteningly about them, but I love that they tried to get something to change. Forge will probably be here for the rest of the split, and I'm interested to see what they utilize now that they are officially eliminated. Rather, the words are hard. But especially, like, do we get a little bit of that revitalization, trying to set them up for summer and trying to figure out what comes next for this roster as well? Because there's been those little points.
Well, those little things, but those little things add up, and eventually they give away an entire split. They come flooding in, and it's very hard to fight back against those kind of changes when it kind of feels like you need to make these stopgap measures. They brought in Forge. Wondering now, actually, what's your plan? Is Forge a long-term option for you? Are you going to bring back Jing and just hope that you can develop him a little bit more with the last few series that you have? I think at this point, they need to set the direction, say, okay, look, spring, we just kind of move that off the table for now. We can't do anything about that. What can we do with our remaining series, particularly with the players that we want to focus on to build towards summer?
Yeah, absolutely. And when you sign the likes of Ning and Ballad coming in, this is not the end you definitely want to have. So some regrouping there, but regrouping for RA as well, coming into the second to last week and really try to push a little bit here on the final put. I think obviously you have to look ahead at their schedule and see that while there can be some things working out for them, I think they'll still need to make sure they're finishing off because they do have a very tough schedule ahead of them in JDG, RNG, and Weibo to be their last 3 series. But
yeah, that's rough.
A series like this helps because you get to see that direction that we want.
Absolutely, because we can't really mention it. We were kind of disappointed in what Rare Atom were doing in the last few series. It felt like they were disconnected, particularly Lian. was a player that was very important to them in initiating, and he felt really off the boil. We managed to find some form for them. It felt like actually everyone on Rare Adam had a good series. Strive, we talked about him a lot very early into the split because he was showing up against some of our big mid laners. He had some huge games. I think he sent Dream on NIP something like 1-9 or something like that in Silas versus Renex, and you think, wow, okay, this guy's really cool, awesome.
Yeah.
And even then, despite him not being able to meet that kind of level again, you can see, again, the potential of this entire roster. And coming into summer, if they manage to, again, kind of have that early start they had from spring, revisit that, there's no reason why this team can't go to higher heights.
There really isn't, and that's where some of that cohesion really works out for them. And I'm excited to see kind of Lo Yen looking a lot different in this series. And like we were saying, we literally just saw him 2 days ago, and not going to say any mean words, but there was a lot of issues in that series for him. So to see kind of bounce back in this one, actually so huge. We do have our interview ready, and it was Christina who is ready to go with Assume. So let's see what he has to say.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Assume, the ball laner for Rare Adam. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. First question for you. I don't want to bring you guys bad memories, but you were on a 6 losing streak. So how did you guys manage to bounce back in today's matchup? Especially this is a 2-0 victory, which is so clean and dominant for you. 欢迎SM选手来到我们的赛后采访，也是恭喜 R 今天以2-0非常干净利落、具有统治力的表现拿下了本局比赛嘛。其实我们客观来讲的话，之前队伍好像确实是处在一个6连败的状态当中。想问一下 R 在过去的这段时间里是怎么调整，然后以确保在今天能够重整旗鼓回到赛场的呢？
就6连败的话，就是我们大家都是主要问题就是心态问题，然后教练也是花了很多时间来解决我们这些小的心态问题，然后今天就能表现得比较好。
Actually, from my perspective, I do think that we have some mentality issues about this, so that we were on a 6 losing streak, and in past few days, our coach and our teammates just try to fix these mentality issues so that we can bounce back in today's matchup. And coming to some in-game content, especially in game number 1, I do think game number 1 was very intense, and there were so many skirmishes and team fights throughout the whole game from very beginning. But how did you guys manage to win almost all of team fights, especially from your perspective on Xayah? 那么其实今天第一局的时候，纵观全局，从最开始的时候到后面一直都是有非常多激烈的小规模团战或者团战也好，所以说你们觉得是怎么样确保 RA 这边几乎是拿下了所有这样的团战，并且是评价一下你自己在霞这个英雄上的发挥和表现吧？说一下你们在这个团战当中的重点是什么呢？
这些小规模团战都是围绕资源打的，然后我们之前的比赛的问题就是控好了视野，但是我们不开团。今天的开团都是比较果断的，然后就塔船都能打赢。霞这个英雄的话，就是可能是我刚去青训的时候那个最擅长的英雄，所以玩的应该比较好。
Actually, in terms of those team fights, we just took some skirmishes and team fights around so many mutual objectives, because that maybe in past few games we didn't manage to engage very well through that team fights and skirmishes. Maybe we were setting some vision, but we didn't engage well. So we just fixed these issues and had some very decisive engagement. And in terms of Xayah, the champion, I started playing Xayah since I joined into professional team, maybe like the LDL or the other things, and so that I really did a great job on this champion. And the third question, I really want to touch on that Blizz rank, this sport champions as the last pick in game number 2. We know that On had played these champions, but I do think this champion is a little bit risky, especially in official games. So what's your take on this champion, especially in game number 2, to suit to your whole draft? 那么其实今天第2局的时候，可以看到队伍最后一选是选择了机器人辅助拿到最后一个 counter rate 嘛。之前我们在比赛场上可能看到 On 选手有玩过这个英雄，打出了比较好的表现，所以想问一下 Assam 这边队伍最后选出机器人来作为 counter rate 的一个主要的原因是什么呢？
机器人这个英雄就像是锤石机器人这种钩子类英雄都是南风他玩的比较自信的英雄，然后打锤石也是属于一个 counter 一直能有主动权的英雄，所以就选。
Actually, Southwind, my sport, is really proficient on the Thrash and Blitzcrank, who has these hooking champions for him. And we do think this champion is a really good counter pick into Thrash, and he can play really proactively in official games and try to get some lead, so that we pick these champions as the last pick. And I also want to touch on something about your team overall. We know that Rear Anthem maybe have experienced a little bit ups and downs, but the regular season is still continuing. You have a lot of games to play, maybe like 3 games. So what's your take on the next plan in next coming matchups? What do we want to show from these 3 games in future? 那么最后一个问题，其实虽然说 R1 在整个赛季说都稍有起伏，但是呢，我们现在常规赛还在继续，我们还是很期待 R1 继续调整出打出更好的表现。所以你觉得对于最后仅剩的可能只有3场这样的比赛，会有一个什么样的看法呢？你觉得队伍在哪些方面还能做到更好？
最后3场的话，就是假如我们心态都很好的话，放平的话，我觉得打他们我们都是不一定都会输的。虽然他们都是强队，我们尽量都会跟他们打得有来有回的。
Although we will play against some very strong opponent in upcoming matches, but I do think as long as we adjust our mentality and play with a normal mentality to stabilize our mentality, we still have a chance to play against them. Maybe we will take some back and forth match against those very strong opponents from my perspective. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢阿 Sam 来到我们的赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and great to hear from Asum. He's got his head on a swivel, but he's ready to go against these last 3 opponents they have, which again we mentioned, JDG, RNG, and Weibo. But if they look like today, then I think they might just have a chance.
Might just have a chance. It is a slim chance. The race to playoffs is very close, but if you can play games like this from Asum, things get a little bit more put into question. Things have already been fairly crazy this split, and craziest things yet happen. Maybe there's a left yet in Rare Atom's spring story.
Maybe so, as we do see him getting his 3rd MVP here, and back-to-back games for the MVPs for him in this sweep. And I think really props up to these blade callers that he had, especially the setups. But from this early part, right, he's flashing for these kills. He wants to get that first blood, and you love to see stuff like this.
I just love the lethal mentality. There are backups out there which we know to those kind of plays. Oh, you know, I'm going to save my flash to kind of, hey, we will try and get out safely. I think it's he put himself in a position to continually do damage. And yeah, there were a couple of times we kind of got caught up, particularly in that first game he was walking through into the heavy red buff and XYZ. Felt like in this game, though, he was just such a secure insurance for damage in these team fights. He was always doing something, always getting kills. I mean, he's walking away from this series with an 11-kill game. Something like he gets 4 deaths over the entire series in the 2 games.
Yeah.
Very consistent damage output, very consistent safety, and Ultra Prime had no answers to that.
They really didn't, and it came down to a lot of these fights. You know, there was just too much of an advantage for RA, but it also was the mechanical skill in those team fights that we got to actually see RA flex a little bit of their muscles. Those picks, huge as well. I will just give a shout out that he was fighting a lot of really good death sentences, but just not able to get followed up on a lot of the time. And a sad into the split and the run, at least, not into the split at least for Ultra Prime, but into the run to try to make it to spring playoffs. Now we will have a little break here while we do get ready for our second best of 3 of the day. It's Ninjas in Pajamas versus IG, and you won't want to miss it.
나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 템포폭도 훨씬 넓고 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가. 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 초심을 버리고 난 열심히 살아야 될 것 같은데. 사실 게임을 이제 잘하는 입장을 가지고 있었으면서도 프로를 하고 싶다는 생각은 전혀 하지 않았고, 그때 이제 대학교를 다니면서 방송하고 있었을 때 방송 계약이 끝나고 이제 중국에서 스카우트 제의가 들어와서 팀에 이제 구경을 갔는데 거기에 이제 좋아하는 선수가 있었어. 약간 한번 해볼까 하는 마음으로 시작을 해봤던 것 같아. 루키 선수였고 내가 솔랭을 하면서 루키 선수가 약간 잘한다고 생각했어 제일. 그 사람이 계기가 되어서 이제 프로게임을 시작하게 됐는데 지내다 보니까 좋은 사람인 걸 알게 돼서 이제 더 즐겁게 게임을 하게 된 것 같아. 우선 방송의 그 거부감을 좀, 방송에 대한 어색함을 좀 줄여진 것 같고, 그리고 도파 형이랑 주면서 우선 재밌었고, 그리고 외국에서 이제 살면서 좀 그런 생활에 익숙해짐을 가진 것 같아요.
IG 要更换自己的队员，而且是2名队员要来做一个更换。
哎，是的，对。首先是大家非常期待的晒啊，这名选手我相信很多观众都看过他的 rank 集锦，看过他的 OB 视频，看过他各种各样在韩服惊为天人的乱秀。
딱 지금 영상을 봤을 때 내가 느껴지듯이 긴장을 충분히 하는 상태인 것 같고, 그냥 딱 그 상태지 않을까? 긴장했을 때 딱히 뭐 다른 생각을 하진 않았을 것 같아. 사실 긴장을 원래 많이 하는 타입은 아니어서 이제 첫 경기를 하고 나서 긴장은 보통 줄어드는 편이라고 생각은 하는데, 근데 내가 긴장이 특히 줄었던 곳은 내가 상대보다 잘하는 것 같다라는 생각이 자신에게 확신이 들 때 좀 많이 줄었던 것 같아. 나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 그냥 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께 하는 게 즐거웠고, 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 그래서 딱히 뭐가 되고 싶다라는 생각을 해보진 않았던 것 같아. 게임은 즐기려고 하는 거고, 프로는 이기려고 하는 거지. 우승하면 좋지. 당연히 하고 싶지. 그냥 다음 경기 잘하자. 경기 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 우리 팀 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 이기면 기분이 좋지 않을까. 이런 생각을 주로 했었던 것 같아.
哇！恭喜 IG 3-2战胜了 KT，LCK 的头号种子被 IG 送回了老家。
6分钟不到 ，IG 永不加班。 IG轻取 SKT.
나는 우선 LCK가 훨씬 잘한다고 생각했어 원래는. 근데 이제 선수들과의 이제 경기라든지 스크린, 그리고 이제 실제 대회에서 나오는 결과를 봤을 때 비슷하다. 또는 이제 성격만 다르다. 그러니까 실력의 차이는 크게 없고 이제 리그 간의 성격 차이만 보이는 정도니까 실력 차이가 보이지 않는 거는 둘 다 최고의 리그라고 하기에 맞다고 생각해서 꽤 오래됐지, 이 생각을 가지게 된 거는.
欢迎来到2019英雄联盟全球总决赛半决赛的比赛了。
卢比在侧边等待进场，对面是只剩下了林伟翔一个开团技能，祥子哥直接是带到了台上，被秒了，被秒了，没给出来。晒自己有闪现有大招的情况之下，是被林伟翔的一个大招直接秒掉。
솔직히 나는 경기 졌을 때 막 그렇게 힘들고 그렇진 않은데, 근데 이제 보통 주변의 그 분위기가 좀 힘들지. 예를 들어 관계자들이 기분 안 좋아하는 얘기를 선수 입장에서 들을 수도 있으니까 이제 보통 그런 것들이 없으면 사실 경기 져도 크게 힘들 일이 없는 것 같아 나는. 일상생활에서 정말 괜찮고 착한 아이인 것 같고, 이제 스크림이나 경기에서는 너무 예민하기 때문에 어떤 사람인지 잘 모르겠네. 그냥 매우 예민하고 좀 스스로가 힘든 것 같아, 내가 생각하기에 좀. 솔직히 말해서 2018년 때 이제 다쳤으니까 지금 만약에 내가 지금 우승했다면 정말 기뻤을 것 같은데, 18년도 그 당시 때는 이제 우승을 했지만 사실 이제 좋긴 한데 좀 그냥 막 좋아하지만은 않았던 것 같아 그때는. 그래서 이제 18년도가 이제 사람들이 나에게 18년도에 대해 물어본다면은 좋다고 얘기는 하겠지만 사실 그 당시에는 이제 그렇게 좋지는 않았을 것 같아. 그 생각은 사실 19년도부터 이미 하고 있었고, 사실 18년도부터 사실 그 생각으로 게임을 했었고 좀. 근데 이제 그 생각으로 하다 보니까 좀 사람이 많이 차가워진 것 같아. 사실 이번 연도까지 그랬는데 내년에 이 성격이 좀 바뀌었으면 좋겠어.
有请微博 Gaming 上单的晒。
哎，德泰去了 WBG 之后，会不会带来战术体系上面一些变化呢？
우선 내가 생각해 난 이번 연도가 제일 잘한 것 같고, 내 개인적인 그러니까 대외적인 실력으로 봤을 때 그 전에는 그냥 다 비슷했던 것 같아. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고. 그러니까 이거는 이제 게임적으로 봤을 때 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가.
今年我们引进了很多新人选手，而他们的名气也好，他们实力也确实挺好的。这个时候德赛对他就是其他4个的选手的信任也好，期待还是蛮高的，所以我们整个团队的氛围还是真的很好。
其实他在我心里就是比较腼腆害羞的，在生活方面还是跟大家一起相处的挺快的，然后也自己会开非常多的玩笑，讲一些冷笑话。我刚来这边不久的时候，就第一天的晚上，那个浩轩给帅哥就是点了个外卖吃嘛，然后他吃了之后也觉得挺好吃的。然后第二天我们训练赛打完，就晚上差不多10点的时候，他对浩轩做了一个这样的手势，然后浩轩一开始没看明白，然后我跟他说他要你点外卖，我觉得就是大家都相处的挺快的。
이 팀에 있는 관계자가 모두가 행복하면 행복하지 않을까? 우선 이제 매우 어렸을 때 이제 사회생활을 하면서 그 과정에서 이미 어른이 됐다고 생각해. 나는 이미 매우 괜찮은 성격을 가지고 이제 괜찮은 가치관을 덕분에 가지게 된 것 같고, 수많은 팬분들이 이제 관심을 가져주게 되면서 이제 사랑을 받았고, 이제 그 과정에서 사랑을 베풀 수 있는 사람이 되었고, 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데, 이제 미래를 생각하지 않고 그냥 그 지금 해야 되는 경기를 이제 잘 하자. 사실 나는 노력을 더 한다면은 사실 나는 엄청 많은 시간을 프로게이머로 할 수 있을 것 같은데, 이제 그거는 이제 모르는 일이고, 이 초심으로 그냥 성적 더 잘 나오지 않을까?
motherland. Be all I could or would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul, yeah. You make something worth fighting for. And nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul, yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split 2023 as we are cresting into our second series of the day. I am Mazel. I was going to say your name first. Nymera joining me on the cast here. And then we have NIP versus IG, which IG definitely the overdogs. I guess the opposite of what an underdog would be coming into this one, and especially trying to push them to 8 series win, while NIP trying to stop a bit of a skid in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, can you really call it a skid for NIP when it's been a very long, consistent kind of downhill trend for them? It's kind of hard to know.
So one of those tumbles we were talking about last series?
A little bit. But on the other side, NIP, no, on the other side, that's the team we were just talking about. IG. Of course, Invictus Gaming. They've had, obviously, some huge highs. Started off the split as one of our teams to watch. Definitely the overperformers of the early split. And kind of took some tumbles of their own in the mid split. But they started to return to a bit of form.
Indeed. And as we get into the arena in Shenzhen, IG will be taking to the Rift first. Yeah, they're actually so
really
incredible.
cool different arenas that the LPL has.
All right, looks like we might have a little bit of spice finally for the first. Maybe not. But he did look back, and usually that means that something is going on. But it is an interesting occasion when you're looking at IG, who did have that incredibly explosive start to the split. Then we saw some faltering. People felt like they maybe figured them out. The top lane not as explosive as it was, and we're starting to see a little bit of that give back in terms of the IG positivity.
IG, they found their early identity. It was a constrained one, though. They kind of needed Maokai. They kind of needed one of the 4 horsemen of You Should Know His top lane champion pool. And then outside of that, a little bit more variable, but particularly top and jungle. It felt like you could solve that fairly easily, and it was not like a player like Wink as well was on all form all the time. However, it feels like they've kind of bridged the gap into the next phase of their identity, though. Particularly with players like Gideon having some decent games outside of that.
Yeah.
Maokai performed some pretty okay Lee Sin games. Of course, Lee Sin a very strong champion right now. And some other champions starting to crop up.
Exactly.
Kind of waiting to see what IG can do in this next phase of their identity.
Let's go! It's one of my favorite players, man. I've loved it. I loved it by LGD. Didn't have the greatest time, but since last series, at least, we have seen this new changeover for NIP. It is Shadow Dream getting the starts, even though it didn't work out for them there. See if they can kind of make this happen in a second series.
Yeah, and Shadow, of course, played a little closer to my home. Used to play, obviously, on the Mad Lions a couple of years ago. As part of some of their very early splits over in the LEC. He's a heck of a journey as a player, actually. You know, he talked about to LGD, still continuing to find himself playtime and game time in major regions across the globe. Actually quite interested to see what intros we can get for some. The hosts tend to really put a lot of effort into intros. Anything?
What do you think we got? It looks like a traditional toss.
What he does is have a wonderful suit. I can appreciate a good suit.
He does have a really nice suit. But coming into this one here, we were talking about the new change-ups for NIP. I guess one of them more new than the other, a little bit of re-addition. But it is, again, the IG battle here. They are definitely the ones favored in this matchup. But specifically, YSKM versus Invincible in the top lane. A little bit of a rookie top lane matchup. A little bit of fisticuffs potentially given between these two guys, trying to develop themselves in their first splits in the LPL.
And I'm interested to see what YSKM is going to do. Whether he's going to go back to the again, like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse of the top lane for his own champion pool in the you know, the Fiora, the Jax, the Camille, and the Aurelia. Has been finding some success on a little bit of the Gwen as well. Played a couple of games of that. I love that Weibo name. That's just the most dramatic dream. I appreciate it. But yeah, particularly when it comes to that top lane champion pool, against teams which you expect to be a little less, you know, certain in the way that they're going to play. Not a top tier team is NIP. They've had their own struggles this split. Can you afford to use the stage time to practice something else, or is this just the confidence booster you want to really just slam out and get yourself better positioning for playoffs? Only a few series left now. IG looking like they are very much in contention for the top spots, or at least into the top end of mid-table. Looking like they're going to be in that kind of play. you also need to see what you can do in growth as well.
And that's the thing. I think IG definitely taking a bit of a haymaker. Feels like in their last series against WE, came out 2-0 the loser in that one. And WE looked real good and kind of shut down a lot of the machinations of IG. And now into this one, obviously favoring them a little bit, but trying to figure out what they're going to put those priorities on. Are we going to get full focus into the solo lanes in the first phase, or do On and Wink deserve to have a little bit of that give in 2v2 because they have been so strong in their own right?
On and Wink, I don't know how to define those two actually, because
they're so spicy, man.
When they've been on form, they have been exemplary. I think there was one of the Lucian Nami games which we saw a 46% damage share from on one of his Lucian games, which is absurd. You know, a damage percentage to your whole team. Most of the time you're expecting it to be capping out about maybe a third, I suppose, of your team's damage, but edging up towards a half, absolutely ridiculous in that own sense as well. Wink. The thing about Wink is that he did play a lot of the AD carry kind of supports. He did play a lot of the kind of the enchanters as well. That's typically what the champion pool has been so far. It's been very inconsistent on a couple of them. It felt like once he's fallen behind, he's really had some awkward games. Particularly, I remember a couple of Varus support games he played where it got worse once falling behind. But as we said, when he kind of finds a stable footing, and now with the champion pool enabling a couple more harder to abuse champions, some of these supports coming out, which are just hard. Maybe Wink can start finding that consistency once again, which his team has relied on for.
Yeah, and on the other side, I mean, no slouch in his own right, Photic, who last year was a huge mainstay in the conversation of best ADCs in the LPL. Not as much of the meta reliance here for him, and changing up that strategy maybe into this new year, not really working as much as you might intend. Now, NIP are on the blue side for this first game. They'll ban away the Jax, the Fiora, the Lucian, some likely bans against IG, and then it's the Zeri, Lulu, and Sejuani ban by Invictus.
First pick, it's going to be a Aphelios. All right, so we were just talking about Photic. One of the reasons I think that NIP haven't found their own stability in this split so far has been the skill sets you have needed from support have been very, very different from this time last year and this time in summer last year as well. Seen, you know, some of the Zeri kind of hangover from the last year. Zeri is still kind of defined for this. You think of what Photic and Joao was so good at on V5, kind of the precursor of the org to take this slot. It really was stuff like the Kalista Renata, the Kalista Mumu, stuff like that. Not only were Photic and Joao some of the very best players in the LPL at playing those combos, they were some of the very best in the world at playing those combos. People were looking to them to see what they could do. Aphelios is still one of those champions that was in and around that meta last year. The Aphelios were not powerful as well, so maybe trying to conjure up some form of the bot lane of NIP.
And Joel was such an interesting piece to Top Esports last time around, and I really am interested to see this kind of continuation of that aggression in bot lane in this matchup, because we did put a little bit of focus on top side. I think we're looking kind of with our chameleon eyes out at both sides, but with the lock-ins we have so far, Xayah, Syndra, a lot of late game there for IG, but it is that Jarvan and Thresh combo that actually come through for NIP.
Yeah, it's Jarvan and Thresh, and now you have the Thresh kind of buying you sums for the Aphelios, and also, I mean, I doubt you were going to pick the Thresh on the other side for Wink. However, Atlanta would have been mighty useful for does something like a Cataclysm. Syndra not the best into the Jarvan, but we're seeing the Hook City down in bot lane again. Saw that in game 2 of third day, where Southwind really stamped authority.
You think they scrimmed against each other?
Out of these teams, heck, we were hearing after PX picked up their third series victory just a couple of days ago, which we were hearing that they were doing very well in scrims, and that the scrim meta and the scrim kind of value for these teams is very different from what we see on stage. So maybe some of these teams like NIP, which are also kind of outside of the playoffs bracket right now, maybe they've picked up something from other teams around them.
A little bit of something here, but obviously we heard in the interview last series that the Blitzcrank is just good into Thresh as well, so I love to see that coming through. And again, On and Wink trying to spread the meta here. Wink obviously played it before in the series, or in the season rather. We do get that top lane focus for IG in the second phase of bans. We get the Sion and the Gwen. Maybe setting up a little bit of something for YSKM continually. And then we get the Poppy ban from NIP actually trying to focus out Gideon and the Camille.
We were going to get bans on all 4 of YSKM's champions. I mean, the champion outside of his main champion pool is the last one remaining of that would have been. It's going to be the Cassante again. We're sadly not going one of the you know, the crazy specialties of it usually.
Yeah.
It's not like YSKM has shied away from it.
He definitely has it, and IG not really utilizing their counter pick on red side, just kind of taking what comp they want here. And we'll see NIP's double lock in to finish out their first game draft, at least. It is the Renekton right now, which I actually really am enjoying, at least to the point, but now it's about what Dream gets in this mid lane.
What can you do against this Syndra? You really want something that can follow up with the Jarvan if at all possible. Don't really have that much engage right now. You might want to dive buddy with it. Something like Akali would actually fit that list. Being able to kind of alongside Jarvan as you go in. Of course, diving into something like a Blitzcrank Silence, not always the most exciting thing, but you have to have something which comes up with this Jarvan, otherwise you are just going to be left alone jumping into the feathers, the dark spheres. On the other side, Gideon being
hey,
left
let's go.
Gideon being left to last pick jungle. I don't see that so much anymore. But Lee
Sin has made it all the way through. That's an easy
done.
lock-in for Gideon.
And now you have Lee Sin, Syndra, which some be picking up even in the first rotation. I think it seems like, you know, like Weibo Gaming and RNG were playing off around very strong with jungle TVTs, and I guess LNG, JDG also play the likes of this stuff as well, with very efficient mid laners on both sides of those teams. However, what this leads to now is NIP, strong lanes, but some abilities to find if they make mistakes. Feels like IG, they should be getting pushed in multiple places, particularly that top lane. Renekton gets control early, and then if Jarvan gets a road in, it's going to get a little bit more spicy. However, you slip up against that Blitzcrank, you slip up against a Lee Sin Syndra, someone dies, you fall behind, pick start coming in like a real dam breaking. So, IG, plenty of tools to outplay their way into Vic.
And it's really looking at how quickly Gideon gets down to get some support onto On and Wink and try to get something going down there, right? I think mid and top are going to be very safe for IG. And as you were saying, just trying to get something off the ground running for Shadow, who in his past has been a very proactive jungler in his own right.
Well, loading to the Rift now. Once again, we have a triple ballet topside from NIP. You love LPL for this, because there are some regions across the world which just kind of, they like to, you know, blind pick your Nars and a couple of your ranged top laners, maybe pick up something a bit more Maokai focus here and there. In the LPL, no! We must be within 500 units of each other at all times. We live and die within face distance of each other. And that's where we disturb in the game, LPL. Love to fight around these.
There we go.
Units.
A beautiful skyline for Ninjas in Pajamas here. They hear the gyos loud for this second series. Ninjas in Pajamas take on IG.
5-man fan across the rift. You can see that Rush puts down the early ward, spotting out what's been a Blitzcrank level 1. Didn't see that in the last game. So if we had a for each time we saw a Blitzcrank locked in, today we'd have 2 of them, which is not that much, but it's strange that it's happened twice. We didn't see it in that first game, and just Schwab doing the bare minimum to just kind of ward that back for the sweeper, back out onto the map. Ward also wants the enemy red buff, so Gideon is going to be spotted out. Not going to have untracked
like
stuff.
that. Yeah, get a little bit of vision, information at least for NIP. See if there is a bit of a response from IG in that fashion, but something else I do want to take a little bit of time to focus on is kind of this rejuvenation attempt from NIP, obviously bringing in Shadow, restarting Dream after taking a couple weeks off. It has been interesting to watch, especially with the track record of these two guys. Dream burst onto the scene really last year when he had the sub in for Rookie while we were waiting for Rookie to come into the split, and Shadow himself, the pretty much brightest point on LGD, I felt like last year, even though sometimes that didn't work out for him, and coming in here and trying to spice things up a little bit.
Yeah, as you said, Shadow's had a bit of history themselves. So watching out what's happening in lanes, see that Syndra gets control of the early lane. Not nearly as early lane dominant as the option of Syndra was. Kind of traded out some of the early Q spam and Q damage for late scaling, where Syndra becomes one of the best single target unique champions in the game. And that against the Akali, who is just not really a champion at level 1 into these mage matchups, is not really going to get control wave though. Very interesting what is going to happen with Shadow and Gideon. Feels like Jarvan can go into a lot of these lanes.
Nice hook, and that's already down. Photic, that's first blood to Wink the Happy Kitty to give him that gold.
Why did I say I was interested in jugglers? We still have a Blitzcrank in the game. Wink is the hook through the wave. There should be no in which you get a wave. It is a stacked cannon wave. Wink finds the angle though.
You were talking about, I didn't want to cut you up, and I was going to ask you, is this Blitzcrank skin still busted? And I'm just saying, weaving it through. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think Wink is busted. I think Wink is busted.
I think he is pretty busted.
World when you're hitting that kind of hook. There's a man of minions.
Oh, no, Dream! Oh, that's so close, but a lot of damage given back over to Gideon. Here comes Shadow to capitalize. Now we're going to find the slow from Dove. Nicely done.
So, Miracle Hook lands from Wink. Gideon, much more standard. Lee Sin Q hitting there. Oh, we gotta watch this. How the heck does this work out? So,
dude, I'm telling you, it's the Blitzcrank skin. I'm telling you,
no. What that is Photic standing there and CCing himself. He
that
sat there,
actually
goes
insane.
into an animation, and Wink goes, "You're stood still. You're in an animation. I'll have that then."
Weave. That, the minion even got pushed back into the hook. Oh my god, I would watch that probably 5 more times. That was
so
insane.
The thing is, you can get unexpected hooks with Nautilus, stuff like that. Actually, it's something I do on Ari a lot as well, because it is kind of like these, these tanking around the minion kind of skill shots like that. Because a champion is a bit more chunky than a minion, even if you stand slightly behind a minion, there are some cases where your hitbox will actually be ahead of that target, even though you look like you stood behind them. It's called a hitbox sniping, because one of them, even though you don't see it, slightly overlaps the other one.
Well, Wink is officially a sniper then at this point in this game, and really, really big stuff, because that frees Gideon to either refocus down here or be able to work around that pressure in the bottom side. Photic will need to find a little bit of resources on this Aphelios to be relevant, but he is still that scaling ADC, and NIP maybe trying to lick some wounds down here.
So it is absolutely true and fair to call Aphelios a scary. What I will say, Aphelios very differently heavier when you're behind. I'm going to stand a little saying this as well. Reminds me a little bit of something like Swain or Vladimir, because when you're very ahead on champions like that, you do a lot of damage, and the more damage, the harder you are to kill, because you heal a lot off of that as well. Someone like an Aphelios, if you're not ahead of the game, you get burst out. If you are ahead of the game, also you get to do some of the crazy 200 years kind of experience with all the moves like that. Pretty decent kind of tick. You get to do that pretty much every fight of the game. But a game like this now, where you are against getting ticked up by Desire, which of course we saw in the last matchup as well, when it was Laura on the Aphelios. But you're also down a kill, you've been forced down to some CS, and getting yourself into a point now where Gideon can just focus on bot side. Yes, you're falling behind 10 CS odd in this top side matchup, but mid jungle, then in towards the bot side of the map, very much IG favored. This Aphelios is not nearly going to have the same kind of ease of execution in this game, which we have seen from other games on this champion.
Yeah, we definitely are going to need to see a real step up for mid-IP at this point. A little bit of gold lead given to IG, but still very, very contested early game here. They do get a lot of vision control around the bot side of the map from IG. You can see where their point of power will be for the remainder of this. Gideon did hover down there, did get the back off here now, though. Shadow going for a little bit of vision information himself.
And information going to be so important, because as we said, we got the whole bottom side of the map from IG, and they don't really care about top side right now. So it's a Cassante. He has very good base utility, despite him being able to do pretty crazy things when he's ahead of the game. IG just needed to sit there, clear waves, and kind of soak up as much pressure as possible. So many options to play around the map. You can see Dove not feeling pressured to do anything with this wave, just pinging minions where he can, try to stack up the splinters. Of course, for those that you're not on Secondary Syndrome, probably should be. With LPL, we play a lot of this here, we've got a lot of mid lanes which like it. But if you hit 2 skill shots in quick succession, you start stacking up the splinters. When you level up and you kill, you swap, you kind of get towards your ability upgrades. So just holding the wave in place, just seeing if you can get some free splinters off a Dream.
Trying to stack up if possible. Now we do have another objective coming up very shortly. It is that Rift Herald. See if there's any movement, especially with that kind of early pressure from bottom side for IG. They want to try to get something moving to the top side for these objectives.
What I will say, I think of the places you want to fight from IG, actually, Herald's maybe one of the places you don't want to fight. Akali's first ultimate in the game can get pretty scary. And the big thing is, Renekton is very good at playing around Herald's fights. We'll talk about this a little bit in games like this, because Renekton is the 1 point of power, and while that will fall off at some point when he doesn't have the mobility to team fight into the late game, around Herald, because you use a lot of your empowered abilities for the first time around then, you have 2 or 3 empowered abilities, I'm going to start stacking up, you have so much base damage, and you're very hard to kill. So just don't chance it around Herald. Renekton will eventually fall off, you don't have to force it, maybe IG can look towards it, this rank has reset.
We did get double mobility boost here.
I love that as well. I'm kind of set. Wait, we got the Idol's rank. We didn't get Hot Rod. That would have been kind of fun.
That would be. It provides a little boost to movement speed for sure.
But as you can see, just IG, there's no worry for them heading towards topside. Give up the Herald. The one place where you can feasibly lose in this early game.
Actually looking to die. Yeah, it actually looks like they want to collapse here. Vision will spot them out though. Photic has that dark passage from Zhuo to get out of this, but can he do it in time? There's the flash though. He can't. He just can't get out. Oh, it's enough at the last second. Photic burns, but it's not going to be the difference. And while IG pounce, they will get Summoner Spell from the heal. It's not enough. It still would be plates for IG.
It's still plates, it's still a Cannon Wave lost to tower, and it's still a heal taken away from Photic, who then has to reset. He's sat on a new quiver and a pickaxe. Very sad situation for Photic, and again, the Aphelios loves being ahead of the game. Keep reiterating that, and is very much not in that position right now. Arn in a very good position from the Xayah. Flipping it over to their perspective as well, we're talking about how Arn and Wink had some awesome snowbally bot lane games, particularly when they were playing the Lucian Nami, right? But when they played this over Wolves, we talked about that.
We will see.
No, we're going to keep talking about that. Okay, get that. That's I was like, where's the hook coming in from this? But yeah, when we've seen Arn and Wink get ahead of the game, they have been a different kind of beast. So seeing them with a good advantage, taking down turret plates, good signs for IG's bot lane.
Good signs, good signs. We'll take a look at this replay though, and very close, but not able to do it. Trying to deny Photic from the dark passage. He's able to get there in time. Oh, that's the difference maker. That literally was the Sonic Wave.
Right, I actually had not realized that. I was like, oh yeah. So I thought it was going for the like 100% going for the kill. But, sadly, not able to finish that one out. And with that said, will still be pretty big advantage towards IG, but it's still not quite the killer blow in that case.
It's a Gale Force for On now. I mean, if Wink lands a hook on anybody, I think it's lights out. Here comes Shadow to make sure that can't happen. I think he snuck in there, actually. Okay. No, Wink will see him in the end. And Gideon just hovering where he's been hovering this whole time. He set up a little bit of a campfire down here.
And that makes a lot of sense. Again, you just don't really have to play towards this top side. As much as Invincible is getting CS leads on this top side, hasn't even got plates at that point. You're getting double dragon stacks on the side. Invictus Gaming as well. I have to see what the soul is. Also, still like that. It's very bad. These so, like Inferno Assault, absolutely no slouch as well. And we're going to get ourselves Ensec. So, sadly not the best thing for IG. I think if Syndra or Xayah ever get low HP, probably losing that fight anyway.
Yeah.
So not going to get value out of that one. But of course the Cassante will value that if it comes around to it. So still,
look at this.
Never a bad thing to take this on.
So preemptively knowing they will just lose this bottom tower, at least another plate down here, they will try to move Photic and Zhuo up here, Shadow up here as well with the Rift Herald in tow. See if they can catch Wise came out. He is unstoppable. Not going to hit the death sentence. The Cataclysm does connect. The Dark Passage there to try to get Photic into the fight, but Wise KM dissuading this gank. It still will be the Rift Herald pop in the tower under siege.
Okay, now this is actually very important. You see that IG moving towards this top side because you can't afford to leave this Aphelios alone on that turret. Sever and Crescendum, you get to stack up with all of those chakrams. Very good at killing turrets, so Photic has to back off.
Oh, if IG continued to collapse that, I thought they actually might have been able to. NIP step back up.
I don't think they're in a position to fight at that point, though, still. I don't think you can walk towards them. Maybe without Desire there, it's a very different story. But level 6 Lee Sin, terrifying champion, goes towards his first item as well. Photic. Maybe just wait for a lantern to farm this under tower.
should be just fine. But that early adaptation, getting some gold on Photic, I love to see that. Needing some sort of advantage here for NIP. We had said, you know, kind of trying to get something off the ground rolling for them is a key priority. To them continue to try to do so while Han has stacked up a big old lead over Photic, about 1.3k. We did get that Sunfire completed, at least for Shadow.
Han at the point where he's starting to free hit this turret even against Invincible clearing under it, and yeah, Invincible's not feeling too great about the situation. He's going towards the Gorge Ring here. You know what? I wonder if he had to really go towards trying to go towards the Prowl score one shot. I just feel like at this point, you're against quite a long-range backline of the Syndra and the Xayah. You need to get on top of them. Trying to get yourself a flank and be an extra diving partner with Dream. Prowl score is very good to kind of give you that extra spot of mobility in these situations.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, Goldringer is better for the 1v1. It allows you to do some more against the Cassante, but you're realistically not even hitting turret against the Cassante in side lane.
True.
You're definitely not going to be in a position where you're winning through side lane at that point. I wonder if Invincible could have gained more value from his build. This is not always going to be the be-all and end-all. Worth noting in these cases.
And we did see first tower actually go over to On, so even more gold dumped into the pocket of the ADC for IG. And in a prime position, be an influence for this Rift Herald fight in about a minute that both teams are already trying to get vision control around of.
Yeah, NIP would really like to not have to deal with the proverbial sort of Damocles of having very early dragons held over their heads. It's just such an annoying thing in Pro League of Legends. It was added for that reason, of course, because games were going so long, because you didn't have to fight when there was no soul over it, threatening very early Elder and stuff like that. But at this point in time, NIP is feeling the weight of objectives going against them. Gold going against them. Gideon, though, caught out.
He's in a little bit of trouble here. Hook goes in on a Shadow. He brings him right in. Shadow's already gone, though. Nice damage from On. Dream does find one on the wink. Nice hook comes through from 12, but he might go down as well. It's such a split fight, but the blade call from On separates them, and Dove takes down Zhuo. Sonic Wave does connect this time. Gideon wants to follow it up. Dove is right here around the corner with the Scatter of the Week. It doesn't connect, though.
Yeah, Gideon not flying in on that one would have absolutely got blown up. But Dream, you can see that this Akali, if you get a split fight, still has how to be used against IG, especially if they can't protect a backline or they can separate some players away from the big damage sources. It's a 2v3 currently, but Shadow is in the area and he didn't get to ult that last fight. So potential of a fight for NIP should this last long enough. Herald's going to go down right now. IG, what's your plan? You engaging or you retreating?
Okay, they end up getting it. Shadow goes for the engage. Cataclysm used here now. Wink and on the side. You got to watch out for the damage that this Feather recall can do at least. And now they actually just back out. It will be that Rift Herald given over to IG.
Feels pretty bad for NIP. Feels like, again, this kind of point in the game, around these early Herald fights, that's where you want to be using your Akali and your Renekton at this point in the game, particularly the Renekton, but see how much value Dream gets out. Shadow does a decent job of finding out Gideon where he can, but after that point, doesn't get to ult. Gets absolutely blitzed by the Blitzcrank, of course. Finding some value from that pick. And this is where things get kind of funky, because you can see that the Renekton kind of flashes forward. Great reactions from Arn to not get stunned up actually at that point. That could have been an absolute game changer if Xayah went down early into that fight, but NIP, they make the mistakes versus this fairly punishing comp of IG. They lose that Herald fight, potentially losing themselves this soul point as well. Talk about how that could be important towards IG. IG, what are you doing with those hook misses?
So close. IG did start the Dragon. They immediately backed out, realizing they aren't a really great position to kind of get engaged on. Dream has been on a big old flank over here, but I was here to try to push out the mid lane, get a little bit more presence for IG.
Okay, so no cleanse, no flash for On. We would keep an eye out for those. We also don't have the ult for a couple of seconds. We'll be up for that fight, though. So every ultimate but the Cataclysm available, which is a pretty big engage tool for NIP. You're looking at Dream. Dream's on this flank. He's out of vision, but he's not got a great timing right now to make anything of it. As you can see, doesn't manage to hold his position long enough.
That's really good man marking from IG.
So, NIP, a posture. I hope that this house doesn't flow down. IG
should get this tower mid lane though as a response for
They
it.
chunk it, but they won't get it. And now actually Fodic's gonna have to take that. Oh, that's dangerous.
Oh, not again. Oh, he gets to it with the flash. Whew. Making your blood boil a little bit there. As NIP get out just a little bit, that Rift Herald will be popped in mid lane, and IG, I have 5 members here.
Yeah, even though you don't get the kill on the Aphelios, Aphelios is not going to be here for the answer Cataclysm.
Shadow just goes in for a monster Cataclysm, separating a lot of the fight here. Moonlight Vigil into multiple members, and Dream has picked up on and got out of there. Invincible finds YSKM. The safeguard comes in at the last second. Shadow set up a monster engage for NIP off of the back of a charge in mid lane with the IG Rift Herald.
And the late change to the roster of NIP. Shadow coming into the jungle finds a big play. He's been looking for the engage. He has been the sole initiator. It's not like NIP have a huge amount of engage. Shadow makes it work in the mid lane. Sadly for them, it's not before the dragon goes down. Another big factor coming into this as well is that we talked about how Aphelios couldn't really join the fight early on. He'd actually managed to get some of the empowered fruit just before this point. So actually, even after this point, you have such a huge AD carry difference, despite Fodic not actually being able to kind of capitalize on the back end of that play. IG, you kind of overestimate how much damage they can take, and aren't without that flash, without that cleanse, in a moment of brief vulnerability, NIP pounce.
Yeah, the Zhuo wait till the Feather Storm came down in the Cataclysm. Obviously, you can't move, even though it looks like you're going up in the air. You can't go over those walls, and just waiting at the last second to get that death sentence off and end On's life. But now On will have that cleanse back. Splash coming up very soon. Next fight looking a lot better for IG. And while NIP just try to scrounge up some resources here, they are a bit of a timer though for themselves. 3 minutes till that soul fight for IG on the Chempunk Dragon.
And given the plates which went over to On in the early gold, it does feel like, again, it's quite hard to play out a lot of these fights as the Aphelios. Maybe they'll change it to 2 items. Waiting to see whether this is going to be the Bloodthirster or the Infinity Edge for Photic. Of course, the Bloodthirster, the BF Sword, and the Crit Relic builds into both of those items. So, some questions to be asked of Photic and what his role wants to be in these fights. Are you looking to peel back against the Cassante, or are you looking to be more bursty? SBS. Actually, this is the point. So, because Blitzcrank Ultimate bursts through shields, it just kind of like removes them. Bloodthirster has less value in this game, because if you kind of flash ult, silence, and the shield break, and then get on top of it, Aphelios, there are some edge case scenarios where Wink can get some really nasty combos. So maybe that tips the reasoning over to going towards Infinity Edge. Second item spike, fight around that, higher damage around that dragon.
That's a Everfrost for Wink, man.
We saw that. We have seen that a couple of times.
People. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like, you're not there to do damage to the Blitzcrank necessarily. You are just there to make someone immobile. They're not allowed to do anything. It's not like Fodec has a cleanse either. He doesn't have a cleanse. There's none of the Kales built up. By Thresh doesn't really build that item anyway. It's not like Thresh gets a huge amount of gold to really work with on that front. But yeah, very worth noting that. Maybe Wink can do something a little bit more tricksy with that then. Wait until he gets his flash back up.
For Fodec.
Okay, I'll be talking through the reasoning for that one. Second item spike, maybe that is the damage bump which NIP can use to walk away with the team fight. Not too far behind in that gold value, only the 2,000, but extra gold, obviously kind of artificially put in through those dragon stats.
And YSKM and Invincible get a little bit more give to these team fights as well, as we're cresting into that important part to the team fight for NIP. About 1 minute, 15 seconds. Till the dragon spawns, and then NIP just need to clear out some of this vision. Dream actually looking for a flank onto On. Oh, they Shadow maybe preemptively going in. There's the death sentence onto Gideon. Gideon just trying to get out of there. Rocket grab rather doesn't hit the Cataclysm.
Oh, the
with
kick.
that kick over. Shadow's all by himself. Dark Passage is there, but he can't get to it. And the darkness has taken his life. IG get it, and now there's no jungler for NIP to stop this dragon take.
Wink saw division just over here. There's another hook coming through, but that is the kind of play which just really sucks for NIP, because Shadow has been trying really hard as basically the only engaged threat from NIP to try and find angles. But you kind of talked about this in regards to Dream getting called out a little bit earlier, or at least kind of checked earlier. The man marking. IG only have to have eyes on Shadow realistically in a lot of these scenarios, unless there is a big flank angle where Dream is off of vision.
They're going to push to Baron.
This might be a
think
bit
the play is-
desperation-y. They might just give this up again. Climactic is not the best soul ever, but when you have Severum Crescendo, huge single target damage from Photic, they're starting it up, they're forcing the response.
Ping from IG, ping from IG. They're coming. They don't even need to take this dragon. They've stacked themselves up well. They can punish NIP, and look how much damage Photic is taking for the Baron.
Why is he tanking? How is he tanking? They managed to lose half
They
their
need
HP.
to pull out of
Really
this.
carry.
This is an ejection moment, but your Dream actually says maybe we stick in this. Maybe we get a flank here. Is on hovering over that side. Got to be very careful.
Very, very careful. Dream on that flank angle. This is one of the negative things of something like going for that Infinity Edge second. You don't have the infinite amount of lifesteal like something like the Bloodthirster plus Severum does give you. Wink is going to be...
They're just going to do it again. They're just pulling. They're trying to pull IG.
You're still half health on Photic. This is going to be so dangerous. He's going to have to use his Severum ultimate to heal up. He's not going to be able to get maximum damage in these fights.
As well. It's the AoE for the Baron. As the knockback comes through, there's the power unleashed on a Dream. No hooks at least connecting just yet. That is NIP running away. YSKM trying to catch Photic out, but there's a nice dark passage. The rest of NIP walk away. IG are like, guys, stop this. We just want to take Trent.
Stop this. Very silly. As it is when you're going to go for that multiple times with a half health 80 carry. Photic was not in a position to fight. IG, they just end up disengaging that Baron. That's absolutely fine. See that Shadow in position for a potential steal over here, but the ward's up with the IG. Just need to not snatch and grab at this. Just play it out slowly. You have the advantage on the map right now. You stop doing that Baron, and the soul point is yours. Soul is yours if you take this.
Shadow waiting for the steal. Can he make a difference here? It wasn't a difference in the BLG series, but now it's a relive. No! Gideon gets the steal, or at least the take, and that is soul for IG.
So Gideon secures it. Shadow had not bad timing. All things said and done on that one. Did have the vision over the wall. But Lee Sin, one of the best objective securers in the game. Whether you're the one or stealing it over a wall or whatever. That Q with the AD buff as well. Lee Sin buffs in the recent patches gives you 10% on both ends of your resonating strike. And the Sonic Wave, of course, just before it. So Gideon gets that secure. Soul is secured. The thing is now, the dangerous thing for IG is that you are ahead of this game, and you do have Soul. Not the best Soul, so it's not going to be game-ending. Elder Dragon is now up. If NIP can survive another 5 minutes to a point where they can potentially get a steal, Elder is always a threat, especially in a game like this when all of your damage is coming out of Syndra and Xayah. Realistically, you're not really getting as much kind of auxiliary damage from your most of your other members on the map, despite Lee Sin being a fairly strong champion. If Elder gets stolen, there is every world in which someone like Dream or Photic then start popping off at that point. You cannot afford to let that happen. IG, can you use your chokehold on the map right now to get yourself a Baron, bust through some more turrets, maybe break open the base? That is really what we need to see from them. If this goes into a flippy scenario, there's every world, despite having a good early game, can lose this game.
They truly can, and that is the scariest part, but it is also looking where that gold is and where the itemization is going. Right, we're on 2 items now for majority of carries. We're looking at Dream with the Akali to really step up to the occasion, but Dove as well on the other side will be ready to respond. He takes a side lane tower as well. That Black Cleaver now completed for Invincible.
Just some extra threat, particularly against the Sensei. Of course, a bit of ability to burst out. Shuo's Lanterns, have actually been very good this game. Photic and Shuo, besides that level 1 awkward hook, or the level 2, I suppose, have been playing this out fairly well as far as things go. It's just been so hard for them to play from behind. Baron now starting from IG, as you said. They really want to take this.
How the turntables here, Nymera. How the turntables.
Looks both equally ineffective.
Shadow's going. Dove does the focus here. He goes golden though. Wink is in trouble now as well. There is Photic stacking up some shots here. The AoE. They get the Moonlight Vigil as well. That Infernum's doing some work now. Is it going to be a Quadra? It goes over to Invincible and NIP. Take a team fight.
And Invictus Gaming, they give up way too much vision control. They go to the Baron, but they skip steps. Shadow finds the angle, Shadow finds the engage. Dove has no way to outplay the dive on top of him once they close that distance. And NIP, seriously impressive to see them kind of in a very difficult scenario, finding the angle, finding the fog of war, finding both a fight and a Baron.
The all-in together is what's getting me for NIP. It's just decisiveness on target calling, and it's working out for them in multiple occasions now. There is that Baron, a lot of presence on the map here, given over to NIP, and they'll be evening up the gold advantage that IG had developed for themselves.
They do, and they also managed to wait until all of their members that are alive to get full stack of Baron buff. Everyone has it, and Shadow
he didn't see
vision. He standard giving vision over the wall as well. It's just a double knock.
Dude, the double re-engage.
Shadow, you know, we haven't seen this guy in a little while. He sat out for most of spring, comes back. Much in the way we were talking about Southwind in that last series, being subbed out for a couple of series. Shadow with a point to prove. In actually what is quite a difficult game for this Jarvan as well in some ways. It feels like you are again the one go button for your team, really making the most of it. So, Baron taking stock in this game. Gold is even now. Most of the time, you'd see a soul take and you think, oh, but isn't that a big game changer? It is the Chemtech soul, and as we saw with Dove and Arn, didn't really change the way they played out that fight. They were already getting absolutely blasted out. So it wasn't really like that to change anything. And what that means is that NIP, if they can win a fight around that Baron, they can sure as hell win a fight around the Elder. We are in, for now, a very interesting late game scenario when NIP have a pretty good foothold.
And the thing is that last play, that was something initiated by IG. They pulled the Baron like, all right, let's fight NIP. And NIP, welcome to that fisticuff fight. And now we have to look at these next step, 1:15 till that Elder Dragon you were highlighting comes onto the map. We are looking to see that now the third item for Photic, the Lord Doms is there. Got 3.5 for On, and we are about to get a bloody fight over this big objective, or potentially game-changing objective.
Game-changing indeed. Elder very rarely isn't when it's on the table. Cannot afford to ignore it. On walks up. Doesn't have cleanse. Doesn't have flash. Very important to note those things for this fight. As much as we said, Arn has been very good from the lead, from an advantage. Most of this split. I find it very hard to disengage the diving combo of NIP if he's caught out of position.
CIG moving in and try to get a little bit more vision here. They actually have a good amount of control of vision on NIP's side of the jungle, and you're going to need to see a bit of a safety squad, maybe some safety nets there for NIP to move up. And they'll use the rest of this Baron buff about 30 seconds to maybe move out from mid lane with it.
Two other things to note as well. Don't have that third item in from Dove. He used that stopwatch in that last fight. Sadly for him, could not survive even with that. He doesn't have a Zhonya's for this fight. So, no stasis available for Dove. Dove does have that Seraphs. Does feel like there is ample damage now, particularly coming in from the diving combo and the overhead of the artillery strike of Photic. Could be very, very big. The vision control is good from IG, but remember, they slipped once and they let someone have a flank. I think it's got very awkward after that point. Invincible pops the stopwatch.
Trying to get out of that rocket grab as well. Shadow in a little bit of trouble. He's on the other side, trying to go through with that engage after IG split off. He can't find that angle.
Seconds away from having flash. Seconds away from having flash with Shadow. If he has that up, again, he's off on the side. Shadow, whenever he's on Fog of War, it's very, very difficult. See how difficult it is?
There he is. He finds the back, but he gets kicked out of his own Cataclysm. Now re-engaging is Dream, gets the power unleashed used onto him. Moonlight Vigil will connect. Inferno does a lot. YSKM using it all out to get Dream over the wall. They find Dream, but they can't get the damage connected onto him. Gideon gets engaged on the play. It's huge, and now IG are in the cage match against NIP, and they're trying to fight their way out of it. YSKM gets one back on the Zhuo, but Invincible should chase him down. And NIP trying to route out IG. TP's coming back in for the mid laners, and we got round 2 fight as Wink is going down now. Double kill for Invincible.
And NIP, they do it again. They force IG back with the threat of the Jarvan engage, which means that they can't really protect their carries. Dove tries to hold on to his flash for as long as possible, but this is Elder. You can't afford to give up this fight. It's on Dove, it's on Arn. What can they do?
Here comes Dream. Dream has found the long flank. He walked all the way around. IG realized what has happened, and they have to walk away. Shadow goes for that engage. Dream wants to cut them down, but On is pumping out some feathers right now, and there's no more for Shadow. There's no jungler, and Elder Dragon goes to Invictus.
It felt like the hard work was done. Foden getting close down, trying to
he's trying
chase
to
away
get
the
kills.
carries.
He can't do it. Elder Dragon wings flapping on, gets the kill. Dream picking off it on Dub, but it's again. Oh my God, wait, before the animation went through, Dream, you're nuts, but you ain't getting out of this one.
No, he is not. It was a valiant effort from NIP, fighting back against the Soul, claiming that play around the Baron. But when it comes to the Elder, the all-important Elder Dragon, IG finally just about managed to mount a retreat. Shadow not quite able to find the miracle engage, only really found Dove with that one Cataclysm. And even after that point, things got very strange afterwards. We even saw Chemtech Rift come into play, some big blast cones buying space for IG to wait out that round of cooldowns, disengage and come back for another crack. And that second crack at the Elder Dragon very much went in Victor's Gaming's favor. So
they can snowball this in the Baron too.
They have themselves. Well, I mean, the Elder Dragon is coming up in 20 seconds. You're absolutely right. Gideon walking up towards this top side of the map, trying to find Shadow. You does have the Radiant Virtue, very tanky job, but IG, they made it a little bit difficult on themselves in this late game. They put themselves back in the lead.
Still got a minute on this Elder Dragon buff. Baron is on the table. There's already pings from IG onto that as well. So should be able to utilize this buff to grab that secondary objective. And now it's just about sieging onto the base here.
But it will be, can't really fight up against that Elder Dragon. So, Baron's live, won't be for very long. Dream heading towards that bottom lane. Be a good point to check in at this point, seeing what items have been built after that last Elder Dragon fracas. We do have Zhonya's in for both of our mid laners now, so that stasis available. Very important to note that. We have a GA or two across the board as well, particularly for Invincible, fairly important to note. And we have a couple of stopwatches. Stopwatch particularly on Arn. Very worth noting that one. So, defensive abilities across the board. I feel like that favors IG. They're the ones which just need to survive the initial engage. Right now, with the last the Elder buff, we're just happy to group, stack, try and take down the base.
And they get these stacking waves coming in. This should be Inhib in mid lane, taken out. Tier 2 tower under siege and top side by YSKM. Maybe an opportunity for an IP. There still is the Elder. Now it has fallen. Gideon actually finding on an Invincible, but the rest of his team is caught out here. Power Unleash comes through. We got Odd trying to get some big blade caller damage, and he does as well. 2 kills go through, and there ain't much left here in this game. As NIP, one last ditch effort potentially as Invincible gets his GA pop, but the Baron's still up for 2 minutes. This will be the final push.
Road bump or two later along the road. IG do find themselves towards their first victory in this series. That Dream up, can't see them defending the Nexus.
Okay. A little bit of fight back given. Shadow on the other side of the fight. So Foden is not able to get the damage out. Does try to get one last flashy flash, but that is it. And a close finish for IG, but they handle business as business is done.
NIP tried to find their way back into the game through some miracle job and engages, but only so many times you can pull out that kind of magic. Shadow, despite having a really confident win, confident game run, not a win, was not enough to see it out there, despite his return to an LPL starting lineup. And NIP, they've had their struggles, they've had their slumps, they've had their slides, and now they have to see themselves fighting an uphill battle into the rest of the series.
I will say those Shadow and Dream were those big moments for me, right? You got to see so many great engages from Shadow, Dream on the Akali trying to pick apart the composition from IG, but IG stand front and center. They started stacking up those dragons, and it helped them a lot. That grittiness in the fight, the kind of re-TPs in, but especially the Lee Sin, it felt like for Gideon, unlocked a ton of the composition of IG.
As soon as that first hook hit towards bot lane, you're like, oh boy, this is going to give Gideon a lot of options to play around the rest of the map. And Gideon, considering he started as very much just kind of a Maokai one trick towards the start of the split, which is completely valid. Maokai is a very strong champion.
It was very
to
strong.
see him evolve beyond that, go onto a champion which is very diametrically opposed to the Maokai. It is very much about first couple of levels into individual kind of pick plays, aggressive play, as opposed to kind of setting up for your team and being a facilitator. Gideon, despite coming in with a mixed run of form coming in from the LCK, starting again to show some of the learnings he's had in the LPL.
Yeah, man, it really showed through. I know we put a little bit of stock into the battle of the rookie top laners. That was a lot more quiet than we maybe had wanted it to be, even with the kind of picks that we're getting. But it was not quiet from Gideon, from Dove as well. But On and Wink having a really pop off 2v2 down there. And I think against the names that we were talking and kind of lauding for NIP, Fodic, last year having such incredible moments for Victory 5, now NIP. But we didn't get to see as much of that pull through. And it really was the Dove and On show.
Yeah. Fodic tried his best. Schwar's lanterns
there was
also.
that little blip. Look at it. Look at it. Is it?
One Baron plate made things a little questionable. Yeah, I think Schwar on the Thresh did about as much with those lanterns after a point. It wasn't like the Blitzcrank was kind of snowballing things into oblivion. The lanterns kept him at bay long enough. But I think going into the second game, I have to really question NIP's draft and just say, okay, you need to add yourself in a bit more engaged if you're going to play a very melee-heavy composition. Jarvan, Akali, that's pretty okay on its own. You need someone else which can supplement that engage. So IG, they're very happy to play back, try and outlast that first round of combos, take a second part of that fight, which is what they did for most of that game, and mostly it worked out for them.
Yeah, On had a 93% KP. My goodness. We'll see who ends up getting MVP for that first game from IG, but we're going to step away for a little break while we get ready for game number 2.
Let's try. Mako's going to space it out. He's burned double summons in the process. No Baron steal. They go for the all-in. Shaku gets him over the wall. Leads by himself, but flashes back over. Needs his team. Somebody help the AD carry. He failed the flash. Like, where is my team? Team! Kazante is doing his thing as Arla gets flipped around as well. Jin Zhao's the next target, but Arla can't do too much. Xiao Shu with the solo carry, man. They're paying attention. Spotted out. Again, they go for the all-in. The Vault Breaker sees the shove doesn't work out. We get Leaf jumping in the front line yet again. His Carson ulti doesn't do too much. Now jumping a light. Arla needs to just take him down, and he does so. Light was given no help, no escape as the Shy jumps in. Wavo are all over the place. Leaf is taking him out onto Xiao. 1 versus 3 tippers out, but I got cleansed, baby. Goodbye, Chris. It was only a flash in the pan, as Leaf doesn't need no support to take them all down.
Keep an eye on Kanavi, keep an eye on Tarzan. They need to get into Dragon Pit. Tarzan already gets that Sonic Wave in. JDG positioning. Nice! Stuns from Scouts! He goes golden with that Frozen Tomb. Now they're right back into the engage. Knight is scouting around everywhere here, but the team fight front to back is reestablished by LNG. You got TP coming down. This is a little bit of trouble for Yagao, who's just going to get stunned up so heavily. And now he's just gone again. He just got back. Oh, but they get him. Oh, Ming gets caught out in the end. Way with a big crescent guard, though. You got to shut down over there. But now Ben. Oh, my God. Just like that.
They're calling the bluff. They're saying, you're not doing it. We know you're not doing it. So they're covering the mid lane and saying, look, we got the 1 minion and we're going to get something off of this. So the 1 minion that could, Ming misses his hook. The Shy gets engaged upon and the Shy is dead. Keeper's verdict does separate this, but now it's turned into a little bit of a pinch. Double kill coming in for Gala as he dances around this fight. Look at him just putting in the damage. Gala gets another kill. Quadra kill for Gala. And you know what he wants. You know what he needs. He's going to push forward and look for the magic kill.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school. Surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I will do. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I will do. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL and beautiful Shenzhen as we are hitting our second game of our second series in the night. Week 9, day 2, rather. A little bit flipping around the numbers. But I'm Mazel, joined by Nymera, and hopefully getting ourselves to a spot where we get a bounce back from NIP with some bright moments from game 1 that fizzled out towards the end because IG set themselves up so well.
It seems like we've been saying that line a fair amount today. Actually, a number of our teams, which you've seen in today's games of the LPL, they have had... Look, there's no team in the LPL which is completely devoid of good moments. Even teams which have been struggling have shown us bits and pieces. It's just whether they can combo them together into game-winning plays. And for a bit, we thought maybe because the Soul was a Chemtech one, it wasn't really the best comp for that either for the side of Invictus Gaming. Maybe it could have been an Elder flip into a win. They did the first step of that. They managed to get a good fight into a Baron, which allowed them to survive into the Elder. They couldn't quite see it out.
On will get MVP for that first game as well. Really deservedly so. I think he had like 93% KP. He ended up doing, he did have 93%. And yeah, somehow it works out. 34% damage done, and really a lot of big moments for On, but set up a lot from his duo Wink, who have been such a terrifying 2v2.
And Xayah is a champion as well. Thinking about the games which we've seen today, also remembering, I think it's Upset in the LEC, who hasn't even, well, he hasn't died in general yet in Spring Split over there, but he's had some incredible games in this champion. It does feel like Xayah is entering a bit of a League of Renaissance. Been a champion of priority for a long time.
God, that
hook is disgusting. I mean, you see Photic CC himself, effectively lock himself into an auto attack animation, and Wink says, I will have that, grabs him out of the air. But it did feel like, again, we had another game where, very importantly, in the big team fights, Xayah, if not went untouched, managed to disengage themselves very, very effectively into the point where, yeah, they were just that consistent damage output. And being able to hit multiple targets at once with all those feathers and the feather callbacks sets you aside from so many other champions in the AD carry role right now. So I think maybe heading into the next game of this series, future series for the entirety of the LPL, Xayah needs to be considered more as a priority champion, a bit more of a pick ban threat, or have it to be something which can be countered a little bit more. We've been seeing some things like Caitlyn Heimerdinger being tried to play into that champion, just outrange them. I'm surprised that Varus has gone off the board as well. Feels like the Xayah, if they get a free laning phase, they manage to get ahead, they define the game.
And again, when we're coming into this one, IG, they came in swinging to the LPL, right? They were the hottest thing since newspapers. I don't know, coming up with something, but it was a huge start to IG, and we got to see a fall off, right? We saw a lot of teams kind of picking apart this team, but now we need that strong late season push. They will be trying to get themselves to 8 wins, close to that magic number 9, and this would be a big stepping off point for them to continue a little bit of a comeback after losing to WE last time they hit the Rift at least. But IG will be on the blue side, banning away the Zeri, the Felios, the Sejuani. There's the Xayah ban, the Lucian as well, and the Jax from NIP on the red.
Yeah, the Xayah ban, important by my eyes, as I was saying, it feels like you're not going to be able to counter that in lane if you're not comfortable playing something like the Caitlyn, just outrange, shove them in, mince them on the turret, maybe get rid of that one. So, Lee Sin is available if Gideon wants to pick that one up. Okay, Gragas, also a champion which we've seen be flexible all around the map and playable in almost every role in the game. On the other side, we're kind of wondering where the Varus has gone in the current meta. He's been played a fair amount in the LPL, very much in the LPL, of course, over the course of spring. But I think with all of the other AD carries down, I don't see that much which deals with the Varus that effectively. Is going to be locked in for Photic and Short. And despite not being able to get ahead of that last game, we're also going to see Shadow's Viego come back out.
I actually like this. So we'll get yet another addition to the table so far from Shadow. We'll be getting this Viego, which gives him a little bit more point presence. I think super important for Shadow as a player. When we've seen him in his successful moments, he does have a little bit more say in those resources. And now we'll see what the response is from IG. We were talking a little bit of that flexibility for Gragas. Primarily played between Gideon and Dove for IG at this point, but Jace does continue some of that flexible mindset from IG's blue side draft.
I don't think Dove has actually played any of the Jace this split yet, so we'll have to see if Dove feels like he can pull that one out himself. Of course, he's played a bit of the Gragas. There is some flexible options there for IG with their first 2 picks locked in. What are you going to do about this AD carry role, though? Because so many AD carries have gone already. Okay, now check. There we go.
That's what you do.
There's the answer. There's the answer. So, Ziggs locked in. Let's talk about this for a little bit. We'll see what's locked in afterwards, but extended point about Ziggs is very much worth it because we know this is going into the bot lane at this point. Almost assuredly, you don't really see Ziggs mid anymore. It's been a very long time since we've seen that one. You're looking to pair that up with Rakan or Leona, most importantly, because you want big CC combos where you can just absolutely blast a target like a Varus into absolute oblivion, especially when you don't have many escapes on something like an Annie or a Varus, which have already been locked in. Very, very valuable. I think that NIP probably do need to lock away. I'm trying to think. There are probably enough supports to deny them a lot of the... to not be banned out, because you've got Nautilus, Leona, and of course Rakan, which are all very good with that Ziggs in terms of the big CC combos. What are you going to lock away first and foremost? Do you choose the 2 worst ones of the bunch and then suffer the 3rd?
I mean, you gotta pick your poison, I guess, at this point. It is the Scion, though, banned by IG, so focusing on that topside matchup a little bit more for them. It will be NIP with a counter pick here. Just questioning how they're going to really be able to use that. A lot of flexibility given from IG's draft here, but the continued focus, I think, will be towards that bottom side for NIP's draft, at least the bans, and there's that Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank ban, okay. I don't know if that Blitzcrank ban is as valuable. Just going to say that. I think that unless what they're thinking is, you're picking the Ziggs, we want a way to give mobility to our Varus. Maybe they're actually angling for Varus Thresh at that point, just saying that we want to have the Lantern to give mobility out of something like the Ziggs combo. And that would have meant that...
hey, let's go!
Okay, well, now this is a Nomera Aricast. I apologize, or you're welcome, regardless of how you feel about that champion. Gonna be locked in, and that means that Dream and Shadow, very strong mid lane jungle 2v2, and lots of a bit of force fights, force engages, which means that even if you're playing around these big pick combos, around the Jace, around that Ziggs, maybe you can look for some picks around the side, stop that combo ever coming off.
And it is one of Dream's favorite champions to go to in competitive, his third most played as well. We do get a most played for YSKM in the Fiora, and really big stuff for him in a solo lane power point there. We'll see what IG do want to lock in for Wink. Expect a little bit of that engage, a little bit of that forward aggression here for them.
Has to be those. Has to be one of those
there
two.
You go.
It works with the
it is
Ziggs.
Leona.
Makes Ziggs into a bit more of a point-and-click champion, which is kind of terrifying. The amount of damage that champion very much can do. Also, with something like Leona, it is harder for you as a champion to get picked off as well, and we're going to get Kennen towards the top side. Now, Kennen's Fiora is not nearly as easy as something like the Kennen into the Jax. You can still fully out. I'm trying to remember, actually, if you have some AD Kennen options into the Fiora as well, just try and outspace them. It gets a little bit difficult into the Fiora, of course, because Fiora just has so much damage. You can obviously run Ghost and stuff like that, and just try and run you down in the long lane. NIP feels like with these solo laners that they have locked in, they're playing much more around playing out of Fog of War, less about the objective setup for them, more about picking someone off before an objective spawns or in side lanes.
And that's all coming down to a lot of execution needed, but we're kind of looking at momentum maybe in IG's favor of that first game. Shadow really trying to pull his team from the brink. I think there was a lot of those good moments we were highlighting, and now specifically so, needing this Viego, needing this Ahri to have that presence. I love a little of that opt-in for Invincible, though, getting the Kennen and having that influence in big team fights, but the flanks are going to be important, and we've seen IG doing really good at man marking.
That is a term which was very, very appropriate in that last game. It was very much about just having eyes on those flanking champions, and it feels like that will have to be the case again. In this game, does feel an awful lot of CC from NIP, and if they're going to be playing around burst combos, I talk about this a little bit, I'm very tired of seeing Everfrost and Ahri Mazal. It hurts me every single time. You know, it got to this point where I think I was saying in someone's chat, I was trying to remember if Mazal will dominate actually, if he was in that chat, but someone was saying, oh, isn't Everfrost meant to be standard on Ahri? It is, but not because it should be. You shouldn't really be building it all the time. Maybe think about taking up that carry mantle yourself. I think in this game, when particularly when you need to be really one-shotting someone off the face of the map, and you have Varus ults on the table, you have Annie, you've got Viego flashing in as well.
Exactly.
Something like a Ludens, a Medjai snowball, trying to get yourself really out of control. Nike would very much benefit from that as they could have won, could be seen. This one, they don't even spot it! They don't even spot it with the last of the sweep, but that's sad.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. We'll see what that itemization for Dream will end up being, though, in the end. We do get the Gideon Gragas with the Predator start here to try and get that boots early, but we'll have to see some vision put down on this top side of the map, give some information over, and Dove getting a little bit of a trade on Dream early.
This is the one danger of playing into
auto.
Jace very early on. This is Jace top lane does very well. It's harder to do this in mid lane. It's one of the reasons why Jace wasn't in mid lane for a very long time. Jace, if he gets to pop out of a brush and kind of stand beyond the minion wave, it's much easier to do than inside lane brushes. He can just kind of Q you level 1. It's also one of the ways that Jace has kind of been beating out some Azir matchups as well. You just kind of burst them out very, very heavily, take the phase rush to run out and disengage. It's not like you can, with the phase rush active, it's not like you can kind of get too many counter autos on the backside of that. Gideon level 2ing bot, we've seen this a couple of times today. A little blitzcrank in the lane. We're going to see a flash Q or something from Wick.
Can't get the Zenith Blade. There you go, the flash body slam. That is the cleanse flash from Photic with the thumbs up as well. And can we just give a moment to kind of shout out this comp from IG? We talked a little bit about, we were talking about flexibility in the 1-2 pick. They actually used some of that, right? Dove's first game of the season here on Jace and using Gideon on the Gragas. You get the first Ziggs game for On, who has been typically leaning towards like the Lucians, the Varus, the Dravens. It's a little bit of that flexibility adaptation for IG in this one.
Which is exactly what we've been looking for. Obviously, level 1 still good. Come on back.
That's both flashes, bot lane gone.
Ouch. Ouch. So, what that means is that you have push in bot lane now for your Ziggs and your Leona. They get to walk up, ward out the Scuttle spawns. They'll be able to see something there. We can see a flash in from Shadow or Dream. What can they realistically do here? I'm not sure they have one-shot threat. Not at this kind of HP. When you see if Dove will overextend, it's not going to lead to anything at that point. So, when Ziggs gets control of the laning phase, things get very, very... Oh, Wisecap's just going in.
That's, man, just so many flashes gone from NIP's side. YSKM did burn his, though, in the end, so some trading in the top side. Look where Gideon's going, though.
Ow.
I thought he might go for a little something.
Could have gone for the bomber top lane. Not going to be the case. One thing in the Ahri Jace matchup as well, which we didn't see in that case, is while Jace can jump you at level 1, if that happens level 2, level 3, Ahri has Charm. Ahri's Charm stops dashes because it kind of has that little like slight interrupt on it. You can interrupt the Jace hammer Q, which is a big part of his early burst. It's one of the reasons why in the past actually Ahri was considered a Jace counter back in Season 7 MSI, if I remember right. It was one of the times where she was kind of picked his meta into that champion. I like what Dream's doing here as well, actually. First back, gets himself a Dark Seal, very important. Means that if you get your first ultimate of the game around something like Herald fights or bot lane river fights or something like that, start getting yourself on the way to really threaten large amounts of AP with a Magi Snowball. So it's very important that Dove kind of very respectful around this mid-jungle TV2 right now. As much as he has Flash, Jace can die very, very quickly if he slips up.
They really want to punish Dove here. They have had Shadow hovering this mid lane. They have now tried to move Zhuo up there, but the gank is just not in a position to be pulled off right now. And some information given back over to ING while Gideon was hovering this top side.
Yeah, it's hovering that top side because the wave is pushing
out. If YSKM gets one kill up here, it does so much.
Very true. Actually, yeah, very worth noting that because especially if NIP are going to play around some side lane pressure, going to play around 1-3-1 with the cannon, the Ahri, and kind of float around the picks. Fiora, if they get kills, it gets very hard to take down, especially if you're going towards third item, Hull Breaker, after something like a Sundra into the Ravenous Hydra. It just gets very difficult to take down. Outside though, not going nearly as well for NIP as top
Predator popped.
You can't really do anything here though, really. They're going for the
They
fight.
want
That's
it.
very difficult.
They want it. Zhuo gets stunned up. He gets a stun back. He's going down first blood to Gideon. It's immediately traded though. The IG were just willing to kind of give that one over. Now Gideon getting auto attack, taking the long way through. Photic canceling one auto though. Does not have the damage to take down Gideon. It will be the 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1, but you don't take down the farming member of the bot lane, so it's not like you're denying minions away from Photic. Photic, of course on the Varus, when you kill a champion, you get a lot of extra attack speed. That's Varus' passive. You forget about that. So dying under that turret, very difficult there for IG to kind of contend with after that point. Not stick around. NIP get themselves something back.
Interesting that they forced that so hard.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that. Wing.
Okay. Maybe just trying to provide a little bit of pressure. I don't know if they can get out of this one. There's a nice piercing arrow. Wing! Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to say about that one.
There's a reset hit too. There's flashing on. Might have to blow it.
Oh, they do have that flash charm from Dream, and the connection is there. The souls are going the way of NIP.
And it's 3 Dark Seal stacks over the Dream, who gets the reset. Yes, they lose a wave in mid lane for the attempt, but NIP punish the first dive, and Wink, with a moment of madness, hops over the Dragon Pit for reasons completely unknown.
Did he mean to do that? Like, I don't think we'll get a replay of that, but like, I'm so confused.
I don't know whether they didn't have vision on the Dragon, and they just thought, oh, we can like find a way to clear out vision. We missed the disconnect though.
Slicing Maelstrom is there. will be used. Okay, so no big ulti there provided from Invincible. Don't think he was going to get into any big team fights anyways, but just trying to punish his top side a little bit.
Just a little bit. So, taking stock of the game once again, Arn and Wink have done a really good job, especially with that level 2 from Gideon, to get ahead, push bot lane under turret, potentially threaten plates with the Ziggs passive being so good on towers with both the auto attack and then of course the satchel being able to execute low health towers. But that's taken a bit of a bump now, a bit of wind out of the sails. Momentum's starting to drop a little bit. Because of those 2 overforces towards that bot side, maybe trying to find something towards top lane. No.
They're collapsing. They're bringing Dove.
No, well, no stopwatch, no flash. Potential for a kill, but full HP. Good trade back there. It's much harder to do so.
Actually, really nice timing from YSKM right there. And we'll see Shadow joining up this Krug fight. And, still taken actually by Gideon. Shadow should be able to scoop up all those little Krugos. It will be level 6 completed for Shadow.
Kruggo.
Level 6 is coming up across the board.
Is that what the little Krugs are called to you? Kruggos?
I don't know.
Not Kruglings?
But my caster buddy Cubby called them Krugos one time in a content piece we did, and I can't stop calling them Krugos
That just
now.
sounds like cereal. It's like, oh, your jungle
Get your Krugos! It's the
like
new
most
cereal
meal
on
of the day.
Runeterra.
Get your Krugos here.
That's what all the kids eat on Runeterra. I mean, come on. Because
sounds
how
like a
are you
great way to
this far
lose your
behind?
teeth. That's
Yeah,
how
it's
you
very
get really
sugary.
tough teeth.
The question is, what do they
flashing
look
up.
like?
Because no flash hit, there's a chance there could be a pick-off. But without Invincible in great position, not willing to go towards that one.
I want to go back to the serious question I had at hand that you completely threw away.
Yes.
What do they look like? What do Kruggo cereals look like? Do they just look like little Krugs?
You know the little like stone dude in TFT? That'll be the mascot of it. You know, the little,
Okay, that's like on the
dude.
front
I
of
can't
the
remember
box.
his name. Yeah, that's the one on top of the box.
All right.
I'm not gonna lie. I think it's just like little, like one down stones in the shape of shirt.
Yeah,
so.
with like 2 little eyes. Like maybe they're like
Yeah.
chocolate chips or something.
That sounds great.
No,
You know
we're
what?
good.
I can
We're
vibe with
marketing
that.
this. We're marketing this.
Yes,
Like, it's fine.
100%. You heard it here first. If no
Get
one
your
right now is
Kruggos,
running,
people.
this is
Every
the point
day,
where
the
someone
most
just
popular
runs away
cereal
from
on
their PC.
Runeterra.
They just run away from the stream, go to hating the idea. That happens. We're coming deep. We will find you. This is our
If somebody
idea.
wants
We
to
had it
edit
first.
a picture of Kruggos for us and at me on Twitter, I'll take that.
That would be wonderful.
That would
would
be
mean personally a lot to me. It's the most important thing that I've done in ever, maybe. This could define my career.
It would be a work of art, no doubt. Either way, it happens. Something, though, that we want to focus on for IG here with this Ziggs bot lane is a little bit pressure on towers. Obviously, trying to get Ziggs as many plates as possible, moving out of lane. Now we see that kind of trying to be adapted from IG with aggression down here in this 2v2.
Well, that's why it's so important that you have the Herald in inventory as well. Tristana, Ziggs, if you have them with a Herald taken as well, you cannot afford to let them get a free push in lane into just a 100-0 on a tower. It can get very, very dangerous. Of course, Herald does less damage to towers nowadays. That was going to nerf from kind of 2 plates fully to 1 and a bit. But it's still more than worth noting. Arn and Wink are going to get closed down in the spot side. Ari and Viego making their way down here again. They can't allow...
the tippers. Ooh, nice. Got the cannon.
They backed off long enough. I think they got the memo from Vision and River and called out from Dove. Dove's heading topside though. Both these mid laners on the
Will
road.
the storm be enough? We'll see. Actually, Ripto going to use up here to Wildkin.
It is. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense at this point because we talked about how important it is for Furo to get ahead. Invincible. You can see again, Dream and Shadow answering the map again, just trying to be on call everywhere. It's not going to lead to a huge Herald play. So NIP managing to avoid the very worst of what could have happened around that Herald take. It's not going to be 100-0 on the bot side from the Ziggs. It's not going to be huge amount of plates on top side either.
And I really like the move. The quickness of speed around the map, the mobility that NIP have with this duo of Shadow and Dream on the Ahri and the Viego, I think is so huge. And we saw them kind of hovering bot and moving to top.
And it's great to call that out. However, terrible news. His top lane is... I'll visit that later. But Invincible's in trouble. Has flash. Has
That's
ult.
a slicey Maelstrom out. The riposte had already gone down. YSKM just gave himself a grave.
Shadow managing to slip in around Vision. Surely the only reason you go for that play as YSKM is because you don't think Shadow is there. He did. Horrible misread of what could happen. Just after having the Herald put in their lane. Not able to capitalize. Wink is heading towards the top side. He's now unseen. Invincible.
Predator is available.
Yeah.
Gideon not gonna pop it, actually just getting a little bit of damage himself. Here comes the solar flare. Invincible has no way out of this. He had already burned that flash, and a response kill to Gideon.
Yeah, it's like the train scene from the series Invincible. Gets absolutely bloodied up towards that top side.
God, that is a brutal scene.
It absolutely is. I'm not mentioning it.
Oh, Timber is finally available for Zwo. He's on to on here, but here comes Shadow to help out. Mega Inferno Bomb isn't enough. It's Shadow gets a second kill for NIP.
Shadow and Dream being the absolute roaming squad from NIP, always going towards the side of the map where they are needed to be. And NIP having a much more solid early game compared to the last one where things kind of fell apart very early on. After Vertic and Schwartz were punished very early in lane. So, not going to give up though. Wave and a couple of plates in mid lane. Dream not going to walk the dangerous way back to lane though. Wink was in the area. 2 plates now to Dove. This is going to be a little bit dangerous. Despite you managing to get your cannon ahead, despite you managing to bail out your bot lane a little bit as well, Dove has been the beneficiary of a lot of these plays. Getting the first.
Don't look at mid lane, Nightmare.
I was going to say, disastrous news.
Don't do it.
My screen is frozen, as is my brain, as I see a Neverfrost build up.
Forever?
I'm like, wow. I honestly, ever since I kept seeing that item, I feel my brain cells getting put into cryo sleep. And sometimes I just wish that Ares chose to build damage. No, you want just an extra half second of CC. That's the most valuable thing to put into Merc Treads. I love that. Invincible, once again,
he
being
just got visited by Gideon.
Line.
We'll see as Dove is going to be the extra party joining. Shadow is here. Some alcove gameplay with the Maelstrom. Here comes Shadow, try to get Gideon. Heartbreaker in, but Gideon flashes. He still goes down. He's being pushed away from the souls, and Shadow tries to go for the reset. He got it, and he's out of there. There's nothing here right now, and a double kill ends up coming through for Shadow.
It is a game of millimeters in the 3v3 eventually topside. Dove is the first mid laner to the play, but he can't quite clean up, and no one somehow falls from NIP. That is going to fund another item completion. Well, the team of NIP, it's going to be the Rocket Belt picked up by Invincible after that play. Hard earned, hard won. A lot of this is starting just because, again, we're seeing this a lot in the LPL. You have a lot of these fighter melee top lanes, the Jax, the Fiora. Cannon has become the LPL answer to this play. And we haven't really seen a lot of teams being able to really shut down the cannon early. Try as they might, IG, they go towards it again. Cannot find the value out of it.
God, Shadow getting to this soul.
Wisecam, very greedy on his ultimate there. Tries to get the best of both worlds, get passive on one, get passive on the other, try and kill both. What that ends up meaning is that Shadow survives through to that reset. Goes from bad to worse. Wisecam punished for choosing his ult onto the higher health target, trying to kill both.
Some very questionable moments from IG in the second game, I'm not going to lie. Oh my God, that's not a question though.
That's
not even have his first item.
It's level 11 to level 6.
But yeah,
that's painful.
That's a lot of health.
That's like you've just finished the tutorial.
Has to stay.
Yeah, you've just finished the tutorial. They just come up with the tutorial island, and just this is like high level player comes out of the middle of nowhere.
I don't know, Wink. You're in some trouble now. The reset does not come through. It's traded one through though. Shadow is gone. Now Dream kiting out with the Spirit Rush. It's just Wink that got traded down. Odic trying to go with a Chains of Corruption over the wall. Can't find it. Now on to Dove. The charm doesn't connect, but a lot of damage does. The knockback coming through. The last Spirit Rush used by Dream. This should be Dragon IG.
Yeah, opportunistic play. Trying to look for something around the corner. Odic was on vision though, and Dream didn't have the follow-up needed to do anything at that point. Dream going to be teleporting back down towards this play. Maybe trying to catch someone in the retreat. Just using it as a pseudo reset. But bit of an overstep there from NIP. Shadow is shut down. I believe it was Gideon that picked that one up as well, so an extra 700 gold over to the Gragas. And Gragas
just
in the
getting
jungle
all
nowadays
the kills, man.
Does build a lot of damage. We've seen Kanavi do some pretty despicable things on that champion. Wink.
Wow.
First elimination. Sees Shadow flying by. Goes, okay, it's going to be around about here. Shadow does end up getting the kill for himself, but shut down over,
700 gold Gideon. Oh my
That is
goodness.
the same as 3 kills over to the side. Of course, 300 gold-ish. Those kills. Invincible, though. All this was happening. Building up an even bigger CS lead and takes down a first turret of the game in that top lane just all by his lonesome. While that is happening, second herald of the game is going over to NIP as well. Dream.
Oh, Dream.
Spot on the front
Oh,
line,
that's a big belly that comes over the wall. Spirit Rush out. Cask is not enough. Dream gets out with quick decision making.
Dream Won't someone think of the stacks? He uses absolutely everything to preserve his Dark Seal at 5 at that point. There's spot smoke for the wall with the sweeper. All ins at that point. Very annoying that IG can't get that kill. Would have been very nice for them to shut down the Ahri a little bit more as well. Again, remove some of that AP, get some more gold onto your Gragas and your Jace, who seem to be point of power for IG right now. Still have Dove in a pretty good position. Of course, remember, he got some plates in mid lane, 2 of them, while Dream was on the roam. He's building himself up to that second item, and of course, Gideon, a lot of gold in his pockets from kills.
That's the biggest thing, is this AP Gragas is starting to really get some itemization under his belt here. We'll see NIP try to capitalize on this top side pressure that Invincible is given. That first tower. We do have Shadow stealing away some of the cans from Gideon, but it's really looking at where this Rift Herald's going to go, while IG putting pressure on mid lane.
Let's remember, we haven't really seen the impact of the Ziggs crushing through turrets. Very much a factor, though. See, nowadays you do max the Minefield second. There have been some points in time, particularly with Ziggs bot lane, though, you go for the Satchel second, where you can kind of either use the lowered cooldown for more escape and more ability to kind of push someone back into your team. Of course, it increases the execute threshold, but stuck at rank 1, still very good at killing towers. He's not going to be able to get much value out of this. Gideon, wall. There's so much work!
Oh, yeah. That's honestly, I'll
That's
take
like
the
going
flash.
down the
You
orbital
take
strike.
the flash.
It's like, one of my favorite moments from Halo Wars is we're just back around, spinning up, just pinging down these big old blasts from the sky. Sadly, I just didn't have the accuracy on that, but that means they don't have those ultimates to defend mid lane.
The Rift Herald is dropped. Invincible finding a flank. He does have the Maelstrom here. Cast comes through, but Invincible's by himself. It doesn't matter. They've already got 1. They find 2. And the shadow resets are there, but it's the tower that is the focus. Dove chased down as well. He flashes out at the last second, but a charge comes through, and that's 2 consecutive towers to NIP in the mid lane.
The top laner has left Side Quest Island. Once again, we have ourselves a situation of someone kind of coming out the tutorial going, wow, I'm so ready to play this game. Invincible, flash, ult. I don't want to play this game anymore. Huge amounts of damage coming out. Building towards a death cap second, 7 stacks on the Dark Seal. These solo laners from NIP are just about to go off the chain. Are not nearly in position to be safe at this point. Has flash, has a satchel, but as soon as you see Cannon coming over the wall, you know your time is up.
That is such a good flank from Invincible, and what a stand-up moment for NIP, and what a kind of bounce-back moment for NIP in a game 2, where they find themselves 3.5k in the lead. We have another minute till a dragon spawns, and we've seen both teams, honestly, just put so many resources in fighting every single one of these dragons.
And down towards the dragons, of course it is. MTech Soul, again, the most valuable one, but don't pass up a free dragon if it should present itself. Shadow, they don't see him.
Oh, Cask is out, chasing corruption connected on. He does get out the satchel though. Nice timbers on the other side for Chwo. Gideon is going golden. They don't have Flyas Cam here, and 2 souls will bite the dust again. NIP just keep capitalizing on Jay's mistakes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They are huge overextensions. They are mistakes. You're not safe walking up in the mid lane. You haven't crushed through the map. You haven't got loads of vision in the enemy jungle. The spots out where NIP are, that's going to lead to a Baron going down, a very early Baron as well. No smite, no Ziggs. Shouldn't really have any way to fight this one out. And NIP change up the draft to go for something very different, as do IG as well on the other side. And NIP looks so much better in this game too.
It's night and day, honestly, and it is a comp that maybe helps them do that some more, as that Baron did go over, got 3 minutes on that stack, but it is the second dragon to IG.
Second dragon, but as we said, it's not the most valuable set of dragons. They're not going to be game-ending objectives. One of the things that we saw in game 1. So when NIP, they take the immediate buff of the Baron and say,
they're so good, man.
Yeah. But they take the immediate golden pocket, they take that Baron buff and they say, look, use this to force down turrets, we can force you back into your side of the map. And particularly with players like this, IG just don't have the vision. They have like one half of the map covered, but they don't have the other one. Shadow manages to walk up, completely dupes him with this mist.
Great move from Shadow.
Great move from Shadow. 6-1-5. Again, cannot sing the praises more heavily of this player who's come in to his starting lineup, missing most off spring. difficult game in game one, still managed to make some big moments, but the second game, really big game again.
All I'm saying, he's been on the Sejuani, he's been on the Maokai, he's been on the Jarvan. What does he look good on? On the Viego. Give this man some carries and he will do just that. A nice engage there from the Chains of Corruption and some sieging on the tier 2 tower and in the mid lane from NIP.
I love how you get to be so happy about this, going like, man, I love the Shadow play, I love to see him playing carries, whereas I have to see my main champion play with like 0 damage banshees from Ross build. Like, wow, when will I get to have fun? Maybe
But
next
they're
game. He's going
winning.
forwards.
Oh, Onyx is dead.
Look how selfless Rhythmic is, giving another kill
rough
to
moments.
Viego.
There's been some really rough moments for IG. It started off with the wing play that was like scratching my head for like 5 minutes after that one, but there has just been a lot of catouts.
It has. It's felt like it started from IG not being able to safely push lanes in early game and being able to secure vision. And that meant that this Ziggs has just not been safe anywhere. We've seen Arn play a little bit of variety, but nothing towards these kind of major picks. And on the other side, oh, Gideon's just going to die here.
Yep, he does flash out there. A lot of damage for the piercing arrow. There's the Maelstrom. That helps Invincible pick up another kill. Should be the final touches of this game, at least, with the Baron up for 45 more seconds. They're pushing under the towers now. The minions are crashing into another inhib. Actually, looks like NLP wants to stave off for another day and get it back off.
Yeah, Gideon survives, but at what cost? Face is completely broken. Wink dies as well in the disengage attempt. A rear guard action for IG, just about saving Gragas, but really at this point, NIP kind of being shown to kind of have made the correct decision, I believe, around the Baron versus the Dragon. The immediate goal of that Baron has meant that they're going to come back with so many items on the table. You see that Invincible has so much AP. There's no exhaust on the other side either. Nor is there something like a spellbook to switch to an exhaust in a critical moment. If Invincible ever finds himself within any reasonable distance of IG's grouped up team members, the fight and the game is probably just over.
And what a way for Invincible to kind of step up to the plate of YSKM. That game one was a little bit back and forth. We definitely didn't see as much influence until later from these top players, but Invincible will not be shunned this game. He has been such an integral point to the engages right now for NIP. And IG just don't really have a response. They're going to have to pull YSKM into these fights. He did just get to a second item. You have those completions for IG, but they are so far behind that it's not even going to matter.
Yeah, how often are you... how often have we said that YSKM is this far behind for a player that has done very well individually in this split, particularly on picks like Fiora? Invincible getting such a leg up in this matchup. I don't think we expected it to this kind of degree, and being able having to force him away from side lanes, really not where the Fiora wants to be. At this point, you might have to do the LPL Classic of just like sack half your base and just hope that you can get some objective bounties somewhere else, but when you've only got one tower left, I don't know if you can do that.
You see if that attempt comes through. YSKM just pushing. He does have that TP available. There's a flank ward behind NIP if they want to try to pull the trigger on that one, but there is that Chains of Corruption used, so an engage tool down for NIP. Here comes YSKM on the side. Oh, Heartbreaker out from Shadow. Nice damage poke. The solar flares not going to find any more afterwards. And the Zenith Blade miss does mean that IG, while they push NIP out, the damage has already been done.
It has managed to cling on to just one inhibitor, but the two down. Very difficult situation for IG. More items going to be completed in short order as well. NIP get themselves the reset. Floating's on vision is recalling in a bit of an awkward spot, but not able to slide past that mini wave. It's a real any threat. Floating realistically at that point. Dragon spawning next 20 seconds. I'm sure NIP will stop off that as a very timely maneuver. Floating finally gets the recall. Actually cancels back just a little bit earlier, and he's going to complete it. This is his third item. Big damage spike for that champion, and now, yeah, NIP feels like this should be the victory lap. 8k ahead. Basically 0 damage landing from the side of IG in the implements. You're really looking for big mistakes. Maybe something like this Varus out of position could be a big moment for them to see that Gideon about Fog of War. Can you find any sort of opportunistic fight?
Just trying to find these picks towards Dove as well. I think Fodic will realize what's going on up here. That Dragon will go to NIP on the other side. And just trying to find and scoop up as much gold as possible for IG while Dream and just melt down Gideon here. And Shadow right behind him. Oh, Gideon. Oh,
yeah, this is the bad side of trying to play around the fog of war and do the weird pick stuff, trying to catch people out of position, because then you get into really weird positions like this.
He did just walk through there untouched, though. I mean, hey. I mean, maybe it's the big belly. Oh, he did pop that Predator.
Hey, Baron's alive at this point. This feels like Baron goes down, game is over. IG, do you want to fight inside your base against the Baron? Do you want to fight on the Baron itself? Looks like they're coming out onto the map trying to find something, but good control is not there from Wing. Pretty far from his team.
Getting a little bit of damage give back from On. Some of this team fight potential is there, right? If NIP are on an objective, the poke does lead to IG having a lot of in. But getting caught out, that's not how you get into that one. The flash does get used.
Flash gets used, but I mean, you've blown the Chains of Corruption. Spirit Rush is down as well. I mean, there's only a couple of charges left. Maybe Dream can do something with the very last one.
Oh,
but,
Dub, in trouble. Oh, no. God, every time. I just don't know what to say. IG just keep getting duped. And NIP capitalize every single freaking time. And that is a Baron going over.
You just have to wait like another 5 seconds, another couple of seconds. The RL
like
just
literally.
Time off. It's really not that rough at that point. They're already away from the Baron, and Dove just misses the memo. Doesn't get the timing right, doesn't understand the threat which he's under. Dream, credit to him, has been very quick on pulling his ultimates. We've seen him multiple times pushing ult early to kind of actually arrive at the play, using the ult, the mobility to get to places. He's found the right angles, manages to combo up the team. Despite my issues with the build, he's done pretty well. I will have that on the record at the very least, as much as I'm salty with it. Goes back out onto the map, teleports back with the rest of his team. NIP with the Baron should be at the end of the game.
Yep, over a 10,000 gold lead. There's a slicey maelstrom to seal the deal. You thought you had the engage, but it was nowhere even close to what you were aiming for. NIP will shut down IG in game 2, push us to a 3-game series. And we should get a couple more kills going to NIP before they finish it off. Shadow getting these resets, and what a come up from the man as Invincible just gives over his life there in the end.
There's Wave on the top tower. There's actually some pretty low HP, but what can Duff do here? Shock Blast misses.
Yeah, actually trying to finish. I mean, look at the minion wave though, and NIP. Shadow trying to fight it. Shadow goes down. Dream is auto-attacking the Nexus. Guys, you just auto-attack it, it's fine. NIP pushes to game 3. They take down IG in game 2 in a beautiful fashion, and kind of the come up we needed from Shadow, from Dream, and this whole team.
Yeah, a little bit of overestimation of early game potential from IG into some difficult positions. Felt like they overextended a couple of times around what was initially a very dominant Ziggs Leola lane, which felt like it was pushing in, it was getting CS advantages, throwing turrets. That's a little bit worrying for IG, because that to me, not an issue about the composition. I think the composition was fine. There was some kind of hallmarks at them with particularly YSKM on the top side on his Fiora. That is some fundamentals of just understanding how you're playing around bot lane, how you're playing around wave crashes, and then the identity of the champion of Ziggs as well. On the other side, though, NIP, really impressed by their mid-jungle movements. Shadow leading the charge, particularly with the Ahri kind of following up on that as well. That felt like Dream really had the ability to impact the game in the way that you couldn't quite in game 1.
He did. And I think the biggest thing, I hate to put even more light on it, but an 0-10 bot lane for On and Wink is not a normal occasion. It is something that I definitely need to figure out. The first time look of the Ziggs for On not going the way they want. I think really getting that point of power, the Viego for Shadow, and playing around that through priority of lane, that is what NIP continue to do. And if so, it might be able to kind of take this reverse sweep off of IG.
Essentially, so as much as one was a little bit back and forth, NIP kind of came back into the late game until that changed things. This composition was so much
did
easier.
less than 4,000 damage, Invincible 21. Oh my goodness.
YSKM, for a player that's done so well individually over the course of this split, has been one of the players to watch. Yeah, really struggled in that one. Invincible, taking a Kennen matchup into the Fiora, as we were saying in game, feels like Kennen has become the LPL flavor of the month and has been doing really, really well. I like this pick. I think it should be picked up more. I think the world should be paying attention to this pick, especially if you can play it like Invincible did in this game. Not just about the team fight pressure, though that's obviously very big. It's about being able to shut down some of these fighters in top lanes when you're playing against your big carry top laners of the world. Kennen feels like a great answer into them.
And really impressive stuff from Shadow to get his team off the ground running. 90% KP. He even looked really good on the Jarvan in game number 1, but just didn't have that oomph in the tank, it feels like. On the Viego, he definitely did. Now we're going to take a small little break while we get to our culmination of this series. We'll be right back with game number 3.
这是一个快问快答的环节，请在30秒内说出至少5个峡谷里面4只脚走路的英雄。
4只脚走路的英雄
，4只脚，那它得是个动物啊，4只脚，
就是本身4只脚也可以是吧？
对，
好，
多一只脚走路都不行，就正好4只脚。
是的，
就说是5个，
至少5个。
5个有那么多吗？
打野我也会偏多一点。
打野会偏多吗？
这叫着地的是吧？
对。
OK， 那我懂了。
OK， 开始吧。
猪妹，蜘蛛有几只脚？好像挺多的，蜘蛛应该不算。完蛋了。我现在说几个？2个。狼人算吗？哦，太难了吧！4只脚走路怎么这么难？还有吗？还有这种英雄吗？
龙女、狗熊、挖掘机、狼人。挖掘机是吧？它是爬那样正常走的4只脚。
挖掘机
不止4只脚。龙龟，那完了呀，那只有3个，本来4个的，肯定是大部分都是打野英雄。大虫子好像不是。豹女、挖掘机、蜘蛛。
蜘蛛不止4只脚。
这4只脚以上的不算是吧？狗熊、狼人、杀4边豹女行吗？杀4边豹女都不行。投降。
蜘蛛、豹女、纳尔变大的时候，蜘蛛也是那个吧？哦，行，还有谁呢？我想一下，有点难。动物类的，狗熊放 Q 的时候算吗？算，想不到了。
蜘蛛、豹女、熊，还有什么？完了，猫是吗？
豹女、蜘蛛算吧？蜘蛛不算，蜘蛛8个脚。人马、纳尔，想不起来，不知道。莉莉娅、人马、豹女、蜘蛛算吗？
蜘蛛不算。
螃蟹
也不是4个脚。
鳄鱼是4个脚。
鳄鱼2只脚。
鳄鱼2只脚。还有什么4只脚？上野会多一点。
人马、莉莉娅、猪妹、
豹女、狗熊。完了，我真不知道。鳄鱼不算，4只脚的是个动物，我玩过那么多动物吗？雷克赛、人马，雷克赛绝对有，它变身的时候4个啊，还是6个？啊，6个。啊？那我想不到了呀，有那么多吗？不会只有5个吧？豹女、蜘蛛、猪妹，感觉都是打野英雄。克加斯、豹形态豹女、人马、提莫算吧？哦，提莫没有叫。动物。莉迪亚、
沃加特，然后豹女，沃加特不对吧？它不4只脚吗？哦，那豹女，然后人马，太难想了，我只记得这2个，我想不到了，我投降了，投降出去算了。
OK。
然后雷克赛豹女是只狗，还有狗熊算不算？狗熊它 Q 技能趴地上是4只脚的，蜘蛛，小蜘蛛6只脚。哦，
蜘蛛、人马算吗？8只脚不算吗？豹女算吗？不知道哎。
纳尔、猪女，然后还有狼人、
人马、挖掘机、螃蟹
不止4只脚。
变形的也算，豹女、蜘蛛，其他猜不出来了，有点难啊，这个4只脚。
豹女，然后鳄鱼不是吧？完了，我玩的英雄太少了啊！牛，牛是吗？牛不是啊，没有啊。好，算了，放弃。哪有啊？哪有变形之后是4只脚的？就没变形的也算吗？
没变形的也算。
可是我还是猜不出来，放弃了。
豹女、 马、莉迪亚、龙女、猪背。
Nice。
豹女、纳尔、人马、瑞尔、瑟钟尼。
恭喜，全部
4只脚，我想想看，纳尔、大纳尔、豹女、狗熊、狼人、图奇移速快的时候4只脚，真的，图奇加速的时候他是这样跑的，背着那个是在跑的，你可以去看视频，我记得很清楚。
OK。我们这里就有一个小小的失败挑战，就是要模仿一下你刚刚说错的英雄语，模仿一下他放技能的样子。
放技能的样子。
对，
这边射一个，想射吧。
蝎子 Q 就这样。
蝎子 Q 就是这样震一下，
帮着那个
身体的射出来，压着一个网。
是这个Q 技能，这样砸一下。
砸飞镖啊！直接丢飞镖。蝎子它 Q 好像就是打一下。
龙龟，
啊 Q 就这么一丢啊。E 技能就直接向前放一个波。唰！救！两手这样吧。
当。
Just talking, but seeing as you ask me, you know that I will call it how I feel it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it.
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split 2023. We're in week number 9, day 2 here in Shenzhen with our second series of the day, going to a third game. I'm Mazel, joined by Nymera, and what we have here is a little bit of a banger and a back and forth between NIP and IG, where NIP really took hold of Viego getting the picks early for Shadow and really using the duo of mid-jungle to come to fruition.
Yes, and it wasn't the Ziggs which kind of went off with a banger, really. He actually very much struggled to get much of his explosives into a good point in that game. It really was Shadow that determined the fate of this game 2. Game 1, he was kind of pulling against the lack of engage that his composition had in Game 2. He was supported by his team, he helped the team in return, and particularly around the top side, Snowball did an incredible job of making sure that Invincible on the cannon was both ahead of YSKM, making sure that Fiora was never an issue in this game.
And in his first win of 2023 here in the LPL, with his second series now going underway, he gets an MVP, which I think is that big staple. I know it might be a little something, but he's been on those facilitators, he's been on the Sejuani's, the Maokai's, we even saw that Jarvan, but this Viego is kind of going back to the bread and butter that Shadow had. And you see how confident he plays a lot of these fights as well.
Yeah, this was such a big couple of reads as well. When we saw that live, it really felt like YSKM and crew did not know that Shadow was in that side of the map. This time, this was much closer. Dove was the first one on the roam. Shadow was the two-person ultimate in that one as well. Huge cleanup play. This is so close. A little bit of greed from YSKM because he kind of goes to try and kill. He tries to go over for Invincible and Shadow gets burst out. Doesn't manage to kill even Invincible. And then that kind of fell apart after that. It has been a a big, big game too for Shadow to pick up the reins of his team and make sure he can lead them to victory.
And speaking of, right, they were shaking things up, there's team NIP, trying to find a solution for this late game push, or late season push rather, for them, bringing Dream back into the starting roster, having Shadow here. And on the other side, they were the underdogs coming into this one because we had lauded IG in a bit of a comeback potential here after their mid-season slump.
I have like
but
the
they are still
anti-Shadow
themselves
just like appearing in my room. I thought it was going to be a really great day. So
yeah,
like,
well, there you go.
the only shadow we need is on the screen.
It truly is. I think when you see IG so close to locking in those playoffs, really getting an 8th series win here would be so huge for them. These kinds of slip-ups can't happen, and we saw a lot of slip-ups from IG in that game.
Yeah, and that's the big thing for me. It wasn't necessarily about the composition. Part of it was in terms of not really knowing how to enable and protect their Ziggs at certain points, but there are some fundamentals there in regards to we're crashing the wave at this point, we want to go for this dive, and not knowing how to pull off that dive around bot side, which set them behind, not knowing how to protect their immobile carry in mid lane once they set up for that. They didn't have the vision control for it. That, for me, is more concerning than necessarily something like the composition not working out.
When we're coming into this third game, we had put so much onus on some of these matchups, specifically what we were going to get from bot lane. Well, what we've gotten from bot lane is spice for sure, given both ways, but I really liked the input that Invincible had in that last game. We were coming to this one, both rookie top laners in their splits here in the LPL, YSKM versus Invincible, and Invincible got that cannon into YSKM's very confident Fiora pick, and it worked out well for Invincible. Now, they will be on the blue side this time, so changing things up a little bit in terms of how they approach the draft. But the bans are sticking about the same here. Get the Jack solution banned by NIP. Zeri and Cedric.
Zyra is not going to be banned out. The Rakan is instead. So maybe NIP say, all right, okay, you can have the Zyra, but you're not going to have the choice lane pairing with it. Because, of course, the Zyra, the Rakan, rather, works out as double time ban alongside something like the Ziggs Rakan lane as well, which they threatened in that last game. Shadow's going to have Jarvan removed though, so maybe IG say, without the Jarvan, you can't threaten something like an immobile carry like that Xayah in the same way, even if it doesn't have that Rakan. NIP and IG both taking some adaptation from their first couple of games.
We'll see. There's still some very powerful picks from that second game on the table for NIP. It will be the Aphelios for Photic this time.
Yeah, that's what, of course, they played in game 1, but it struggled after, of course, we saw the Blitzcrank locked in, which was a little bit crazy. Saw that level 2 hook change things massively around. This Xayah, though, has, I think the Xayah won every game today it's been played. This will be the 4th game the Xayah has been played. I'm pretty sure Xayah has won every single game we've seen, and then Dove is going to go back to that Syndra. So, long-range backline from IG. Yet again, this is the carry combo which won them their game 1, and then not against Jarvan this time. There is still, however, long-range engagement from the Maokai there, so while it's not a Cataclysm which will be able to jump past the front line and dunk the back line, that Nature's Grasp can do a very fine job of putting people into a bad position.
All right, well, we got that focus for Shadow last time with the Viego. This time, a little bit more of that facilitation with the Maokai. Back to that duty. The Maokai is still very point on the meta. We saw at least last series as well, but the Renekton really a big point for Invincible at this point. We will see what the response is from YSKM on the other side. It is the Cassante that comes through. We're going into the second phase of bans now with a little bit of a different focus.
Yeah, so Aphelios' lane pairing is going to be taken away. Might see the Nautilus banned away as well. The Lulu and the Nautilus are two of the more powerful ones. I don't think this is necessarily the game for the Thresh. Thresh can struggle to reach Syndra and Xayah in team fights, especially if they're stood behind something like the Cassante, who can just tank up the hook with his W, go unmovable. In fact, actually, NIP banning away the Nautilus instead. I'm a little surprised by that. I think this is a bit awkward now for them if they feel like they have to ban away supports when they realistically want to be picking something like the Nautilus for their Aphelios. That is not a great position to be in.
Ooh, the anti-ban there as well. The final part for IG. They will still have their counter pick available, and I'm wondering if they even utilize that. We saw them in game 1. They didn't utilize it. They still won pretty well with the comp they had. We'll see the Blitzcrank as a respect ban given over from NIP.
What a world we live in when you're banning out Blitzcrank. Ain't it crazy? So, what are you looking at here from IG? You're lacking a little bit of engage right now. You have the range to play around, but Something like that Renata, actually, that was hovered first. I'd actually quite like that. Gives you some backline access, buys you a bit more space. It's disengage and engage. This has been something which Wink has gone back to a number of times, though. That Ashe was halvered as well. Been nerfed, of course, in terms of the support itemization compared to, like the melee compared to the ranged ones, I suppose. Have changed a little bit. But, as you were saying, IG not necessarily using their counter pick in that first game, but they are going to use it in this last one. Vi locked into the Maokai.
Interestingly enough, this is Gideon's first pick of the Vi on the split here. And there's that Thresh hover, at least that you didn't want to necessarily see, and it will be locked in for NIP, so the Aphelios Thresh lane.
I think the Nautilus would have been way more preferable because you can't necessarily reach the Syndra and the Zyra in the same way as that Thresh, and the Cassante again kind of makes you a little bit awkward. However, gives your Aphelios a bit more safety to work with against that Vial should it flow at you.
I'm not one to look at too many stats, but Joel has a 70% win rate on the Thresh. Results-based analysis say really that's a good thing.
The thing is, though, like that, he had a really good set of lanterns in game one. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that it's just very hard to actually get aggressive plays going despite your defensive plays working. And now if you lock into like this Renata with the Xayah, again, you're going to really struggle to go forwards. There's so many things which can separate your team. The Aphelios and the Thresh are likely going to be lanterning back as the Renekton and the Akali go forwards, and it feels like right now IG have great ways to split the team. The one thing which I'm worried about for IG is if, much like we saw Leanne the other day on Rare Atom just a couple of days ago, fly in with a Vi and kind of get 2 screens away from his team, you could be the ones to separate yourselves if you then kind of fly onto a target that gets lanterned backwards. So for me, the whole way these team fights are going to work out is about how close the front lines to their back lines, how separated are these team fights going to get.
I really like the opt-in to the solo lane matchups here for NIP, though, especially looking at Shadow to bounce between Invincible and Dream. And that mid-jungle duo going into this last game, so crucial, honestly, for both sides. But I'm definitely looking at the bar of execution for NIP.
NIP, of course, very nearly executed on that game one, despite the difficulty of that composition into the enemies. Game 3, looks like they have a few more options. You don't have to deal with the Blitzcrank, making things very awkward again. But still not going to be an easy way through this game for them, particularly paying attention to how Shadow does again. Feels like Shadow has the real big go button. He is the one big engage, and then you're trying to set up for the big dive threats of Dream and Invincible to do something big. IG in game 1 in a similar situation, 1-3 laning phase. It felt like Arn and Wink got ahead. They stayed ahead. Things got very, very nasty after that point. Can they do the same in game 3?
And again, we're coming into this one with IG trying to push out to 8 wins, go 8-8 in the series, while NIP just trying to shake things up in their late season push, add some new pieces and some recurring pieces to the roster, and see what happens. See if they can solidify, maybe play a little bit of delaying spoiler against IG as we hit the rift between NIP and IG. We'll see who is the last to stand here.
Shadow walking up.
It's a lot of IG fans.
Well, they are one of the older orgs in terms of the old successful orgs in the LPL. Was one of our World Championship title bearing rosters. Well, not rosters, orgs in this region. So that tends to buy you a couple of fans. They tend to stick over time. NIP on the other side. New org into the LPL despite them taking up the mantle of V5. Still got a little while to go to build up themselves a bit of history. And right now, looking in 3v3 in this top side.
Yeah, I actually saw it. I always like to look at the state of players. I typically look at the cams. Not going to buy too much into it. Ice was actually started the game with his head in hands there, but Dove getting a nice trade in this to Dream.
Backstepped 2 of these 5-point strikes at level 1. Got like a load of airy trades, and he gets himself the ward XP from the topside vision. By the way,
is the game over now? It's over.
Well, you know, we talked about like the mana flow ban stacks. First off, got one of them, good stuff. But also, if you kill a ward at level 1 and you share the XP between, I think it's 3 people or less, Dove like will hit level 2 on the first wave instead of wave 2, which is actually pretty nice, especially it's something like the Akali who struggles to fight at level 1.
Let's see if that does make the game-winning decision happen. We'll see IG going down to this 2v2, though, into the Renata Thresh lane. be interesting to see how quickly, or if any, there is love from the jungle into this bot lane. But we'll see actually, especially where the spotlight is for Gideon and Shadow across from each other.
The thing about this matchup, we've seen this a lot. We know this matchup now. It's a known variable. Vi is the one that goes aggressive first. Maokai is the one that wants to counter gank. So it is on Shadow to have vision on Gideon. It's on him to be in position to stop Gideon getting early plays. The Maokai himself struggles to go forward first, just because I'm gonna wait until your level 6 mark until that really happens. So with Gideon playing around, pushing mid lane, around to pushing bot lane, it's a little bit dangerous for NIP, because of course that gives aggressive options for Gideon to get into the river, into the enemy jungle. NIP really want to see if they can get eyes on Gideon for his next move.
Actually, the cold start there for On from bottom side as well, so definitely opting into a bit safer pathing, or at least early game trades in there in that bottom 2v2, but that does play to the rest of the solo lanes, and especially when we saw such an influence from Invincible last game in the series, you know why SKM's going to want a little bit of a show out moment for himself.
Of just barely missing out, getting a splinter on that one as well, but already at 18, that's 3 level ups. Cannon and a couple of splinters taken from Dream. That's when you get to 40 splinters, that's when you get your second charge and your Q. That's where you can get a lot of your pretty nasty trades coming through. And then, of course, later into the game, Syndra gets more and more burst, more and more evolved abilities. Bot side, we haven't seen the same explosive craziness that we've seen in, well, most of our games today, actually. Think about it. We've had a lot of level 2s bot side. We've had some Pokesland. Gideon is into the enemy jungles, drop down some vision. As we said, very important for NIP to be aware of where this Vi is on the map. Got push in mid. Actually, without Dream being very low, despite the low mana on Dub, I'm not sure they can do much in mid lane.
Gideon taking some chicky nuggies from Shadow here. Dream taking those heavy trades in mid lane. Some CS discrepancy there as well. Should be the back coming through, TP back to lane. If Shadow can get in here and steal back those chicky nuggies.
Ooh, close.
Gideon.
Oh, it resets.
Oh. Nobody has smite. Nobody has smite.
No, that's smite. Oh, the miscalculation very briefly. So, Shadow's going to get away with a bit of a camp steal onto some top camps of Gideon. So it's going to be ahead a little bit in farm. And Gideon not able to use their first levels of power to find anything right now. Or it doesn't necessarily have to. It's not the same thing as like a Xin Zhao or a Lee Sin that kind of needs to get things working very early. Still, which IG potentially could have got more out of it.
And we're really just in a calm state in the early parts here now. I wonder where the dragon priority lies. With dragon spawning up first, it is just that Cloud Dragon. If anybody wants to go ahead and get that one. As resets do come through from IG, that push comes through and maybe an opportunity for an IP. It looks like a back comes out from Shadow. And just calm early games.
Yeah, IP doing a decent enough job of holding up enough vision to give Gideon easy inroads. Mid lane, it's a little bit worrying. See that? God feels very safe in this mid lane. This is the thing about playing something like the Maokai into the Syndra. Eventually, the Maokai is going to have threat against the Syndra. Yeah, actually, level 6 control out of here.
See why Scam maybe trying to get that angle there, but can't do it. But also Gideon hovering over that power unleash mark for Dub.
And Dub still has control right now, gets to show up and roam again. Maokai threatens Syndra late into the game. Definitely not in laning phase though. Iron and Wink also have control of this bot side. Despite a little bit down as yet, even as this wave.
Actually moving in here from mid lane as well.
Yeah, not wanting to give over the early Dragon Shadow. Make his way down there, just make sure that one's peeled off of. NIP can't take the dragon themselves. Also, being on blue side, being on dragon, we saw this a couple of times last few days. If you start a dragon on blue side, particularly early, you're going to get stuck in the pit because you can't disengage in the same way. Be very careful that you're ending the fight or ending the dragon very quickly. NIP not in a position to do so. So IG and NIP both not going to be able to secure that objective.
So we're getting first timers from these supports as well. See Wink actually clearing himself. Oh, the little cheeky stuff from Shadow.
Just remove the ward, put it down elsewhere. Shall not have this ward. Especially when it's a support who doesn't really get gold from many things. Can be just a little bit of a cherry on top.
This is a mad dash from NIP here.
It is, yeah, because Shadow was just seen on top side, so they left the bot side river again. I don't know whether they can stop this again. Did he still
I don't
HP,
think
though?
they can. Shadow stopped off in mid lane and stayed there. Now Invincible's getting all outed by YSKM. Does get the knockback, and here you go. Invincible having a flash. YSKM still having his flash available. NIP are now here with Photic points. As now the engage from NIP. Dream, he's going to try to get it. No! That's first blood for On again! As top side, another fight takes place, but Power Unleashed. Dream goes down, and you've lost 2 for 1 for NIP.
But once again, the Dragon's just not taken. NIP really don't want to give IG these early Dragons if they can help it. They had the early control from Syndra in mid lane. Bot lane as well, despite the push going back and forth, it really has been Arn and Wink getting first move more often than not. So NIP commit an awful lot to trying to kill this Dragon, but they've ended up getting punished for it this time. Shadow comes back down to this plate, doesn't have level 6 yet. This is one of the problems with Malachi trying to go aggressive. Like, you use your basic cooldowns like this. The thing about when Vi does this, you have a lot more auto attack damage. You have 2 charges of your E. It means that your early burst is a lot better. Gideon sadly not winning the mind game, the timing battle, and trying to flash out with the perfect execution part 2. Very quick ability. Very hard to disengage from that one. Does go down despite the bailout. IG will walk away with a couple of kills though, especially with Dove getting one of them. The Syndra, see how strong they are currently. A little bit worried now for NIP as to what happens if Arn and Dove once again get powerful in this game.
Gideon was actually just trying to pray out a little bit on somebody with that season assist available for him now. They're pulling out the Rift Herald here. And IG trying to use a bit of this spike. Invincible will show up, show that they're doing it. To be IG's objective though. Oh, Shadow.
6 hit though.
Nice double hit with the Nature's Grasp. Should still be IG taking this.
That's important. There's a Renata ult, which is very, very important. It's very unfortunate that Maokai ult's typically very strong around first Herald, but because so many shenanigans happen bot side, the Dragon is taken a minute later than it normally is, and Wink's taken a bit more XP, which means they had level 6. The Renata ult on the table makes things a little untenable. Dragon's still not been taken, by the way. Gideon's getting poked, and they found
Hook on to Gideon. There's a sapling that hits the backline as well. Both 3v3s just kind of duking it out right now. We do have first move at the moment from Photic on the bot side. Dragon's still not taken, as you said, but pressure in the mid lane.
It is so. Okay. 1,000 gold behind, starting up the Dragon themselves
Round 2?
now, which I don't know about this. I'm really not sure about this. You don't have
Shadow. Oh, Shadow. He's trying to get to the rest of the team. There's Death Sentence onto Dove. Shadow's out with the Dark Passage as the hostile takeover comes through. Photic with the Moonlight Vigil. There goes one kill to Dream. And Photic is firing away with the red-white. The sapling hits onto Gideon as well. And NIP actually pull it out.
That is an absolutely insane Lands of Control to turn the fight into NIP's favor.
YSKM doesn't get the knockback.
Yeah, top lane is just kind of trading evenly, just giving the ultimates over. NIP have put so many resources in. Hang on, is this gonna be a bad lead? Can this just be straight up kill?
I think he might. He's gonna try to get the spin, and there you go. Invincible pulls out his own Beyblade.
Invincible getting the better over You Should Know Me in this top lane matchup. Battle of the rookie top laners in this series very much going the way, I think unexpectedly, of Invincible. Good kill on the Renekton.
Really impressive stuff from Invincible these last 2 games. To start this off with the solo polo, but last game being literally the thing that pulled the fights into NIP's favor. Those huge slicing maelstroms on the Kennen. And now having the confidence with that Renekton pick, something he's been comfortable with all season long. We'll see that kind of craziness. And the pullback of NIP here, honestly, pretty impressive.
Yeah, so big things there. No Maokai ult. I thought that was going to be the difference maker for IG. But Shadow cancels out the Vi ult by just walking towards them and pressing W. Goes untargetable. Cease and desist can't come through. And then we have to see what happens in this top side. Because YSKM picks up the Sante, a champion which he has added to his champion pool. Definitely not one of his most comfortable picks compared to the Fiora, the Jax, the Aurelia for sure. But showing some proficiency on the ult. Invincible on the Renekton, however, ends up getting a really nice solo kill. It has been side quest top lane and really been the main focus because we haven't progressed the main story enough to kind of go for this side content right now. The kill up that, blowing a teleport from Dove as well and putting YSKM behind will be something which might be important to track in team fights later.
Now we're looking at some vision play around this bottom side of the map, at least. Fodic and On still in their own version of an island.
Gold was just about to come on that wave, actually. So that's why the observers went down there. Little bit of gold into their advantage. Actually, that gold.
Actually wrapping
up
around
to the
here.
most minute of gold advantages. Gideon doesn't get over the wall. No! Not really sure what you could have done at that point, though. I don't think Garn and Wink could have followed up. But Gideon runs Shadow. Even enemy jungle. Shadow has his ult back up and available. Very different fight if Maokai has his ult. Ready there.
That's a flash out. Bramble smash. Nice damage from Dream. And that should be a kill going over. Shadow doesn't get traded. Nice heals. And thumbs up from NIP as they punish Dove.
Yeah, every time that Maokai is up, you got to be afraid. Syndra, not the easiest champion to survive Maokai once he has his ultimate available, despite it not necessarily playing out normally like that.
Moonlight Vigil combo from Zwo, that is huge as well. The setup though, back onto Fodic. He gets out, but not enough in time. It is a trade back and forth, but it's Zwo who gets the kill. That's not where you go with the gold. That Destin is actually going into the minion. It's huge. Dream is here to pressure it off.
Yeah, and also it is the Aphelios that dies. So Aphelios doesn't get to farm this wave under turret. We talked about this last game, but Aphelios loves to be ahead of the game. The more damage he does, the more he heals, the harder it is to take him down. It's a very fine balance for champions like Aphelios to get ahead of the game, play out their own win conditions. On the other side, Han, 2-0-1 now, takes 3 plates on bot side. Go back, Hull was already popped, he's going to finish himself with bots. What components is he going to get? It's Warhammer, so on his way to a second item, healthily so. Gold very even between these two teams, all things said and done, but when you look at the gold being on a Renekton as opposed to the gold being on the Xayah, who has won every game today that has been played, you start to still feel a little bit worried for NIP. No one's really had the Xayah answer in today's LPL games.
Yeah, definitely not. We will see a continuation of those item
that's
spikes
the problem
coming
right
through.
there. Officer, we found the culprit.
We're gonna have to call this one in. 10 point. I don't know all the different codes. Maybe one day I'll do the research. Now we see actually IG collapsing around mid lane, bringing a lot of bodies here. It is literally just gonna be 4-man stacks right now for them because that's where they feel confident in.
Well, what we should do is we should call up the LEC and get their interviewer / host and create a new show which has got a very original title called Law and Order. I think that would be great. Maybe we could try to find that out.
That would be great.
Get her on the case, see what she can do around that one.
For it.
Going up towards the second Dragon spawn though, NIP fought very hard over the first Dragon of the game. Second one, of course, the Hextech Dragon, very good basic stats, and with ultimates coming back up, NIP no reason to see where they shouldn't start going towards that with 3 kills on Dream as well. Very much need to talk about that one. He's more than ready to start popping some heads on the side of IG. Trying to deal with this Xayah. Maybe the Akali can do it.
Got a Rift Herald spawning in less than 10 seconds. Invincible's already made a roam down to mid, but there is a Dragon spawning as well. We'll see where the priorities lie here as NIP have first move.
They have first move. They've got saplings around the Dragon. They've got pushing mid. They've got pushing bot as well as Dream uses his individual power to force them out of the river. Dragon
That's
has
Dove's
spawned.
Luden just completed.
Big item completion, but how much can you do with it? Are you actually going to get in range to do damage? NIP doing a good job of zone control currently.
That chakram damage onto the Dragon. It's already bringing it down. TP's actually committed, but it's late. It's double TP now. Nature's Grass used the handshake out. Gideon goes back in onto Zwo, but Invincible has completed it. Now the chakrams for Fodic. He's stacking him up. He does get out. The hostile takeover will clip him. Now Invincible's found Dove, and Invincible will take the wing straight off of him. On is not going to survive. While YSK finds one back onto Zwo, he gets chakrams to death, and Invincible, the mighty Croc, chomps down on his favorite meal.
Much better target selection and terrain control from NIP in this game. They don't allow the Xayah to stack up feathers in one direction. They don't allow the Renata ult to run across the entire team. It was actually a very mediocre hostile takeover. Wink didn't have great options, didn't manage to stop Fodic from auto-attacking. Gotta go back into this replay. Zwo being the target of engage from Gideon's flash Q feels like a big misplay. Maybe they thought that this was going to be an immediate kind of lantern into the play, but Dream does a great Dream does enough, rather, to just stop the backline of Arn and Dove getting the damage onto the right target. That buys time when they walk back into the choke point for Invincible to use his early leaders as Renekton can really get the damage done. The difference between the work that the backlines could do in this game, very much in favor of NIP, which is not what we've seen against the Xayah for most of today. It has felt like Xayah, whenever they're left alone in an isolated fight, an isolated part of the fight, they're the ones that wins, but NIP, they puzzled it out.
And massive shout outs to Invincible. 2 games in a row being a gigantic difference maker, this time being literally a gigantic crocodilian. And this man has taken a rookie split here for NIP that has been kind of stunning to some extent. I mean, in these kinds of matchups, especially against YSKM, who we've seen taking down top tier opponents, had that stumbling but has come back into his own form. Invincible is just straight up making him look like he's non-existent.
Yeah, especially with a player of that kind of caliber we have known him to be from the early weeks of the LPL. And just to remind you, of course, like, as much as IG see themselves at 7 wins, they're by no means safe in playoffs. When you have teams at 6, which are just outside the playoffs range, you lose a series here to NIP of all teams, who, while they are not, again, mathematically eliminated, still not in that pack right now. This is dire warning signs for IG. We expected them to come in as favorites. We expected them to be sweeping this one, putting themselves into much safer harbor. That is not the case today.
See Dream take down this tier 3 tower in the side lane there at least, and will be the second turret of the game going over to NIP. Invincible trying to defend his own in the top side, but nothing else left just now. And man, what a way for NIP to kind of establish a lead here. Almost 4,000 gold in the lead for them, and Fodic about to probably get that second item here, but the second item completion is definitely important. It's just been also about the execution in team fights, honestly, that's been so impressive from NIP.
And it's also been just putting yourself into a position where it's easier for you, right? The stats up. It's making sure that NIP, they arrive at the objective first. Yeah, the first dragon of the game, he might have overforced it a little bit, given over a couple of... Now when they have a few more items, they've got way more levels to their name as well. Particularly Shadow doing a great job of just getting into an area of the map and denying it from IG, threatening the ult to stop Dove and Arn being in the right position to get their damage off. NIP can keep doing that around objectives. Gets the objective, zone out IG. A lot of ways to play out team fights.
Oh, Dream's going in on the 1v2, and he wants it! The power unleashed is not enough. Nice flash from Dove. There's nothing here for Dream now. He has to flash his own. I see Gideon actually want to chase this one down. Dream not having any cooldowns left, but he won't be able to chase it down. Great flash from Dove, but this is a point of pressure for NIP in the mid lane.
That is a sick flash from Dove, but still, this is a losing map play for IG. The Herald was on the other side. That's going to be a power play in the mid lane. There's no engage left for IG to stop them from, well, to stop NIP from pushing into those turrets. Dove will take this bottom turret. It is an objective bounty that is important to know. Actually, even in the first game of the series, NIP took like 4 or 5 objective bounties back to back, put themselves in contention. Never overlook those, but as it stands, IG are really not in a comfortable position as it stands, struggling to defend even their own inner turrets.
See back onto the map though, with a dragon spawning up, a soul point available for NIP. See them actually moving down here very quickly, and I think IG just giving this one up, saying, you know, we'll catch you in another 5 minutes potentially. And they'll just be looking at the other side of the map, trying to get some of these bounties up for themselves.
One thing to note as well, one of our earlier games we were talking about how, it was actually a game for this series, yes it was. We talked about how Photic had a choice between the Bloodthirster and the Infinity Edge. He went for the Infinity Edge because he was going for the shield break, Blitzcrank, and plus have to play a little bit more riskily and do a bit more damage if you're playing from behind sometimes. This time it actually feels the safety to go towards that Bloodthirster, zooming in on him. He has that Severum. That Overshield is absolutely nuts, especially if you run something like Overheal as well alongside it. Photic, it'll be pretty hard for IG to deal with at this point as compared to the first time we saw this champion in the series.
And what a moment it would be for him to really step up here. We have seen a bit of lackluster coming from this guy who was a huge carry, and now he might just get another piece of gold in his pocket, and there you go, given to the man of the hour. The man of the conversation right there, Photic for NIP, and now it's Baron potentially on the table if they want to go for it.
That felt like a bit of a frustration ultimate from Wing. That was realistically never going to achieve anything. Caught out of position, maybe feeling the heat of the moment, because now they're going to have to deal with this Baron in a 4v5 without one of their big engage backline access tools in that Renata ult. What can they do? Slow approach to this.
There's the Feather Stormblade color combo used. The Stab of the Week actually already down. Gideon caught out by Invincible. Invincible, that sapling actually doing a lot of work, and now YSKM has been separated for the rest of the team. There's a flash from Fojig! And huge damage onto Dove! That's Baron for NIP!
That's the all-pro 80 carry we've wanted to see for a while. Fotic back on the FLS in a much more calm game for it. NIP, they do it as they have done all of this game. They find an area of the map, they deny IG entry, they find a pick, snowball that into a big, big win. Soul point for themselves, Baron for themselves, IG not able to contest them around the map. NIP looking very strong in game 3.
Baron going down now, more pressure on the map available for them, and what a come up for NIP, the reverse sweep in their eyes here. And about 3 minutes for IG to get things under wrap and figure out how they're going to approach this next big fight for that soul.
Soul point, again it's the Chemtech soul. I hate ragging on souls too much. We had years of ragging on poor
We have
Cloud
so
Soul,
many
but
of these
sadly,
today.
Sadly, Chemtech is just not good, folks, unless you are Tryndamere. It's just not really worth it. So
now
maybe...
you're shilling Tryndamere in games, huh?
A little bit. Well, my boy Abby played it in LEC the other day, so I didn't get a win on that one. But hey, got some love for that champion every so often. In this game, though, it feels like it. Big pick in mid lane. How the heck did this happen?
All right, well, nothing happened here. We got the directed cam. That's what matters.
Look, it's a really cool replay, but that pick in mid lane might just end the game, folks.
Literally,
that's
what I was like, all right,
that's like a game-changing play. Gideon is still in the alcove.
He is? Oh,
Why
no!
is he still there?
I don't understand how we got here. I'm so confused.
Help me, Gideon.
Right.
You're my only hope. Why are you there?
We'll see a tier 2 falling. He has made it back behind friendly lines, but that is a tier 2 gone, and now pushing on the inhib tower.
Yeah, well, my brother just knocked on my door. I think he just said Gideon was hanging out in the kitchen. He definitely wasn't on the rift. Where the hell is he gone?
God.
Just in the wrong
TP
place,
behind,
the wrong
TP
time.
behind.
And now they're tap pony for the flank.
All right. This is maybe a desperation play. Invincible is still mid lane. They found out 2 members of NIP, and they take down Fotic. A big pick for IG to balance the scales even a tiny bit.
That's a big pick to get. It does come, however, after you've already lost most of the control of the map. You have now 1 minute and 30 until Dragon. You won't have Flash on YSKM for the next big fight. You won't have Teleport on YSKM for the next big fight. Is that going to be a difference maker when it comes around that soul, which, to be honest, both these teams probably will still fight for, despite it not being a great objective for NIP to close in terms of closing out the game. But still, IG finding some way to take down the FLS, who has evaded them in most of their team.
That's a nice little pick out there, and you saw it coming from a long way away. At least we did. That TP from YSKM, but it's a little bit of breath of life from IG, where we said they need to try to get as much as possible. Yes, he, you know, you set it up and they knock him down, I guess, sometimes. 50 seconds, though, for this Dragon Soul for NIP, though. And IG need to find some vision and a little bit of safety before they can even contest the fight.
NIP, so much control over this area of the map. That is so much vision.
They just
How
let
do
this
you
go.
enter this? How
There's
do you enter
no
this
way.
area of the map? Gov is 1-5 on this Syndra. You can't use Threat of Scout of the Week to buy yourself space, because actually most members on the other side of NIP can just tank it. I don't care. It's a full
3
tank
item
marker as
spike
well.
on, maybe?
Yes, but then if Arn has to be the one leading the way, you got a problem, because he actually can't tank a lot of these saplings right now. So even though it's full tank Valkyrie,
Oh, they
sometimes
just
it does
lose.
decent damage.
Oh,
they lose
just
themselves
lose
to
the
Dragon.
inhib tower.
They lose the inhib tower, and this is a death by, well, if not 1,000 cuts, definitely a multiple of them still from NIP. Not feeling forced to go towards the Dragon. Dove teleporting towards the spot side, trying to brute force their way into River, past the saplings, past the vision. But they're still going to be seen out. IG, they seem so desperate right now.
They do, and they realize they need to be here for this contest. We got to see the wraparound, though, because Dream and the rest of NIP are focused over there. Now the Dragon is the focus for IG. Can they take this before they get wrapped around on? Gideon is in the back of the pit. Here comes Dream, but here comes Invincible. The mighty Croc trying to drop down yet again, and it will not go to Gideon. Everything Climactic falling apart for IG. We'll see that Moonlight Vigil not hit, but Dream makes it out alive, and YSKM is left out in the dust. NIP, they're making IG look like chumps here in this series, and it's 16-6 in a final push. One last death knell available for IG.
On, can't do it. He can't
There we
try
go.
and stand.
Perfect execution, not available, but the damage is definitely there, and Invincible gets himself a 4th kill. And the mighty jaws of the ninjas in pajamas have clamped down on Invictus Gaming.
Punching up the table, giving IG all to be worried about coming into the last few series of the LPL Spring regular split. Gideon's trying something, but there's no damage, there's no
There's
hope.
nothing. Oh man, the Dream was once sought by IG, but Dream has become their nightmare. And the Akali popping off for the mid laner of NIP, but honestly, it is just in pajamas. They're looking swaggerific at this point. And one last Nexus tower is there. One kill actually goes back, but Photic is racking up that KDA. And that'll be 3 kills going over. And more even to NIP as they take a 2-1 victory over IG.
Xayah stands alone on the fountain. Such a powerful champion across the world, and of course, across today's games as well in the LPL. But NIP, they actually problem solve their way through that particular champion's issues it has presented them. On has had a great set of day. Wasn't enough in that game 3. Photic coming alive in the depth of that series. In a while since we've seen that level of play from an AD carry we absolutely know play very top tier League of Legends, especially after that last year on V5 where he kind of defined a lot of the bot lane meta and how to play around one of your early game AD carries, snowballing the game. Just alongside him though, Shadow.
Yeah.
What a series this man's had.
Dude, it's so exciting to see this kind of pop off here from him as well. Getting his first 2 wins in the 2023 spring split at least with the team after losing back-to-back to BLG and that first game of this series. But it also is just the fact that Dream coming back into the roster again. He's finding that strength that we kind of saw him pop in when he was performing for Rookie's place last year. And I really love to see Photic coming into his own. Chuo finding a lot of connection with the team. But Invincible, man. Invincible against YSKM, and he came out swinging in the last 2 games. It was incredible stuff from the top to bottom for NIP, and I'm really excited to see how they strongly finish this after stopping a bit of a skid in 3 losses of series in a row.
Yeah, and on the other side, you know, you look at IG, there were a lot of things in that game which should worry you as an IG fan because they are things which they have succeeded with before. You can compare this to another couple of teams in the LPL which have started to fall off towards the end of spring. Teams like Rare Atom, despite having a good game just the last couple of days ago, and yeah, like having some good moments even. This is now a team from IG which has struggled to enable their top lane advantages, struggled to play around some of these early game movements as well. It feels like some of the fundamentals not necessarily in place for a team which we've come to expect quite a lot from.
And the wound was already there for IG. They lost pretty horrifically against WE last time around on the Rift. And now to kind of lose this backbreaker of a series against NIP, something you should have in all intents and, on paper, taken home. You were not the underdogs here. You were definitely favored. And to try to get closer to that 9 wins, at least to get into playoffs, this is a devastating blow to continue kind of batting down the momentum that IG feel like they thrive off of.
Yeah, because just below them you have Undertalk at 7-6, RNG 6-7, Team WE 6-7 as well, Rare Atom with their win today 6-8. Like there are an awful lot of teams which are now on your heels. There is blood in the water. The gap for playoffs. I mean, we saw last summer 4 teams tied up. Was it 7 series wins? And it was down to game difference. And it was literally 1 game difference between the 2 teams which are out and the 1 team that was in. It got very, very close. And it seems like once again we are on par and we're on pace, I suppose, for another very close photo finish for playoff seeding.
And not only this, they only have 2 series left, 1 against LNG, 1 against BLG. And those are not going to be easy series in their own right. So definitely for IG, a little bit of needed.
Yesterday, actually.
Yeah.
You know,
and
the
they need those 2 wins to get to 9.
Yeah. If you are stuck on 7 or 8 wins, you're not safe. And there are only 3 teams which are above 8 wins right now. And they're the ones which are locked. So you got your nine wins on like LNG, JDG, EDG as our top 3 teams. Everyone else is completely in flux, and with the inconsistencies and the actually outside of the inconsistencies, because some teams have looked worse than they have done in the earlier split, we've had some real team step up as well. Teams like Team WE, as you've been talking about as well. Even LGD is starting to put some real wins to their name. This split of LPL could not be much closer.
It's getting exciting to the last here, and as we are saying, you know, this was a big moment for NIP to step up over IG, and they did just that. We get to see who all was those participations. I loved to see some of the adaptation in the draft as well. Getting that Kennen in game 2, we've seen really rise in priority. Having a lot of focus for Dream on this Akali, but especially Photic on that Aphelios, really, really big stuff. 39%.
And I think particularly for Photic as well. This is a player that has kind of struggled a little bit with the change in the bot lane meta through to the early parts of spring 2023. He was so defining in terms of the world meta and the LPL meta in terms of how to play around stuff like Ballista Renata and, of course, Aphelios Renata and stuff like that as well. It felt like he really had a great eye for the meta. Just hadn't really managed to do that on a lot of the stuff which we've been seeing in spring. There were problems around the rest of the map for sure. It wasn't necessarily just a bot lane problem. But given what we've come to see from him, we just expected more. We started to see, again, glimpses of that being put into the playbook today.
Now, the biggest conversation now is where MVP goes for this one, especially when, you know, we had On take it for game 1 for IG. Shadow took it for game 2. Does he get it again, you think?
I think it's Shadow. I think that playing the Maokai, particularly in the early game around those very tenuous dragon fights and making sure that he was coming out ahead early, I think that was very, very important. There's a lot of ways you can talk about it as well, though. I think Dream also had a decent job in the early game on that Akali. Of course, Photic with the big damage numbers as well. Big moment, particularly when he was flashing forward and finishing off some very flashy kills.
The numbers, what do they mean, Mason? I don't know. 39% damage done.
Well, let's see. It's a great
sounds like
screen.
a number that gains an MVP. Just say it. Just say it. You know, I actually would be interested to see, though, because I think Shadow did have kind of a come-up series. It is, I don't know if that'll be taken into account of the MVP vote at least, but, you know, he would definitely have it if I was voting, because it is kind of that readaptation of Shadow into the LPL here, and wasn't successful against BLG in his first series in, and now does find that success in a tough series that he really shined out on.
Yeah, and no, it's great to see these kind of players come in and actually make something of the big moments which they're given. It's always a little sad to see, like you feel it, right, when you see a player which has their big shot not quite land on their feet, not quite get those victories home. And of course, with someone like Shadow, who's had he's been a bit of a wandering Ronin in a number of ways, going between different teams, finding success, and then some bumpy roads as well. Seeing him come back in as a player which has played in multiple different regions. Good to see him back on the boil and seeing him continue to deliver high-paced, effective League of Legends.
Yeah. Now, if you're wondering why we don't have an interview or anything, it's because we have switched arenas for the day. So now we're just waiting on the MVP to light our day and figure out who will be taking that one down.
What do you want to ask me?
What do you think about NIP's chances of making playoffs?
Well, you know, I like the fact that they have good dress sense. I think pajamas are I think they're a really important part of the game plan. You know, it really helps them be comfortable in any situation of the day. And for me, you know, that's the real difference maker between them and other LPL teams. Okay, right. Just their actual playoffs chances. And even with a win like this, I mean, you're going up to four series wins. It is just rough. Or you just if you had performed like this against a number of other teams, maybe things would have looked different.
I want to see how much copium you could put out. Or
well, the thing is,
rather. I guess not copium yet.
If this performance had come out in week 4 or whatever, then you'd be speaking very differently about them. NIP, they've actually had some pretty high-profile wins as well. I'm trying to think if they've taken down a couple of our big teams as well. They've just lost to a lot of our bottom ones, which is the big problem one. And with only a couple of wins to their name, it's just very hard to see them climbing further than that into this playoff. So, like I said, stranger things have technically happened. You just can't put much stock in it.
Yeah, they took down LNG.
That was the one. I knew it was one of the top 4. I was just trying to remember. With 17 teams in the league, folks, it can be a little bit hard to remember off the top of your head, and I'm frantically Googling on the side on Leaguepedia. It's just not quite there.
The beautiful nature of Leaguepedia and our resources that we get to use. But then I do want to look ahead for NIP a little bit. I know we were talking about IG a little bit more, but we'll give away this MVP. We do get Shadow double back-to-back MVPs in his first 2. Look at that. He gets wins, and he gets MVP in every single one of his wins. 100%.
I think particularly, I mean, even in the game which they lost, game 1, Shadow would have been the MVP for them if they had won that game. That Shadow performance was something really special. He was the difference maker today. And particularly in this play, this was one of the first really big moments. Ultimate's not available for Shadow. He's the one that's engaged onto, but actually W's through the Vial, gets through out on the Thrashland. Yeah, I'm sure I was a big part of that too, but immediately just makes an impact on the game, pumping up where he can, just about getting out of that play as well. Down to double digits. Yeah, this Maokai, didn't necessarily expect it to be coming out all the time. Maokai's been changed a little bit, but even with the full tank build, Shadow leading from the front, being a front liner, using the pick to his full potential.
Yeah, and just really able to kind of set up the rest of the team on this pick as well. Invincible having great flanks, but it was also the way they kind of turned into front to backs here that worked out for them a lot. And it's just those re-engages every single time. But as we saw that finish and very gritty series from NIP, we wanted to talk a little bit about their road ahead. They will have 3 series remaining, Weibo into RNG into WE. So some tough tests ahead of them. But maybe this momentum can help.
If you're going to do something
forward.
special, that's a great way to end it out. There is very little doubt if you go through those 3 opponents.
Yeah, very, very true. Now, we do want to look at what we had going on today, obviously. We had a 2-0 to start us off in RA, eliminating Ultra Prime from the spring playoffs, joining AL, and NIP with a bit of an upset, 2-1 over IG.
Yeah, and with both of these things, we've seen a couple of our teams with some potential as yet unrealized kind of coming back up to the 4. Which Prime will be our second team eliminated, as you just said. Pretty much everything else is in flux. We said that at the start of the game. At the end of the day, not that much closer to figuring that stuff out.
Definitely gave RNG, WE, even RA a little bit more breathing room down there in the 9-10 spots. See if IG slip up is going to be their downfall, but really, really interested to see how that 4th through 10th spots are kind of going to peter out.
Well, even then, the top teams right now, as much as they're locked for playoffs, they're not.
It's not
seeding.
positioning. Yeah.
And that just raises so many cool matches later in. We've had most of our top teams face most of our other top teams. We will have, some of our mid-table teams trying to punch up, and our top-table teams trying to retain their position. But as it comes through to this, really still, even though they are locked, even our top 3 teams, they cannot be caught napping.
Yeah, no, they absolutely cannot. And we'll look at what we have going on tomorrow. And speaking of top, it's Top Esports going against TT in LNG versus AL.
I am really looking forward to the mid lane matchup in that first game. Like Top Esports, TT.
That's so high.
Particularly when you've had UCal be a real shining light for his team, kind of being, I know we don't do like the full official MVP all the time and stuff like that, and there are different ways you can view that kind of title. I don't think UCal has been the best mid laner in the LPL, but he's been the most important mid laner to his team, and if he can get a leg up over Top Esports, who have had some struggles with their coaching change late into the split, I'm not saying it is likely there is an upset, but I'm saying there is a way I could understand that happening.
There is a possibility there for sure, but really excited as we're getting to a midpoint of our week 9, our second to last week in the LPL. I just want to say thank you so much for joining me once again, Nightmare. It's been an absolute pleasure to get to cast these with you. Shout out to our production team to make us look so good, and to our audience, to our players. Wouldn't be here without you, so thank you for being here. Now we'll be back again for more LPL action tomorrow night, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.